All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Feels like the last people have braved the weather and made it here. Lots of canceled flights, but we're all here now. I heard a great time was had by all at Casa Tua and around Aspen. So I hope you all got some coffee. Well, we're ready to welcome you back for our second full day of really incredible programming. And I'm not going to try to sum up yesterday, but I just wanted to call out a couple of things we heard that is really in line with questioning our assumptions, which is our theme for this week. So we heard from Dan Brouillette, the former Secretary of Energy. He was actually very cordial and kind and called out the great work of his predecessor, Ernie Moniz. And then he also said, we tend to view energy policy almost exclusively through the lens of climate and its impact on climate. And that's a bit risky and not enough, so encouraged us to think more broadly. We heard from Foreign Minister Vivian Balakrishnan of Singapore. What you have now is two superpowers, China and the US, with no historical memory of ever having to engage with one another. We are in uncharted water. War is not inevitable, but the two giants really need to work something out. We heard also from Steve Biegun, former Deputy Secretary of State. We heard from the former Foreign Minister of Pakistan and many, many others, and we have a great program for you today. And let me now do the honors of introducing our very first panel, which focuses us back right here on the United States. One of the things that's really underpinning everything we do here, everything we do in national security, how we can project the United States on the international stage, is about our competitiveness here at home. And we used to really take that for granted, but recently we've seen that China in particular, but other countries have unbelievable manufacturing sectors, robotic factories. They're able to gin things up quickly. They're able to turn on a dime. And our competitiveness in some ways is lagging. So here to discuss that very important topic, we have Chris George, who's the president of Intel Government Technologies. We have Chris Brose, who's the president and chief strategy officer of Anduril. And we have Mike Schnabel, who oversees all of Boeing's efforts for the US government and all international commercial. And to interview them, we have our great correspondent, Nick Schifrin. Thank you all.
Anya, thank you very much. And let me start first by thanking you, Neve, and the entire Aspen Security Forum team. We're all in awe of what you guys throw every year, and let's just say your agility and ability to respond to curveballs that are sent to you. So thank you on all our behalf. Really appreciate it. So the title of the panel is a new playbook, The Future of U.S. Competitiveness, as Anya just explained. This is mostly about competitiveness inside the United States. I would think of it two ways: competition on the battlefield and competition to create a thriving defense industrial base. And if there's going to be a new playbook to confront those challenges, it seems to me that we have to address some big ideas that we're going to tackle over the next few minutes. How do we achieve the pace and the agility of innovation that we've seen certainly on the battlefield in Ukraine, to a certain extent out of Israel, but we have not historically seen out of the United States? How do we create the adequate mass that Ukraine has reminded us we will need in any conflict? And how do we overcome the challenges to the workforce in the defense industrial base? That's a workforce problem. It's also, as COVID revealed, a real supply chain problem, and in that sense, what steps can we take, and what steps and what collaboration do we need across the world? And finally, as Chris has argued on this stage, we believe that there needs to be a teaming, if you will, that you cannot have the future of warfare be only autonomous or only undersea autonomous drones. It needs to be both that and things like subs and bombers. And that's going to get us to a big idea, which is if there was a Last Supper in 1993 that created the consolidation of the primes, is there a first breakfast, if you will, a reset between government and industry? So let's start with pace and agility of innovation. And Mike Schnabel, let me start with you. C.Q. Brown, when he was still at the Air Force before he became chairman, his line was accelerate change or lose. Of course, it's conventional wisdom now that we're not moving fast enough. Why not? Why aren't we moving fast enough? And from your perspective, from Boeing's perspective, why not?
Thanks, and I'll just say thanks. It's an honor to be part of the forum, so really pleased to be here today. Yeah, great start and an easy softball, right, to get going, fix the entire acquisition system. I think part of it is really facing the need and facing the situation. There was a lot of discussion on some of the other panels about are we on a war footing and those type of things. There's increasing sense that we need to be better and more prepared. And when you look at we're in the same acquisition system as Chris pointed out since the 60s, but we put out some really great stuff through the 60s, 70s, and 80s. A lot of it we're still using. And I think the difference was that pressure of the Cold War. And so we're in a situation that seems very similar. So you're seeing things in the previous administration and certainly in this administration that are acknowledging the situation has changed and we need to adjust for that. Whether that's new acquisition processes, whether that's increased study in the industrial base, increased money directly for industrial-based things that was just in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Acknowledging those is really the first step, but we're still in those first couple steps and we need to move quicker, as Chris said yesterday.
Chris, George, go into some of the things that you and Intel are working on. So talk about research and development. Do we have the research and development that's needed? And how can policy shift so it's easier to acquire, to deploy leading-edge technologies?
All right. There's a lot in that. On the R&D side, so I'll speak mostly from the perspective of tech in the realm of AI, semiconductors, quantum. Which is what Intel participates in. It's an interesting time where in some segments like AI, there's a ton of commercial demand and industry is driving R&D forward at a pace that is frankly hard for industry itself to keep up with, and even harder, I think, for governments to keep up with as you look at, all right, what do you regulate, how do you regulate, and how do you kind of make sense of, because the innovation is just happening on a daily basis. In some of the other areas like semiconductor manufacturing, the capital intensity is extremely high, and we've seen that both our allies as well as our competitors geopolitically are investing. So Japan has a CHIPS Act, and they are spending quite a bit of money to get more competitive in the R&D space for semiconductors. Similarly, the EU is spending quite a bit, and absolutely China is spending lots and lots of money to get leading-edge manufacturing technology for semiconductors. So I think that it needs to be a mix of how do you harness the commercial innovation engines that exist, and then figure out how to tune it to what the government, the specific needs of the government. And so kind of a personal perspective or an Intel perspective on that, if you look at this program, Secure Enclave, that we've announced, that's leading edge process technology, that's not built exclusively for government use. It's built on the back of our commercial capability because it's just too expensive to build a leading edge fabrication facility. And I think that's going to be true for a lot of R&D areas now in these really where huge investments are required just to figure out how to get better alignment with industry.
Chris Brose, I began by framing one of the challenges as agility and pace that the battlefield on Ukraine has reminded us of. From your perspective, from Andrew's perspective, what is the best way to go about that to make our system more agile?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think we should first and foremost just acknowledge the reality, right? That when we're talking about national defense, it is a monopsony. It is only the government that buys weapons, at least I hope that's the case. So it is inherently on the government to determine how this market is going to function, right? You had the Last Supper because the government basically said after the Cold War, budgets are going down, there's not going to be enough money for all of you, we need an industrial consolidation. We got exactly what the government directed. I think Washington is a very process-centric city. And whenever we ask the question, are we changing enough? Are we changing fast enough? Are we doing enough? We always go back to some process that we think is wrong that's standing in our way. We have to fix the acquisition system. We have to reform the budget system. There's lots of things that Congress needs to do differently or, not do. I actually think, and I could be wrong, that we actually have all the authorities that we need to do this. With the One Big Beautiful Bill being passed, I think we have an enormous amount of money. I think we have amazing human capital in and out of government. So I think what it really does come back to, which is, I think, kind of almost a scarier realization for people to hear, is there's no big boogeyman standing in front of us. It is entirely a function of leadership, how we change, and the pace with which we do that. And I think this is doubly important in the defense context where, look, I spent most of my career working in government bureaucracies. I'm not a hater of bureaucracies. We need bureaucracies to do things. I need the bureaucracy to pick my garbage up every Monday morning. I don't want it innovating in waste removal. I just want the trash to get picked up. So, I think when we look to, kind of the defense world, we need leadership to direct the bureaucracy to do new and different things. We can't expect new ideas and sort of disruptive approaches to necessarily always surface from the bottom up. And I think, again, that's doubly true in a Defense Department context where you have all of these different communities that set requirements for weapons, that program money for weapons, that acquire weapons, that use weapons. None of them work for one another, right? They all work for someone whose first name is secretary or chief. So it is doubly important on leadership to use the authorities they have, the money they have, to force the system to do new and different things. And, it's still very early in this new administration, but I think we're starting to see, some pretty encouraging signs of that.
What signs are you seeing already?
I mean, I mentioned it yesterday, but I think what Secretary Driscoll is doing in the Army is something that everybody should be paying attention to. Stuff that people have talked about for years. He's getting done in the first half of this year. Consolidation of acquisition systems, revising requirements, eliminating programs that probably never should have gotten started and redirecting money into new capabilities, forcing the process to serve soldiers rather than the other way around. A lot of that's happening, and I don't just mean to kind of lionize the Army. I think there's other good things happening elsewhere, but that's a particular example that I think people should pay attention to.
Hey, Nick, can I jump in
Yeah,
there?
sure, yeah.
Because continuing on with the bill, right, there's tax breaks for R&D, which matters for all of us, right? The workforce improvements, it's not just about individual programs either, the specific money for the industrial base, right? To look at places where there are weaknesses. I'm obviously expecting in the short term it will be, hey, what were the stress points that were identified in both the Middle East and Ukraine, and how do we fix some of those? But I'm hopeful that it goes beyond that, right? It goes beyond just because frankly, a war in the Pacific is going to be quite a bit different than what's turned into much like trench warfare in Ukraine, right? And those will require different weapons, different agility. We need to be studying that. We need to be studying what industrial mobilization in this century looks like, so we're not running out of munitions. We don't have shortage of drones, et cetera, and we're well prepared to extend whatever fight that's there for our country to step up to.
And to do that, of course, we need a defense industrial base and a workforce that can actually be there to create this stuff. And so, Mike, let me stay with you for a second, but let me bring in shipbuilding. To me is the obvious example here. So I once spoke to a leading shipbuilding executive who said, it's almost impossible for me to keep people, workers, young workers on or hire them because they tell me they can make the same at an Amazon facility, and they don't feel the need to have the career that this particular shipbuilder was offering. So Mike Schnabel, address that. How do you grow the workforce, and just explain how this One Big Beautiful Bill, as it's called, might help?
Well, first of all, I'd say the defense industry, we get a little bit of extra benefit in talent just because, folks, there's a sense of service, I think, associated with it to a degree. So I think we get a little bit of plus on talent there, but, we're competing with tech industry and everyone else. It's going to be tough, right? And so you talked about the bill. It's going to help all Americans, but it doesn't necessarily make the defense industry more competitive against those other ones. Chris mentioned just the money coming into it, the increased programs. What I'm hopeful for is if we have increased stability across those programs, that helps dramatically with the workforce. Because some of the ups and downs, especially as the services assess their needs in a particular year, that doesn't necessarily play well for a long production system, which means your suppliers are like, do I want to get in this game if it's not going to be here 3 years from now? So I think the predictability in the defense system in general, if that increases, I think that's dramatically going to help that defense workforce, which is why am I going to put up with the ups and downs?
Why? Because you can simply offer more money? I mean, isn't that one of the fundamental problems?
I would say yes, but it's more about knowing the job that I currently have is still there 5 years from now. And I think that's a bigger issue. I'm living in maybe a town that I want to live in, but and living the life I want, but is there risk that this job is here 3 years from now based on a certain production system?
Can I add a point just on workforce? I agree with everything that he said, and maybe just add a different kind of point of emphasis. I think a lot of the workforce challenges are actually, kind of downstream of problems that we have created for ourselves and how we have defined our military systems, right? Over the past generation, we've made these systems ever more exquisite, ever more expensive, ever harder to produce. Where that shipbuilding example that you mentioned, well, if your ability to scale shipbuilding is gated on training master welders who take 10 years to become expert at their craft, like these become artisanal products, right? And you can't scale artisanal products but so much. So, as an historical example, if you go back to World War II, we were able to transform the Willow Run automotive production facility to build B-24s, which I think was a Boeing product, if memory serves, because the bomber at that time was not wildly different than the commercial cars and trucks that line was building, right? You could bring workforce in with minimal amounts of training, the Rosie the Riveters, and they could contribute to the kind of rapid scale up of a military system, largely off of a commercial base and commercial labor, because the systems weren't wildly different. There's no way that we could build a B-21 long-range strike bomber, on a Tesla facility or a Ford facility, because it has become so wildly different and divergent from the commercial product. So my point in all of this, and I think how we're thinking about the workforce problem at Anduril, is actually how do I design military systems from the outset where I can access the broadest potential pool of labor because the systems themselves are simple to build and simple to put together. Cruise missiles that take 5 or 10 tools to put together. I mean, it becomes more akin to like Home Depot level skills as opposed to the kind of exquisite artisanal labor that we see required all across our traditional defense industrial base.
Chris, George, expand this discussion argument to supply chain resilience. What do you see that the U.S. can do itself, kind of what Chris Brose was just saying, and where does this making the supply chain more resilient, where does it need to expand overseas? How do we need to think about that beyond just bringing it into the U.S.?
Well, I think there's a couple different directions you could go there. From a workforce perspective, if I reframe it a little bit, how do I get a resilient supply chain of talent? I was actually out at Argonne National Lab yesterday for ribbon cutting for a big supercomputer we were opening there, and had the opportunity to speak with Secretary Wright from the Department of Energy. And we talked about this some. How do we get the best possible talent? If you ask what makes America such a competitive place in the first place, I would argue we have a surplus of brain power. Like, we have a lot of smart people here, and we attract a lot of really smart people here. And we need to continue to attract a lot of really smart people. So one of the first ways I would look at supply chain resilience, maybe from a slightly different angle, is how do I continue to make the U.S. the most attractive place to be for all the absolute smartest people in the world? So they come here, they establish family, or they go to grad school, they establish families, they can become, completely integrated in the community, and they're sharing all their amazing ideas and making great products and technology. That's a piece of it. Maybe to the more conventional view of supply chain, there's an idea that we'd pushed heavily towards globalization over a number of decades, and we've been pulling back towards more regionalization. And some of those things are easier to do than others. So, for instance, getting rare earth minerals, that's pretty challenging. And we know that China has a very strong position, not just from procuring the minerals, but also in terms of refining them. And so investment has to be made to figure out, okay, how do we work with our allies, and how do we take advantage of our own resources in order to get stronger there. And then I think there are other places, like we saw with COVID, where there was just unexpected breakdowns in the supply chain. Again, from a chip perspective, I would not have predicted that a global pandemic would suddenly make it hard to buy an F-150. that was, surprising because it's like, well, why did it happen? Well, they couldn't get, a legacy chip from a foundry that is in another part of the world where they're not going to build more capacity. And so I think that we need to do a deeper dive, particularly in the defense industrial base and the national security sectors, of understanding what are all those dependencies that are somewhat unexpected, not just so that we're ready for accidental occurrences, but also for more targeted disruption.
Mike Schnabel, do you want to jump in here? And I know one of the points that you're looking at is how do we get the U.S. government to advocate for U.S. companies overseas as well?
Yeah, before maybe I go to that, something that's sort of in between what both these gentlemen said is, accessing commercial technologies, making things easier. One thing I'd also say is even in exquisite systems, you can take advantage of that. Boeing invests heavily in full-size determinate assembly, right? Doing digital engineering, making it easier for the supplier to supply. It gives you more suppliers that can jump in. And that can be on the most exquisite system, but on certain parts can be relatively easy to integrate. So I think it's not just throw money at it, hope suppliers work. When we buy more, it'll just work itself out, or just a planning problem. It's also make it easier to increase your supply base by making more folks available to jump in for you. On getting advocacy, sort of stretching from that was mostly a domestic conversation to international. Partners and allies are a huge part of how the U.S. government fights wars and, most importantly, deters. We talked a lot about that, I think, the other night about we don't do anything alone. Part of that is being able to work well and be prepared to fight with our friends and allies. A lot of times, common equipment helps with that, and the U.S. government has been great in advocating. There's a whole system through the Commerce Department where you can get advocacy, where generally they will root for you, if you will, as you're competing against foreign competitors, and that in many situations can be against adversaries, where perhaps a particular defense buy might lean them one way or the other. And that's sort of basic Cold War tactics, right? But that's happening today. And then in other cases, it may just be against an ally, but it's something that goes into the industrial base. So I'm very encouraged. This administration's been extremely helpful through, very active through most of this year in trying to accelerate those discussions so we are able to integrate and deter with our friends and allies.
Chris Brose, I wonder if that's how you see it. Has Anduril received U.S. government advocacy overseas, and how do you confront that challenge?
If I think hard about it, possibly I'll come up with an instance by the end of the day where we've had good U.S. government advocacy for some of the things we're doing.
Does that mean the answer is no?
It means the answer is give me till the end of the day and I'll probably come up with an example. But look, we're a new company, right? Government advocates for programs of record, which are things that the U.S. government has determined through its own processes it's going to buy for itself. And then it's going to go advocate to, ally X or Y, hey, you should really buy this too. So in order to get that kind of advocacy, you often have to go through the U.S. process to win those programs of record, and I would say we're getting there. I think the argument I'd make is a little bit different, right? Which is I think our perception, and I don't necessarily think people up here would disagree with this, but we can discuss it, is that the international environment has also changed, right? I do not see our allies and partners wanting, in sort of the traditional way, to just be buyers of American technology. They want to be builders, they want to be contributors, and that's something that you have to kind of meet them where they're at. So for us, a lot of the work and success that we found is actually going directly with that foreign ally and saying, look, we will set up, in the case of Australia, we've set up an entire company to design, develop, and now start to move into mass production of an extra large autonomous undersea vehicle. It's basically a robotic submarine the size of a school bus that can go thousands of miles, carry lots of cash and prizes to do fun defense things. But that is a program that we did organically with the Australian Navy. That was not something that the US government advocated for. Frankly, the reason we're doing it with Australia was we didn't see a pathway to doing it with the United States. So, I think that is, the Navy's complicated, but we're getting there. I think it's more just to say this is an opportunity, right? Our allies have an opportunity to do things that the U.S. government, for whatever its reasons, can't do, won't do, aren't able to do right now, and they can create a sense of disruption as well that gives the U.S. opportunities to go, frankly, buy more of what those allies are contributing to us, rather than it always necessarily going the other way around. So I actually think this is a welcome environmental change. I think it's a reality that we have to deal with. I also think there's amazing opportunity for U.S. companies if we play it the right way.
The great thing about Aspen, the great thing about these panels are we have companies like Boeing, like Anduril, and Intel actually is kind of in the middle. In fact, I mean, obviously it's established legacy, but actually started much more similarly to Anduril than Boeing. And this is where I want to go to the first breakfast idea. So just a reminder, historically, July 21st, 1993, Les Aspen and Bill Perry have a big dinner. And it's known as the Last Supper because over the next few years, the consolidation in the defense industrial base goes from perhaps as many as 50 to 5 or so. And today, there is talk of a first breakfast, which means to me just like a reset of the relationship between government and industry. So Mike Schnabel, let me start with you. Is that a good way to think about collaboration moving forward and some of the challenges that we're confronting today? And if it is a good way, has it happened and why not?
Yeah, I love that analogy. So especially since, if anybody's been in the defense industrial base realm, Last Supper somehow works its way in at some point. So I love having a new term to slide in there. I think it's starting to happen, right? I think there's a real opportunity, whether it's Boeing or Anduril, right? Like, we want to win. Like, we want our country to win. We want our allies to win. We want our companies to do well. And I think there's a realization, I'm allowed to talk to him, right? Like, we understand that cooperating, we each have strengths, whether it's a prime supplier or two primes teaming together. Those opportunities are continuing to rise because frankly, the government is setting that stage to be able to do that. So I think we're, if we're not at first supper, maybe we're having mimosas beforehand, right? Like we're getting
first breakfast, so we're drinking in the morning.
First breakfast. Sorry,
yeah.
I'm already lost. I think it's starting to happen, but we have to continue to accelerate.
Can I just very briefly underscore that point, right? The Last Supper was about subtraction. And I don't know whether it's first breakfast or, we're at brunch or probably not even there yet, but it has to be about addition, right? This isn't about, taking money out of, his pocket to give it to ours or vice versa. We just need more, right? I think that is the lesson that all of these years of paying attention to Ukraine and the Middle East and war games, we don't have enough weapons, we don't have enough capacity, we're not building enough. I think there's now agreement on that, which is very exciting. So, it's going to be companies that have a long legacy of producing and delivering that are going to have to be part of that. It's new companies that, are still working our way into that position that are going to have to be part of that. Those companies are going to team together as Anduril and Boeing are teamed together on an opportunity. We're building rocket motors to supply to them for small diameter bombs to provide to Sweden. Like, this is fantastic. This is how it should work. I think the main point that I would emphasize is that just as the government effectively created the incentives for the Last Supper, it has to create the incentives for something new and different. And I mean that at scale, right? I mean in the mobilization in World War II level mentality, which we have to have in this regard, which is how you start to create that new productive capacity, how you bring new entrants in, how you enable the traditional defense companies to continue to change and do great things for the country, all of that to work together. That has to be led by the government with incentives that make that possible.
Chris George, do you see the government doing that? Creating these incentives, creating this environment that in which if the conventional wisdom, if the baseline for this conversation is we're not moving fast enough, we're not agile enough, and we need something that gives us the ability to do that, do you see evidence that that's happening?
I think that people are saying that they want to do that. So a lot of the language is right. So maybe my world is pretty different than the Anduril and the Boeing worlds. In that Intel's not a defense company. But we had one of our intelligence agency partners come up to us and say, Intel, you're not a DIB, but you're not a DIB, so you kind of got to figure it out, which is true. Right. We're not a defense company. At the same time, we are working more and more in that space, and because of the role that semiconductors play, because of how conflict is changing in the world and the role technology plays in general, there is a need for companies like Intel to become more involved, to have a better understanding of what the government needs. All that said, the way that a company like Intel, and I would argue a lot of technology companies operate, is you figure out how to make one thing and sell it a bazillion times. Right? For Intel, that's great. If I could make one chip and it worked for everything, everywhere, all the time, that's what I would do. And I would sell it all over the place, and it would be super, super profitable. The government's on the other end of that spectrum. They're like, I want like 10 chips. And you're like, well, that's going to be really expensive. So it turns out making a chip and designing a chip is really pricey at the leading edge. So the government says, well, I want to set policies in place in order to get new folks coming into the industry. I want to make it easier. I want to change procurement requirements. And we're like, great, we're ready to do that. And then typically things end up stalling, not at the highest level, but then as you get working through contracting officers and the specific procurement rules, it just kind of stalls out. And you really have to find some pretty creative teams on the government side, and there are many out there, to help push through those. So I'm starting to see it from our perspective. We are getting some traction, but more momentum to build.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'm running out of time here. Going to open it up for questions just very briefly. Chris Brose, if you could just quickly acknowledge part of this conversation, as I started, about competitiveness is winning the war. And if we're going to talk about how the Pacific is different, do you think that we're ready to fight in the Pacific? I think we know the answer to what you're going to say there. But to the conversations that we've been having about the challenges, is there something specific about the Pacific fight that we need to understand in order to understand, that's what we need to focus on when it comes to being more competitive?
Yeah, and let me be crystal clear on this. Are we ready to fight today? Absolutely, I believe we are. Are we ready to fight if that war lasts a month or 6 months or 2 years? Then I think it becomes more debatable, right? Because I think for 30 years or so, really ever since that Last Supper, we've been building our military under a set of assumptions that I don't think hold true anymore. Our wars are going to be short. We're not going to shoot a lot of weapons. We're not going to lose a lot of things. So if that turns out not to be true in the Pacific, I don't think we're going to be able to regenerate a lot of the things that we're expending or losing. So I think the real impetus for the kind of change we need is complementing this amazing legacy military that we have and the exquisite capabilities that it's going to bring to the fight on day one, with additional capabilities that are more sustainable, et cetera. Those are going to have to look very different than the kinds of things that I think people are paying attention to in Israel or Ukraine, where the realities of that battlefield are just very different, right? It's shorter range, it's more tactical. It's not just a question of like we're going to take FPV drones from Ukraine and just like drag and drop them into the Indo-Pacific Command for Admiral Paparo. The geographies are expansive. The threat is far more sophisticated and challenging. The environment that we're going to have to operate in is far more stressing and taxing. The industrial capacity that China brings to that fight, is frankly an order of magnitude more than what the United States has, which is also the problem. So how we sustain that becomes relevant. So, are we ready immediately? Absolutely. But I think the challenge for all of us is realizing that historically America's wars have lasted a long time. And unfortunately, the wars that we're now paying attention to across the Middle East and Ukraine, I think, are a harbinger of the fact that wars of the future are not going to be over in a week.
Bridge Colby would argue we need to have more prioritization, that if in the Cold War we had a concept of operations where we could say, the Soviet Union is going to go through the Fulda Gap, so therefore this is what we need to do in response to that. Do we need a more tight notion of concept of operations that essentially is a prioritization?
Yeah, and Bridge has been a personal friend for 20 years, and I said nice things about his book, and what I've written in my own is absolutely we need prioritization. Like, as we've been saying for years, China needs to be the pacing challenge that focuses our defense planning. However, that does not mean that we can just afford to walk away from all of our other global commitments and sort of let the Middle East sort itself out. We've run that social science experiment before. It's ended real badly. Walking away from Europe right now, I don't think is a good idea. But my point is not that we're going to do those types of missions with the traditional systems that we've always used. I think that the very exciting opportunity is those now become opportunities for innovation. Those missions remain important, counterterrorism remains important, Homeland security remains important. How are we going to do it differently with new technology so that we don't bankrupt the country, so that we don't, kind of outstrip our ability to produce the things that we're still struggling to produce? It's an opportunity to innovate and change, not to say, we're just going to walk away from very important missions that I think are going to have a negative, unfortunate repercussion for the United States.
Absolutely. Okay, great. Let's open it up to questions. Let's start in the back over there, the table. Thank you. And please direct your question and keep it brief, please. Thank you.
My name is Reinhard Büdikofer. Listening to what the gentlemen are saying on stage, I learned that there's a huge need to ramp up industrial base in order to service the needs of the American military. Then from a European point of view, I ask, as we are trying to expand our military expenditure, how much can we rely on your capabilities to service our market too? Or should we rather opt for the French way?
Mike, you want to take that on?
Yeah, I'll say let's not opt with the French way. It's going to be a team. We were talking a little bit earlier about how international cooperations on arms happens. Nothing's transactional anymore. There's not, I want a fighter, I want a helicopter. Okay, we built it and there it is. Everything now is cooperation. There's an expectation that there's a win-win besides just what the capability inherent in that system is. And that means we've got to work together. So whether that is sometimes redundant capabilities because we're worried about future industrial capacity if a war kicks up, we need to have those discussions with each other. It might be we're building maybe an exquisite European system on say a U.S. aircraft or vice versa. We're going to have to continue to work together because we're going to have the same adversarial situations. It's got to be a cooperative environment.
Great. Got a bunch of hands right in the middle, so let's try and go through. So let's go from your left to that way. So right here, right in front of you. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Great. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. When it comes to increasing...
Just identify yourself, sir.
Hi, I'm Bintu Musahari. I'm a Foreign Service Officer at the State Department and a Rising Leader 2025. When it comes to increasing competitive advantage in 2025 and beyond, I'm curious to hear what role you all see soft power and diplomacy playing, if any, to benefit American companies and increase our overall competitive advantage.
Chris George, you want to take that, or Chris Brose?
I can start, but my guess is Chris Brose will be more eloquent. So I think it's incredibly important. Again, I'll look at things more from the tech perspective, and so even when it comes to discussions around things like having discussions around things like export controls, building relationships internationally, being able to have the level of investment required to build technology. So a specific example, I think that the U.S. and Japan should do a lot more together in like high performance computing. Japan has amazing supercomputing expertise. And to the earlier question, I'm still chewing on that, the Europe question, because it's something that I've thought a lot about as well. And I think there's that question about diplomacy that ties in there. It's, can our allies count on us to be good partners? And what I've heard recently is no. And that's concerning to me as an American, and concerning to me, being at Intel, a largely American company. So having said that, I think that actually industry has a role to play, and we have been trying to play it, of figuring out how do we get the right products and technologies to be more widespread so you don't have regionalization of technology as well, and policy is an incredibly important part of that. What you don't want to have happen is that you've got, all right, I've got the China, speaking of technology, a China tech stack, a Europe tech stack, a US tech stack, a rest of world tech stack. That is not how things will move quickly. And if you don't have a strong policy undercurrent that's helping to drive that, then you're going to have a real challenge.
Really interesting points. All right, a series of questions. Just go across the row. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Brigitte Taasler, I'm the ambassador of the Netherlands. As you know, the NATO summit was just held in The Hague, and there was also a NATO Industry Day. I don't know whether you were present, but there was a 9-point action plan that came out of it, and I'm curious to hear what do you think was good about it. It ranges from action plans to joint procurement, to joint test sites, innovation, etc. What do you like about it, and what did you miss in it?
Chris Bros, even if not that text, but yeah, the overall ideas.
I am not going to respond to sort of every element of the points and plans, right? Because I think we've seen a lot of plans that have come out of NATO, some of which are implemented, many of which are not. I would say the exact same thing about US plans and strategies, right? It's all nice to have it written down. The real question is there follow through? I guess the broader point that I would make, what I do see changing and what I am encouraged about is a realization that seems to be emerging in Europe that we are going to do more, right? We are going to spend more, we are going to invest more, we are going to build more, we're going to buy more. We can argue, like, why is that happening? Is it sustainable, et cetera, but it feels more real than previous times that I've sort of heard those words. I think if that is actually acted upon, and Europe really does follow through, and it'll be different in different national markets and environments, of course, but if that response is actually forthcoming over the years, if there's increased spending, increased buying, and Europe really levels up in terms of its commitment or recommitment to hard power, I think that will be worth its weight in gold. It'll be an enormous contribution to, kind of U.S. transatlantic, alliance and capability.
And to the points earlier, do you see any impact on domestic politics, reliability of the United States from the European perspective, these European doubts about U.S. reliability?
Look, I've been in this game for a while, not long as some people. It comes and goes, right? There are times where there's doubts about America's credibility and commitment, and then there's concerns that America's trying to do too much, et cetera, with all seasons, right? I think the more important point is we in industry, I think, just have to meet our partners where they're at. One partner is going to want to buy things directly from Anduril, and we're happy to sell them. Another partner is not going to want to do that, but is going to want to welcome a teaming arrangement that we have, with one of their national champions or national companies, and we'll work that way. I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all answer. I think that it will change as a function of time, but as of right now, I think there remain phenomenal opportunities for U.S. companies, Anduril included, to be successful in Europe. We're seeing that now. They may just look different than we thought they would, 6 or 12 months ago, or 6 or 12 months into the future.
All right, so we got, I think, one more, okay, two more, so we'll try and get, three. All right, we'll certainly try and get these two. Yeah.
Some of you, and I think it was you.
Sorry, introduce yourself quickly.
My name is Scheffler, Georg Scheffler. One of you said we need more, but when you do a quick AI or Google search, whatever you want to do, the military budget for the US is about 3 times as much as the next closest competitor, which, no surprise, is China. So if we need more, given the multiple here, what are we missing? Are we spending too much money on the wrong stuff? Or what is it when you say we need more?
Mike, you want to take that, and then
yeah,
quickly,
sure.
And then we'll try and get to one last rising leader.
I think it's fair to say we need more of some things, not everything, right? So it's making those smart decisions. When we've had, a period of time where the U.S. military was fighting, counterinsurgencies, there's a lot of focus on a particular part of weapons. Well, guess what? Other weapons, other systems were used as bill payers, right? R&D. Thinking about the next war, all those things were still happening, but you're slicing a little bit off the edge every time. And frankly, that's built up in some of the weapons you would need in the high-end fight, right? So when we say more, it's more of a shift in what you're focusing on, in addition to trying to get to those next levels of technology. I hope that helps.
And let's fit in one last question, another rising leader. Thanks.
Hi, Reed Kessler from the House Armed Services Committee, and I'm a rising leader. Back to your original statement, Chris, about sort of how we're reforming and changing the bureaucracy and the downstream effects that'll have on the public-private defense ecosystem. Something that especially Secretary Driscoll's talked about is right to repair, and that's something that just came out of our markup a couple days ago as an amendment. I'm curious kind of your thoughts as we talk about what that actually means for the private-public partnership and handing over IP for right to repair, how private industry feels about that. Thanks.
You should probably jump in here because I feel like, for us, it's a little bit of a different angle, right? I think the ability for the government to repair capabilities that it's buying, it almost assumes that they're going to have them in inventory, right, for decades, and they're going to need to conduct those repairs. I think a lot of the focus for us is on building systems that are almost effectively like consumable items, right? You're going to have them for a few years. You're going to then buy the next best version. They're autonomous systems or low-cost weapons you're going to expend. I think that we are fully supportive of the government being able to field service those, maintain those. The Air Force's Collaborative Combat Aircraft program that we were selected on, a lot of the emphasis of that program was the logistical elements of it. Can it be maintained in the field in very kind of Spartan conditions? Is it easy to access? Do technicians understand how to do the basic work that they're going to have to do in environments where, like Anduril factories and employees are not always going to be available? So in that respect, very supportive of this idea and spirit. I think it's maybe a little bit of a different emphasis for us as a company, though.
Mike, you want to jump in just quickly, though?
Yeah, just say, as a phrase, right, that makes total sense. I think as that mindset continues to go forward, you need to start programs with that in mind. And I think when that happens, it adjusts who's investing where, and in a competitive environment, companies can make smart decisions. But as a concept, absolutely.
Chris Burrows, Mike Schnabel, Chris George, thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay seated because we're going to go straight into our next session, which is one that I am particularly excited about, and that is a session on India. And the question we're asking here is this really India's geopolitical moment? I was lucky enough to, as my first job ever in the US government, to work on the India portfolio to help negotiate the civilian nuclear deal with that country. And I think it's fair to say that since then, having closer and closer relations with India has become a touchstone of both of our political parties here in the United States. You see hardly anyone arguing on the Republican side or the Democratic side that we shouldn't have an ever closer partnership with India. And at the same time, India's economy is growing rapidly. It's flexing its muscles around the world, to the point where now many of us see India as a really indispensable partner. Yet, you've had some recent turbulence on that path. The recent exchange of fire between India and Pakistan showed that the Indian military didn't perform perfectly in that conflict. So the question we're asking here is essentially, is India ready to really take its place at the governing table of the world? And to do that, we have three really incredible speakers for you today from across the Indian political spectrum. We wanted to give you a little bit of diversity. First, my dear friend Shaurya Doval, who founded and runs the India Foundation, a think tank based in New Delhi. He's also an investor, and he's a member of the BJP party. We have Sumit Ganguly, who leads the India program at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University, and I'm very grateful to call him a colleague. And finally, I have my old and dear friend, Sachin Pilot, who was India's Telecom and Information Technology Minister, and he's now the General Secretary of the Indian National Congress. And no one better to interview them than our own Ed Luce, who's written one of the defining and great books on Indian history and Indian politics. Thank you.
Thank you, Anya. A great pleasure to be here with you and also with this very distinguished panel. I used to be based in India for the Financial Times, 2001 to 2006, and I mention that because those were the years where India really sort of changed on the global stage. It had had its nuclear tests in 1998 under the Vajpayee, the previous BJP government. Then 9/11 happened, and that old Indian complaint that the United States hyphenated India with Pakistan, that's sort of withered away in successive administrations from Clinton through Bush, through Obama, Trump's first term, Biden, really stuck to that idea that India, is a power in its own right, and that we want India to succeed because it's the only real possible natural counterbalance to China. There's no other conceivable country that could play that role. And so the United States practiced what I think one or two scholars have labeled strategic altruism. What is good for India will serve America's purposes. Now, I mention that because in the last few weeks, as Anya in her introduction said there was this India-Pakistan 4-day war after a terrorist attack by a Pakistan-linked group in Kashmir. And Donald Trump, claims, I think more than a dozen times now, to have been the one who ended this war. And he's offered to mediate the Kashmir dispute between India and Pakistan. And so in Indian minds, I think quite understandably, they're feeling there's a rehyphenation going on. And you've had statements by the likes of Narendra Modi and Jaishankar, India's foreign minister, denying this. So I'm going to start with Sharia. My question to you, Sharia, and Sharia is, a good person to ask this question, not just in your own right, I mean, with your own think tank in Delhi, the fact that you're a member of the BJP, the ruling party. But I should also mention, your dad has been, Ajit Doval has been Narendra Modi's long-standing national security advisor. I'm asking you, though, not to channel your dad's views. Has this caused Indians a little bit of angst, a little bit of sort of reappraisal of whether the United States is with them?
Well, I think it has created a little bit of, let's say at best, a bad taste in the mouth, because India had started perceiving its relationship with the United States as far more strategic. But we don't see that there is much substance in that, in the hyphenation of India versus Pakistan. They are not two comparable entities. And therefore, while it may, in the short term, may suit American interests also to hyphenate the same, it's not a fair comparison. It's not a hyphenation that will stand the test of time and capabilities. So we just got to let it pass and get on with the job of India-US strategic engagement on a medium to long-term perspective.
Okay, I mean, let me pick up Sachin with you. And I'm not going to go on mentioning famous fathers, but when I was based there, Sachin's dad, Rajesh Pilot, one of the rising stars of Indian politics, very tragically died young. Sachin is a rising star. Well, you've risen, but you continue to rise. Indian politics, Congress party, opposition, Congress. Sachin, Prime Minister Modi was there at the G7 in Canada. Trump had to leave early because of the Iran situation. But Trump said to Modi, with whom he'd had a bilateral scheduled in Canada, please drop in via the White House on the way back. And Prime Minister Modi decided not to. And one of the reasons he decided not to is because Trump had scheduled a one-to-one lunch between him and Azim Munir, who is the head of the Pakistan army. And I cannot remember for the life of me. I think Sumit tells me there is one other example, but I couldn't remember for the life of me an instance where the United States president met with the head of the military of a foreign power, one-to-one. And so what did that do in terms of the question I posed to Sharia? Your sort of faith and trust in where US-India relations are going under this administration?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. At the outset, let me just state that both India and the US have a relationship that is beyond one administration or one government. We have a long-standing bilateral relations, and it suits both countries in terms of the values we espouse, the things we stand for, we fight for. That goes beyond a government, a leader, or a administration. Having said that, it's really not in my control who the US president has lunch, breakfast, or dinner with. That's frankly his choice. But in the context of what happened between India and Pakistan, some of you may not know this, but more than 24 Indian tourists were killed in cold blood in front of their families by asking their name and religion, and then killed in cold blood. Now, that, for all us Indians, was an act of terror and an act of attack on the Indian sovereignty and integrity. Now, while other nation states, the big ones, have the right to respond or right to do preemptive strikes when they have quote-unquote credible evidences, I think we as a nation, as a country that believes in peaceful existence and democratic values are within our right to respond adequately only at the terror infrastructures that exist, documented, exist. So we did what we had to do. I think the armed forces did a fantastic job. What happened post that, like you mentioned, Ed, is very, very disconcerting, because President Trump, not just a dozen times, 14 times has claimed that he was the one who got the ceasefire done. In fact, for the first time ever, US president actually announced the ceasefire way before it had actually materialized. That raises many, many questions. But I think we stand our ground, the Indian people, the interest of our country remains foremost. And whatever may happen bilaterally between our neighbor and the US, that's pretty much up to them. We stand firm on what we believe, what's right for us, what we need to do, and we should persevere on that path.
Okay, Sumit, I'm sure you had a great father, but sorry I can't complete the triptych there. Let me ask, I mean, you're based here, and therefore you're neither Congress nor BJP. You're a very eminent scholar now at the Hoover Institution in Stanford. Trump has offered, and this he did in his first term, at a meeting, I believe, with Imran Khan, who's now in jail in Pakistan. But Trump has offered, again, more recently and repeatedly, to mediate the conflict over Kashmir between India and Pakistan. And I think perhaps misunderstanding or glossing over India's position, which there will be no third-party involvement or mediation. Do you think that this is something he's going to persist with? I mean, he is, you know, he sees himself as a great deal maker, and he sees a potential deal here. I mean, he did say the Kashmir dispute's been going on for thousands of years. It was 1947, I think, that it began. But that doesn't dampen his ardor to fix this and to be the third-party mediator. Do you expect to see this as a thorn in India-US relations?
Thank you, Ed. That's a vitally important question. Yes, I fear that this could become a thorn, especially if Trump persists in this vein. He does construe himself, without much evidence, I might add, that he's a great deal maker in international politics. I frankly can't think of a single deal that has actually been consummated and that has actually produced meaningful results. Yes, there's the Abraham Accords, but those really have not addressed the fundamental issues that underlie the conflicts in the Middle East. They may be highly lucrative for certain individuals, but that does not address the fundamental problem that has long plagued the Middle East. And Trump continues to trumpet those accords, but they really don't amount to very much. Nevertheless, he has this belief that he is a superb, deft, adroit negotiator, and he can miraculously solve the Indo-Pakistani conflict. And as long as he persists along these lines, it will remain a burr in the saddle of Indian decision makers.
Okay, I want to sort of get later on into the India-China relations, because this is absolutely critical to US-India relations. But let me just sort of widen the aperture a little bit. As I said at the beginning, you know, we've had successive US administrations, Republican and Democratic, wanting India to succeed. And part of that is to do with the sort of thrivingness of Indian Americans here in the United States. Part of it is to do with the fact that India is a democracy, a plural, very plural one. But a lot of that's got to do with China, with India being that counterweight to China. And therefore, there's been quite a bit of forbearance from US administrations, including on trade. We have got, allegedly, a US-India trade deal coming today. What would be, Shaurya, what would be your red lines? I mean, I know that the price of onions in India can bring down state governments. It can bring farmers onto the streets. You know, you don't have a big soy production sector, so maybe there's some room there. But H-1B visas, something that Trump's base do not like, but is really quite important to many, many Indians. What are your red lines for this deal? Does the Indonesia-US deal or the Vietnam-US deal give you any pointers? And what do you expect to see, assuming we are imminently going to get a Trump-India deal?
So I think that, you know, first is that that this deal will, if this deal ever happens, will actually not touch on, not be able to, India will not sort of negotiate its interests away for just getting a deal with the United States. That's very clear. India is just too big a power now and an economic weight of itself that, while a deal with America is desirable, if a deal doesn't happen, it's not the end of the world for India. There are certain red lines in India with regard to with this deal, particularly the agriculture sector. India has 60% of its population, which still depends on agriculture, and there is just no way India will do a deal, I think at least, on the agriculture sector. If the trade-off on that is the H-1B visas, yes, it will have some impact on the Indian diaspora and the sort of the educated Indians, but that politically is not a very relevant factor. So I don't think India will compromise on that. I think where India would look to do is to try and see if it can get a reasonably fair deal done with the United States on other areas. But I don't know what the US's negotiating position is, that if it's going to be very hard-nosed on trying to force sort of the US interests at any costs, then I think in India they will find a very tough negotiator.
I mean, you don't, Shaurya, just to follow up, you don't, as Indians, have the same leverage that China has, right? China has this stranglehold on certain rare earths and critical minerals and the processing of them, and that has caused Trump to sort of climb down. You don't have any equivalent leverage.
But the corollary is that we as a $4 trillion economy have, our trade with the US is a very small percentage of the size of our economy. We're not essentially an export-oriented economy. We're essentially a domestic economy, 4 trillion growing at about 8 to 10%. Right? So while it's desirable for us to have a deal, but even if the United States and we don't have a deal, that will not in any meaningful way stop India's trajectory, unlike China, which is more dependent on the United States.
Okay, Sachin, I want to sort of get back to that. Azim Munir, Pakistan military chief, I know you don't want to discuss Trump's lunch arrangements, but it was extraordinary that the statement that came out afterwards from the Pakistanis and the Americans, that they said they discussed cryptocurrency. It's like, first of all, I'm trying to get my head around Trump meeting with the military leader alone. Second, they discuss cryptocurrency. And I think that sort of gives an indication of what motivates some of these deals. How are you, as a prominent Indian politician, viewing the sort of the playing field here?
I think it's changing very quickly, very rapidly, and the unpredictable nature of how things are evolving is a matter of concern. I don't want to speculate on the news reports about the army chief of Pakistan meeting the US president and talking about bitcoins and so on. That's probably speculation as of now. But what's far more remarkable is the fact that the US president was having to deal with the chief of the army staff in Pakistan, not the elected government or its foreign minister or its prime minister. That tells you that for the last 75 years, India has actually worked really hard to preserve its democratic roots. In that region, I won't take names, but not many nation states have a vibrant, functional democracy like we do. That is the reason why the army has so much leverage in most of our countries in the neighborhood. And that's why General Munir was called for lunch and not the elected government of Pakistan. Enough said about that, but I'm more concerned about what's happening in our neighborhood, because it's okay for the US to be concerned about adversaries which are 8,000 miles away. But the US is quite lucky in terms of its neighborhood. Some of them are friendly, some are not willing to be bought out, and you have oceans on both sides. But India has a very different neighborhood, and we have to navigate that landscape on our own. Therefore, whatever we decide to do in terms of our internal security issues, our border issues, our foreign policy issues, our immediate neighborhood, are singularly focused on protecting our own national interests. And like you said, to counterbalance the region as such, I think India has a pivotal role to play, irrespective of who's in government in the US and who's in government in India. Because the post-Second World War reality is what it is. And we have to recognize the fact that India houses 1/6 of humanity. We have a huge young population whose average age is 29 years, a lot of growth potential, and I think people want to be a part and be a stakeholder in that growth. So we don't want anyone or anything to impede that growth trajectory. Therefore, I think it's in the interest of everybody to work in a collaboration, to actually work on the things that suit everybody, including global peace and regional security.
And do you see that happening?
Not to its potential. I think there's always scope to improve. Like I said, the landscape is changing so quickly in the last 6-8 months. I don't want to make predictions, but I'm just establishing what we as a country stand for and what we need to do moving on in the future.
Okay, well, that neighborhood point, I think it was Henry Kissinger said India lives in a difficult neighborhood, right? And I mean, I think a lot of Indians think that Kissinger didn't make it safer, but that's a whole different conversation. Sumit, this idea that I think Vajpayee and Bush Jr. articulated that the US and India were natural allies, and that therefore this is a long-term thing that's from administration to administration, from government, BJP, Congress, whatever, there is a constancy here. Are we still sort of confident that that is the trajectory?
Yes, I believe so. Because during the Cold War, India and the United States really didn't have any meaningful relationship. There was no significant economic relationship because of India's autarkic economic policies. India pursued non-alignment, sort of, and was distrustful of the United States largely because of its relationship with Pakistan, which had been forged as early as 1954. So there was not much of a diplomatic relationship. And above all, there was no strategic relationship with the name because India either manufactured weaponry on its own or after 1971 became acutely dependent on the Soviet Union. Consequently, the relationship, as Hans Morgenthau, the great political scientist, characterized it, was a relationship of making faces at each other. And consequently, it was of there was no real substance. Today, it's a vastly different relationship. There's a significant and powerful Indian diaspora in this country. There is a meaningful economic relationship, admittedly nothing like the US has with China, but nevertheless, it is a viable economic relationship. Thirdly, India in the last 2 decades has purchased over $20 billion worth of military equipment, and not just garden variety military equipment, high technology military equipment from the United States. There are components of American aerospace equipment which are being manufactured in India today. The diplomatic relationship has undergone a fundamental transformation. And there is a bipartisan consensus, both in India and here in the United States, that this relationship is of significance. And consequently, there will be hiccups. In 2 democratic countries, administrations will change. There'll be different prime ministers, different parties in power. And so there will be an ebb and flow. But I cannot see the relationship plummeting.
Okay, so let's sort of discuss BRICS for a moment, because India is a founding member with China of BRICS, and BRICS is expanding. I mean, whatever you think of BRICS, it's a popular club, and people keep knocking on the door. It's, you know, added new members. Donald Trump recently said, if you join BRICS, we'll consider that to be the act of an enemy. Now, I suspect Trump was referring to Mexico, the fear that Mexico might be considering joining BRICS. But one of the fears, I think, in the United States, personally I think is heavily overblown, is that BRICS creates an alternative to the dollar. Is there any conceivable circumstance, any of you, but Shaurya first, where India and China would agree on an alternative currency?
So I think at least in the foreseeable future, let's say for the next at least 20, 25 years, all analysis that you do, there is no risk to the dollar being replaced as a currency. It's just a professional fact, right? Because, you know, and just the amount of volume of trade, the volume of investment that goes through. So we don't see the dollar being under threat by any, the dollar stands on its own strength as the reserve currency of the world. Having said that, you know, it is but fair for larger economies to come and find ways for them to be able to ease and lower the cost of transactions of the financial system. The very fact that the United States used the dollar as a way to, at times, to further its political interests, and has used that as a weapon, has created legitimate fears among nations across the world that is this indeed a reserve currency and a fair trading system. And therefore, either it is for the United States to politically outreach these countries and assure them that they will not use the dollar as a currency for political interests, and lay there. Otherwise, some attempts will be made for nations to try and see what they can do in an eventuality that they are in a position where the United States is using the dollar as a way of furthering their political interests.
Well, I mean, there is an example right now. There's a bill going through the Senate. It's a bipartisan bill, Lindsey Graham and Senator Blumenthal, to give Trump the power to impose secondary sanctions, quite steep, 200, 300%, on countries that buy sanctioned exports from Russia, notably oil and gas. And India is, of course, the largest customer, I believe. And it's cheap, and Indians like cheap energy, like anybody. What would that do if that bill goes through and India suddenly finds itself with 200% sanctions?
Well, I think it's early to predict what India will do at that point in time. But as I said, that has been articulated by successive Indian times by the Indian Foreign Minister and the Indian government, that India will act on its solely on its interests that on India's interests. So I think if India's interests still stack up, India will do what is the right thing for it to do. But I don't think it is fair for United States or to pressurize the BRICS on the back of seeking the rise of seeing the BRICS as a way of a political sort of slugfest. The BRICS is an economic cooperation. If the United States wants to outpace the economic cooperation, as it has done in the past, it must do on the basis of its own economic brilliance, on its own economic rationale for the BRIC nations to be worried about not losing the ability to trade or invest in America. But I think of late, this is this thing of using it as a political instrument only will further consolidate not just BRICS but more associations like the BRICS against the United States.
Sachin?
I think it's pure fear-mongering, because just take a step back. Post-Second World War, the UN Security Council, NATO, etc., institution-based functioning of global affairs. But people who populate the earth, South America, Africa, India, don't have a place in the Security Council. This is the global reality. Now, if BRICS comes together as a platform, it's only a credible voice of the South. And nothing the BRICS has ever done which challenges anything that's of US interest. So I think it's fear-mongering to talk about currency replacement, etc. I think that's coming anytime soon. But when US forms multiple alliances, there was NAFTA earlier, a BRICS or a Quad, we have a Quad as well, right? So there's a counterbalance to everything. But India on its own is becoming parts of many willing parties to come together to voice concern on climate change, on reducing inequality, on mitigating fossil fuel emissions. All these efforts need collaboration with willing minds, willing parties, willing countries. There's nothing wrong for India to be a part of those institutions moving along. But like I said, you have to change the institutional framework which has guided the world for the last 70-odd years. This is a new reality. And we cannot play the same game with the old instruments and expect things to change. So if we have to move forward, we have to reform, we have to be accepting of the new reality, and treat as partners people who are willing to work with you. So I don't think this BRICS threat of adding tariffs, it has a shelf life. This threatening, restrictive, tariff and excise and blockaging of free movement of trade and goods. That's what the US championed for 50 years. And I think people across the globe benefited from it. But now we're seeing a whole reversal in that trend.
And I think it's fair to say, Sumit, is it not, and all of you will have views on this, that India's greatest fear is China. And we've heard the bipartisan consensus in Washington, but it's here in Aspen clearly too, on that subject of it's also America's greatest adversary and threat. This so-called string of pearls around India's neck, this idea that China is encircling India. You have the ports in Pakistan. You have, I guess, at the sort of navel, the gem of the string of pearls, Sri Lanka. China even owns a port in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, up to Nepal, Maldives, all around India. China is developing closer military, not just sort of maritime commercial, but actual military and naval and PLA relations with India's neighbor. And yet India on the global stage is very principled in terms of being non-aligned, what we used to call non-aligned during the Cold War, but believer in multipolarity in today's language. The Shanghai Cooperation Council, I mean BRICS, all of these groups. Are these just sort of symbolic facades for what I mean, the real interest here is the natural alliance between the US and India, and therefore whatever provocations or annoyances or irritations there are in the bilateral relationship, Trump, you know, the recent examples we've been talking about, you're going to put up with that because the real threat here is China. Is that the correct reading?
In my judgment, yes, that is the correct reading. However, closer Indo-US cooperation, particularly in the security realm, is hobbled by sort of the residual memories of the Cold War. There is still a level of lingering distrust in part of the Indian foreign policy elite about the reliability of the United States over the long term. Scholars of international relations call this the fear of abandonment, that the US could abandon India at a crucial moment. But unfortunately, in my view, as a scholar of diplomacy and international relations, there is a kind of a selective memory in New Delhi. After all, who came to India's assistance in 1962 during the October War? When the US was also preoccupied with the Cuban Missile Crisis, it was the United States. Not any other country came through with significant military assistance and subsequently carried out extraordinary intelligence cooperation with India, which persisted until the China opening under Kissinger, when it was finally terminated. And there is an extraordinary body of literature that has emerged which shows the level of this cooperation between India and the United States. So one needs to not only dwell on the shortcomings of the US as perceived from New Delhi during the Cold War, but also think about critical moments of cooperation. And even most recently, I have it on fairly good authority, and since I don't work for any government, being a university professor, I'm a free man, I can reveal that I have it on fairly good authority that US provided India with real-time intelligence during the Galwan crisis of the spring of 2020.
And explain briefly, very quickly, what that was.
Yes,
Yeah,
Galwan crisis took place when the PLA made a series of incursions across what is called the line of actual control, which is the de facto border between India and the PRC, because it's a disputed border and the dispute goes back to the 1950s. And despite 22 rounds of discussions and negotiations, the progress has been genuinely glacial.
Okay, and so, I mean, I want to get to questions in a moment because there's only a few minutes left, but the fear of abandonment point that you made, Sumit, and again, this is for all of you, the fear of abandonment that the US will abandon India, I think we can be pretty clear that regardless of what the optics and the mood music is, India will not abandon the United States, right? I mean, there is no other possible sort of country that's going to come in that border conflict situation with China.
How do you base a good, mutually beneficial relationship on the basis of fear? I don't agree with Sumit, this abandonment issue. I mean, who's abandoning who? We are doing what we are doing, US is doing what it's doing, our interests align. The counterweight and the containment of what you said of China is not just one country, one government, one geography. It has to be done in a conducive environment, in a collaborative environment. And I think a point I'm going to make about the US, I think what we need to do more is more data sharing, more counterintelligence data sharing, real-time data sharing, and being able to help each other in things that we need to do so that we are able to do and achieve our common aims and objective. China as our neighbor, it's our largest trading partner. We have border issues and serious ones. We still have a relationship that cannot be wished away. So we have the most to gain and lose when it comes to counterbalance and containment issues. And like you mentioned, China is doing that, the encircling. It's death by 1,000 cuts. So that's something that bothers us much more than bothers the US. So I don't think there's an issue of abandoning each other. It has to be more realigned and more constructive cooperation.
I didn't bring up abandonment, just want to put for the record. Very briefly, Sharia, what is it that India wants from the United States? I know what you're talking about now. You have to talk about it. You didn't really want to be talking about it. Anya mentioned in the introduction that this 4-day conflict between India and Pakistan in May, but that was China enabled. A lot of the Pakistani military riposte and the clash. This was with Chinese military technology, right? Which is integrated. What would you want to be actually talking about with the U.S. administration now?
I think before I answer the question, that I'd like to say that from India's perspective, we talked about Kissinger and before that. I think it'd be great if the United States and India have a long tradition of shared values and we are natural allies. I think the United States' consistency in not letting the values be violated for tactical interests. There have been elements of that with the US's foreign policy outreach over the years, which does create a certain amount of circumspect behavior within the Indian establishment that, for some tactical interest, will the United States abdicate its long-term value-driven policy will remain a matter of concern. And this incident about in Pahalgaon and the Sindoor was one such example, and you talked about subsequent lunch with the Pakistani chief. As Sachin rightly pointed out, there was an act of terror, clearly defined. We both agree that terrorism cannot be taken as just lying low, and therefore it must be repulsed. And you must go and find the source of terror and do exactly what India did, was to try and neutralize the terror threat where and wherever it emanates, because terrorism is something that is not a fair way of extending state policy. So to that extent, then when you do something which may be in the tactical interest, and tactical interest may justify it, I think it creates a situation where you start asking the fundamental question that, what is more important? Is the fight against terror more important, or your own tactical interests more important?
Okay, we've got time for a couple of quick questions. The gentleman there in the white shirt. And just sort of a staccato machine gun sort of.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Appreciate the panel. My name's Krishna Gal. I work here at UBS in DC. So my question is a little bit of a tough one. So obviously Canada has recently released reports about the assassination or alleged assassination of Khalistan nationalists in Canada. I was wondering if the panel could touch upon that. Thank you.
Who would like to take this placid question? Sumit.
Sure. I have the least to lose. Yes, there have been a series of allegations and charges about Indian complicity in the killing of this separatist. The Khalistan movement is a movement for the creation of a separate state, which is predominantly Sikh people who belong to the faith. But that movement, for the most part, has collapsed. It enjoys support in the Sikh diaspora in various parts of the world. But within India, it's only the dying embers of the movement that exist. In fairness, I have no idea the extent to which the Indian government was complicit or not. I cannot comment on that with any authority, but I will say that the Canadian government, particularly under Trudeau, was oblivious to repeated Indian expressions of concerns about the existence of this movement, some of whom are actually involved in criminal activity to support their work and to try and foment this movement again in India. And consequently, that had strained relations. But I cannot comment with any authority on the extent or the actual complicity of the Indian government in killing this individual.
Thank you, Sumit. Yes, here. and quite sort of brief because I'm...
India avoided condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine, abstained from votes within the UN. If you think so, how do you think this affects India's credibility as a U.S. partner in the so-called rules-based order?
Sachin?
Well, we took a very clear stand. We don't stand for violence against war, and we call for ceasefire and peace. Beyond that, we haven't interfered in the global platforms, whatever the US may have done, Europe may have done, but we are very clearly for peace and against any violence. And you learn the most about the future from the past. From our own standpoint, India has never been an aggressor, so we don't believe in aggressive policies.
So, well, we've got 10 seconds. Does somebody have like a 2-word question? Yeah. Yeah, and a 1-word answer.
Georg Schäffler again. Can you comment briefly on the European and EU-Indian relationship also in light of India as a counterweight maybe for China?
Not a 30-second answer, but I'll try my best. Look, the European Union, I think, is also grappling with the new reality. They have many challenges, economic, demographic, and I think the outreach from India is substantial. We hope to have more collaboration, and I don't think we should think about India-European relationship only with the context of China. I think everything doesn't move around China. We have our own mutually beneficial relationship that we must foster and deepen, clearly. But I think India is very, very keen as a country to explore, to deepen people-to-people contacts, economy, technology, all of that. But it shouldn't really be viewed with the prism only of containment and counterbalancing China. But I think Europeans, you make a move, we'll walk more than halfway.
That's a good high note on which to end, a very complicated but overlooked important subject that you've done a great job in covering. Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking you.
Good job, Charlie. Thanks for doing the right thing. Caitlin, you guys want to come on up? Hi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. You know we don't believe in breaks here at the Aspen Security Forum because we have so many great sessions for you. So if you can slowly take your seats, we're now moving from India to something that we've really tried to put more and more emphasis on here at the Security Forum, and that is where new technologies intersect national security and foreign policy. I think we're all seeing how overwhelmed we are by the rapid development of artificial intelligence and other technologies, and how difficult it is for our institutions to keep up, both on the regulatory side, but also how to integrate them effectively into what we're doing in the national security enterprise. So this is something we've really been emphasizing for the last 2 years here at the Security Forum, and we're really trying to build the bridges between the national security enterprise in Washington, D.C., and what's happening out in California, in Boston, and elsewhere in our great innovation centers. And so I'm particularly excited to have representatives here today of kind of the most advanced AI LLM labs, old friends of mine. And we're going to have a fantastic session really discussing the intersection of artificial intelligence, how we use it in the national security space, what we could be doing better, and the dangers that this all faces. So let me introduce you to Charlie Dent, who is the executive director of the congressional program here at the Aspen Institute, a former member of Congress from Pennsylvania and a dear friend. Tarun Chhabra, who until recently was the deputy assistant to the president and coordinator for technology at the White House, where he had a front row seat on all of this. And he now heads national security policy at Anthropic. And Katrina Mulligan, who's great, she has held senior roles across, I think, defense, intelligence, White House, you've been everywhere. And now leads the national security practice for OpenAI for government. And no one better to lead this conversation than our very own Caitlin Collins from CNN, who you all know as CNN's chief White House correspondent. Thank you, Caitlin. Take it away.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all being here. I know this is everyone's favorite panel because it's the last one before you get to eat lunch, and we are going to solve all of your questions and answer all of them when it comes to AI and national security. And it's so great to be here. And first, I do want to say thank you to the organizers and everyone who's hosting us here at the Aspen Institute. This is such a fun place to be. This is actually my first time coming to the National Security Forum, and I've really enjoyed hearing from everybody already, and it's such a cool room to be in. So thank you for our host for having us here. We have so many different interesting perspectives here on the stage to talk about this, and I can't wait to hear all of your thoughts about kind of where this intersection of AI and national security stands right now, but also where it's going and where you see it going, and where the biggest gaps are. And so I kind of would love for each of you to just, tell us your one big unanswered question that you have in this moment. I'm sure you have a few, as to where this intersection is and the biggest holes you see and where we're going forward from here. And Katrina, I'd like to start with you.
Well, one of the things that's on my mind today, actually right now, maybe during this panel, we're going to be releasing our ChatGPT agent. A lot of people have been talking about this year as being the year of agents, not just at OpenAI, but I think at all of the frontier AI labs. What ChatGPT agent is going to allow you to do is sort of move from thinking about AI as a sort of replacement for search into being more of an operating system for how you actually do your work or the tasks that need doing. So everything from like your ability to have your ChatGPT agent go through your calendar for the day and then run searches and queries on, the people that you're meeting with and recent news that they may have, been involved with, and then send you a report that's like formatted and ready for you to read in the morning every day. Like that's the kind of thing that's going to be enabled by the agent release that is happening today. And one of the things that I wonder about the year of agents is how is it going to transform the way that people think about what's possible? I think one of the things you'll probably hear from all of us is that adoption of AI in the national security space probably isn't where we want it to be yet. We're getting there. We're starting to see the glimmers of that changing. Thanks in part by a lot of the foundational work that Tarun and Ben and others did that now the current administration is building on top of. But I really think that this question about what's really going to be the tipping point on adoption, I hope that it turns out to be agents, but so far we're not quite there in the national security space.
Yeah. Tarun, what about you?
Great. Well, I wholeheartedly agree with Katrina that it's important to start with agents because I think we haven't thought enough about how agents might be used in a warfighting context. And so that's something that we need to be working on together as labs with the Defense Department and the broader national security community because I think it's still under-conceptualized, let alone talking about adoption. But I think it's important to put the adoption picture in the broader geostrategic context, which is, we are in a competition with China for AI dominance. I wholeheartedly support kind of the approach of the administration to pursue AI dominance. It's absolutely critical for national security. And that has several dimensions. One dimension is the race to the frontier. Who has the most advanced models? The second dimension is diffusion. What AI is being used around the world? Is it our AI or is it China's AI? And obviously we want to win that race. But the third is adoption, and we could win the first race, we could win the second race, but if we don't adopt fast enough, being at the frontier won't mean much. We'll be in for some sort of strategic surprise, and that's the scenario that we really have to prevent.
Can I put a two-finger on that? Because I think you just hit on a really important point. There was an Edelman study that came out a couple months ago that looked at trust in AI globally. And what it found is that trust in AI in the US, in the UK, and other parts of the Western world is extremely low. It's in like the 30s of percent. And in China and the rest of the developing world, it's in the 70s. And it really underscores, I think, the point that Tarun just made, which is that, you know, we could end up in a world in which we win the race to AGI, we win on the technology, we build all the right building blocks, and
But people are too scared to use it.
And they're too scared to use it.
That's a really great point. Part of that may be our Congress doesn't necessarily understand it or what to do about it. And I wonder, as a former representative of that body, just your thoughts on what you heard from them.
Before I say what Congress will do, I agree about the Chinese threat. We want to maintain our technological leadership and dominance. And I think, you know, everybody was taken aback when the Chinese came out with DeepSeek. And, you know, that might not be the best technology, but hey, maybe it's good enough. And that frightened a lot of people. And so we, as a country, need to figure out what our objectives and our goals are. Maintaining technological leadership, how do we want this to improve our society, and perhaps most importantly, how do we make sure that this technology aligns with our interests and our values, as opposed to our competitors in China. Now, as it relates to Congress, and I'm going to give a little plug, I brought this up here as a prop. I held a congressional conference on artificial intelligence in May for 4 days, had 22 members of Congress there, and we discussed a lot of these issues. But I think the biggest challenge for the Congress now is how they go about regulating AI. You know, you saw in the recent reconciliation package, the big, beautiful bill, Congressman Jay Obernolte of California had inserted a provision that would have imposed a 10-year moratorium on the states to regulate. And it was removed in the Senate because it didn't comply, I think, with the Byrd rule. But
only after the House passed it, and then members complained, and we're like, we're not going to vote on this if the Senate doesn't remove it.
Well, I think it did something important, though. It helped prompt a discussion. And 10 years is a long time, but that means Congress knows it needs to do something. But what they need to do and how they need to do it is an open question. I think at some point they might need to do what they did on China with that bipartisan select committee and try to come up with some serious recommendations. If not a select committee, maybe a blue ribbon commission. I mean, you know, after 9/11, we had a blue ribbon commission. Maybe we should do one before there's a disaster and recommend this commission, industry leaders, people who understand this technology, make serious recommendations to the Congress about how to go about regulating this. And where are you going to house this? We're going to create a new regulatory entity? I don't know. I mean, there are a lot of questions that we don't have answers for right now, and they're starting to develop some expertise in Congress. There's some members, I mentioned Jay Obernolte of California, Ted Lieu, they have technical understandings. I mean, Obernolte, he was on a career track to be a software professor, engineer, and he made money writing software for video games. But that said, there are people like that. Senator Schumer's been very active, Rounds, Blackburn, Hawley, Warner. You got a lot of people interested. And so the question is, how do you channel this? Because right now, the good news is, as members and staff, and we train up our staff, are learning more about this technology, you know, there aren't hard partisan divisions yet. You know, what's the Republican position on AI versus the Democratic position? I don't think there really is one right now. So there's an opportunity to arrive at some consensus fairly early before things get overly political.
Well, and I think when it comes to terms of what they can regulate and what that looks like, before you get there, I'm reading this book right now. It's a forthcoming book from Garrett Graff on the building of the nuclear weapon and what that looked like. And it's a step-by-step process. And it's really fascinating to just look at how the federal government didn't really know what these scientists were coming to them and saying that this is a possibility of what they have, but they were trying to stress the need of how important that was. And I think, you know, to your point about the relationship between government and AI companies as they are building these models, you seem to clearly think it's not at the level of where it should be yet in terms of that interconnectedness.
I mean, one of the things I would say, and this is no one's fault, it's just the nature of our system, is that, you know, one of the most critical years of development of this technology involved a presidential transition. And so you had a whole bunch of people who, you know, we had spent a lot of time sort of, you know, trying to educate, trying to have those kinds of conversations where the labs are coming to senior leaders in government and saying, hey, this is maybe something you need, really critical stuff going on here. And we had, people in the administration who were paying attention to it and being champions for it, but we didn't have, we started to get there, and then we had this period, we had an election, and then there's this period of really 6 months or more where there's a whole bunch of churn that happens, and you don't really have the foothold to have those kinds of conversations. We're now back in the place where we can start to have them again, but it's a whole new cast of characters, and we have to have these conversations anew. The reality here is that this is the first time in American history that a technology of this consequence is being developed exclusively by the private sector. If you look back at the advent of electricity, the nuclear fusion, CRISPR, any, GPS, those were all moments, the internet, where the government had a seat at the table as that technology was being developed, and they don't right now. And that, I think, I think the government is having a bit of a hard time figuring out how to handle that reality. What I think it looks like, I think it looks like, a different way of thinking about public-private partnership. I think, there's no question in my mind that the government needs to be working really closely with frontier AI labs and having the ability to see under the hood what is happening at the frontier, at the leading edge, before those things get released. We're not really there yet. We do that in anecdotal ways, but it's not routinized. It's not contingent on an MOU. It's actually by people like myself and Tarun inside of these companies saying, hey, we're going to have to go talk to the national security community about this. And I think, we're going to need to build some reps and sets and mature that if, as this technology gets more capable.
Well, and Tarun, when you look at that, I mean, to speak of that 6-month period, obviously, there's a presidential transition. That is how our democracy works. I think we can all understand why we respect and appreciate that. But China's not having that moment. Other nations aren't having that are interested in developing this technology or are already doing so in terms of how that works for them. So I wonder how the United States handles something like that.
Well, this is where I think Charlie's absolutely right, and credit to him for the congressional institute that he runs to try to build bipartisan consensus around issues like this, and I think we actually can. So if I think about where is there strong bipartisan agreement, one, to build critical AI infrastructure in the United States. What's that we're going to require? More energy and reform on power and permitting issues. China brought on around 400 gigawatts of power last year. We brought on around 56. By 2028, we're going to need another 50 gigawatts just for AI uses, we think. So that's an area where the president was just in Pennsylvania talking about this Tuesday. Our CEO was there. I think there's bipartisan support for what the administration is going to do there. Second, on diffusion, I think there's work on more financing for data centers abroad so that you have American AI in more places around the world. And then I think on China, the need for export controls, the need for faster adoption is another area. The coalition may not look like the old bipartisan coalition on China. It may be different for a variety of reasons, but I think we can build it again.
Just on the energy piece, Tarun mentioned on Tuesday, Senator Dave McCormick set up an energy summit in AI in Pittsburgh. The president was there, Governor Shapiro was there, Fetterman was there. It was bipartisan. And they really highlighted the importance of energy in this whole conversation. When I was in Congress, I represented 3 Mile Island. You may remember the nuclear plant that melted down in 1979. The one reactor has been sealed since then, but there was another reactor operating up until just about the time I left Congress. Well, it was shuttered. The community was unhappy about it. It's been reopened. Microsoft bought it just to fuel their data center, that one nuclear reactor. And then what happened in Pittsburgh dealt with, BlackRock, I think, announced tens of billions of dollars of investment in natural gas to help fuel data centers out in the south and western Pennsylvania. So it's hard to separate this national security conversation from the energy conversation because the amount of demand and the amount of energy required is so significant. And we got a lot of catching up to do, as you pointed out. I mean, we're far behind the Chinese. And if we want to maintain this leadership, we're going to have to build that infrastructure out. And that was a good sign on Tuesday. And I applaud Senator McCormick for putting that on.
So when you see, Katrina, something like what happened on Tuesday, I mean, obviously that's a step, I would assume, in the right direction of what you'd like to see more of. But when you have these conversations with officials, do you feel that they take it seriously? How do you believe that they look at it?
when they understand it, they take it seriously.
But do they understand it, I think, is a key question.
We have a responsibility. We're going to have to bridge that gap. I mean, one of the things that, I started at OpenAI about a year and a half ago now, and that means that I started at OpenAI longer than 2/3 of its employees ago. So, I was the first person, I think, in OpenAI, other than maybe Anna Makanju, who had any national security background or experience whatsoever. So, it's not native in these companies for people to really understand these particular implications or be, thinking about them in the same way that people, here at the Aspen Security Forum are. So, we've spent a lot of time really thinking about how do we up-level the understanding. Here, one thing I noticed, because I talk to people about AI all day, every day. One shift I've seen in the year and a half that I've been doing this is a real shift away from being a bit in a defensive crouch and talking about risk all the time, which is pretty much all we did, a year and a half ago, to now, even in this panel, like really talking about what happens if we don't get the opportunity side right. So I have seen a shift in this time frame between those two worlds, and I think we're getting closer to the right balance there. But some of it is also in demonstrating the capabilities. We have had to think really creatively about how we create the right demos to show people, like, listen, this is what it means for you that this technology has now had this massive capability jump. And, for us, that has looked like showing what it could mean from a, drone development capacity. It's meant showing its ability to do GeoInt at a level that is really sophisticated already. Some of it is also helping people understand the more mundane applications that can really be useful for toil reduction and changing, what it looks like to be a cybersecurity expert in government, like by removing some of the parts of the job that are really just not that fun to do and can be automated. So I think there's a lot of educating that we still have to do. What I'm really looking forward to is getting the technology in the hands of users. There is, one of the things I always say is you don't get fit by reading about working out, and you don't get smart about AI as much as you are all getting smarter about AI right now by hearing a panel discuss it. You get smart about it by using it.
Except this panel.
This panel, everyone's getting.
You're all going to be geniuses when you walk out of here.
But I mean, really, you have to use it. And if you aren't using it right now, it is not available at every workstation in the DoD, for example, and we're going to have to change that because the best ideas, the most transformational use cases, they're not going to come from us in industry. They're going to come from the men and women in uniform. They're going to come from the intelligence community officials. They're going to come from down and in, and the only way we're going to start to see that bear fruit is by getting it in the hands of users.
Tarun, what does that look like in terms of, we talked about the public trust and what it looks like in the United States for AI capabilities and people just using it in their daily basis, which I have noticed, though, in the last 6 months, just people in my regular life use AI way more on a day-to-day basis. The hair and makeup people at CNN talk about this, how they use it. I'm as a guest on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It comes out, please don't watch, in a few weeks. And I was talking about being nervous about it because, I spend my day reading newspapers and preparing for briefings, but I was thinking about, just random knowledge and what I know. And one of the artists at CNN was like, you should just use ChatGPT. How do I prepare for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And I did it, and it was actually so helpful just in terms of random ways to study or prepare for a game show, pulling how other people have done it. But I think, convincing people that at work, this is going to make your life easier or more efficient. How do you make that case?
Yeah, look, I think it's a great example, and it goes to Katrina's point. You just have to get the technology in people's hands to use it. So we see what is driving adoption rapidly. It's when a combatant commander has started using it and then says, everyone here is going to be using this, and I want to see it being used for the following mission sets. I want to see it being used in an exercise and so on and so forth. There is a dilemma, though, which is we have to do that, get it into the hands of users. But the transformational piece is not just using it as a chatbot, right? The transformational piece is once you start using it, then how do I re-engineer the way I do the mission, right? But that's not unique to the national security mission. Anyone who's in a C-suite here is experiencing the same thing, where the CEO is telling them, I want to know how you're going to use this to be much more efficient, to be much more productive, and hit all of these goals. And you have to do that while bringing it in and see how people start to use it.
Just on My key artificial intelligence advisor is my 29-year-old son, who is a software engineer. And I talk to him about this regularly, and I say to him, Dario and others, their CEO, has talked about, 25% of entry-level jobs are going to be, white-collar entry-level jobs are going to be gone. I say, you're a software engineer to my son, they say you're going to be out of work because you code. He writes a language called Python. I thought it was a constricting snake, but that's what he writes. And he says, no, I'm not going to be out of a job. You kidding me? He says, he tells me, he says, you have to know how to use this. If you know how to use this, you control the AI. It doesn't control you. And he sees all these applications. He's not all worried about losing work. He sees all upside on this stuff. So I think you're absolutely right that people have to use this stuff, not talk about using it, but actually use it. And there's enormous opportunity. And those who figure it out, I think, are going to have a pretty interesting path forward.
And one thing that you focus on, Katrina, is how to use this to make people's jobs better, more efficient. Obviously, we're talking about this in the lens of a national security perspective. And when people hear this, they're thinking, okay, how are you using that on the battlefield? There's been conversations about this with Ukraine or with Israel's war in Gaza and what that looks like. There is a question of these companies are developing these AI models. How are they being deployed on the battlefield? What if it's the same model on both sides of the battlefield? Those are big picture questions that I think a lot of people have that we don't know yet, but there are questions of what does that look like when it's actually in practice?
I mean, the answer is we don't know yet. What I think, I think you have to start somewhere, and I would advise that we not start there, right? Like, these models are really good at a number of things. And we need to actually do more kind of testing and evaluation before we start relying on them in contexts like warfighting, where the stakes are incredibly high. Like, I want to start with transforming the military health system. Like, I want to start with taking everything we've learned from private sector use of these models, and I want to go to the chronically underfunded, Defense Health Agency and say, okay, like, what lessons have we learned over here how can we solve traumatic brain injury? I mean, these are things that we could be doing right now. And so I think one of the things that tends to scare people is the idea of, like, taking humans out of the loop for critical decision making, mass surveillance being enabled by these models. Those are all things that we aren't in the business of doing right now. And I don't know what the future will hold. I think that when these models are more capable, we need to really stress test what our policy lines are around things like that. But there are so many things short of that, changing the way the intelligence community workflow works, making sure that we're actually identifying and pulling together disparate threads of information. I mean, we've spent the last 20 years creating more data than any human can ever process. And now we have this tool that can process data really, really effectively and surface really hard questions for humans so that they can focus their time and energy on the things that only humans can do. And that's really what I think good looks like in this space. But, we're going to have to, I think, start somewhere, and where we start looks like getting it in the hands of users. But when I look out into the future and I say, okay, like, what does it look like for government to really make big bets? Because to Tarun's point, the real transformation isn't going to come from the chat function. It's going to come from using AI to do things that are not possible to do today. And what does that look like? It looks like custom model development, using government data, building models that are trained to do things that there is no commercial application for, that are exclusively for giving the government an asymmetric advantage. That's not really happening in any, there's pockets of excellence and little glimmers of that right now. But I think the next year is going to be really transformational. And I give a lot of credit to the DoD and to the Chief Data and AI Office in particular for their announcement of these massive partnerships with all of the frontier AI labs. Tarun's Anthropic is one of them. OpenAI is one of them. There are others. Google is one of them. What it is doing is it's actually bringing us together. And instead of the way the normal acquisition process works, the government figures out its requirements over here in secret and then says to the industry, this is what I want, bring me this thing. And right now, the government doesn't know what it needs AI to do for it. We have a better insight into what it should be doing than they do. And what they've done with these contracts is they've said, we don't actually know. Can we just spend some time with you figuring out what we should be doing? And it's a different model, and I give them a lot of credit for really, this is doing anything differently than you've always done it in the Pentagon is always hard. So the fact that they've been able to do this is I think, something to celebrate. But I really think that by bringing all of the frontier labs to the table, the Defense Department is going to get something bigger than the sum of its parts.
That's such a great point on those new contracts that were awarded. Trent, I wonder what you just think of what does that look like in terms of when you're kind of given a contract, but it's blank. You don't really know exactly what the requirements are. You don't have the 3 things that you have to fulfill in order to fulfill that contract.
So I'm in full agreement with Katrina about this. This is the right way to do it, because the initial contract is basically, we need you to offer your time, your expertise to come in and help build out what the capabilities could be. And there's really no other way to do it. And there's a responsibility on the part of the labs to help do that. So I think about where we were 1 year ago and where we were today. So as Katrina mentioned, there was a national security memorandum from the previous administration saying, thou shalt adopt frontier AI, but it was pilots, do the following pilots. Today, we have contracts from the Defense Department. There's serious work happening in the intelligence community to integrate data and do all sorts of things that just wasn't really, I didn't think was actually going to happen a year ago. So there's real progress. And other innovative things, like the Army has set up a detachment where you come in as a lieutenant colonel if you have the right background, and you're going to do exactly what Katrina's talking about, which is help them figure out what are the requirements and what can the capability be.
Yeah, I want to take some audience questions too. Congressman, just in terms of the congressional role in this, we always talk about what that looks like in terms of regulating it and how they handle that. What do you think is the other side of this from the lawmakers that you heard from when you were hosting them in terms of what they want to see in terms of advancing it?
Well, a few things, and to follow up a little bit on what Katrina said too about the Pentagon. You talked about defense health, and that would be a great area to lead in. I have a kind of more basic issue. The great white whale of procurement reform at the Pentagon. And there are probably a bunch of experts in this room on that subject, but the Pentagon kind of thinks in terms of like hardware. Weapon systems takes a long time from beginning to end. Then you got to start thinking more about software, and how fast that moves. And is the Pentagon going to be ready to deal with procurement in a serious way? And that Congress has a role there. But again, I think the fundamental question for Congress is, where do they begin? I think they need industry experts and other technology leaders to give it guidance about where to begin, where to start, how they should do this, because I think they just aren't sure. I mean, they know they're going to need a federal preemption, that you can't have 50 state laws dealing with all this. I mean, if there was an interstate issue, this is it. I mean, it's more than an interstate issue. But so clearly, they know they're going to have to preempt the states at some point. There will be federalism fights and all that. But that's going to happen. But then it's an open slate. Where do we go from? And does Congress need to create a separate entity to regulate AI? Or do we house it at NIST or, wherever, Commerce, Pentagon? I don't know. But that's more questions than answers.
Could it help the Pentagon pass an audit?
1,000% yes. It absolutely can help the Pentagon pass an audit. I would be surprised if every single one of the AI companies didn't have that on their list of use cases to talk about through the CDAO contracts that we all just got. But some of the most transformational things are going to be the boring back office things, and they're going to free up incredible resources for the Defense Department to do things that would be unsustainable if it had to do them by continuing to do things the way we've always done them. And so, when I think about risk, people ask me all the time, what do I think is the biggest risk? The biggest risk from AI? And my answer is always the same. The biggest risk is keeping on doing things the same way that we've always been doing them. That is actually, of all the things that I'm worried about, the one that worries me the most.
I think there is a provision in the draft NDA to do precisely this, to use AI to get us audits.
We'll see if it happens. Please let us know. I do want to take some audience questions. I know this is a high interest subject. We'll start here at the front.
Thank you. Shashank Joshi, Economist. Thank you for your very thought-provoking comments. Tarun, you talked about agentic warfare. And on the subject of use cases, I'd just be interested to hear from both of you. Sorry, shall I start again? Yeah. Can you hear me all?
Can you guys hear him?
Can you hear me?
Okay, you ask your question and then I'll repeat it.
Shout, okay.
Yeah.
On the subject of agentic warfare, Tyrone, you raised it, and on use cases, what does agentic intelligence look like in this context? And a lot of the use cases you're discussing are analysis. Is there a use case in intelligence collection in operations that you're also seeing or could envision?
Yeah, look, I think this is simply about an AI using tools, and so this could be an AI, an agent doing things in cyberspace. It could be a team of agents doing things in cyberspace. You can imagine in many other domains. I think to Katrina's point earlier is we don't know yet what exactly the interaction looks like, but I think it's something we're going to have to get our hands around much sooner than we think, particularly as we know that when our companies release agents into the commercial world, we all have safeguards teams looking at what our adversaries are trying to do to use them and experiment with them. And that's obviously really important information that we need to share with the US government.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was trying, if the mic didn't work. Thank you very much for this panel. It's very, very interesting. I was wondering, how do you see the investment and the growth of AI in developing countries, such as in nations in Africa, Latin America, and I like what you said on putting technology in the hands of the people, how you see that on developing countries. Thank you so much.
I can start. I mean, one, I see tremendous, there's a lot more trust in AI and excitement about what it can do in developing countries than there is in the Western world, as I was mentioning earlier. One of the things that, I think everybody's hungry to see what it can do. I think it also creates risk for the US and the Western world that if Chinese models and open source models are out there and being able to be used and people are building on top of them, then the values that are imbued in those systems are going to be the values that are in the models that people are using. And so I think we really need to think about it through a strategic competition lens. One of the things I loved that we did a little over a year ago at OpenAI is we actually created 1-800-ChatGPT, and we made one of the things we realized is that the biggest gap is actually in people's access to Wi-Fi. So if you don't have Wi-Fi, you're going to have a hard time using our tools and technology in the way that you can. So 1-800-ChatGPT gave you the ability to call and have conversations over the phone using our voice mode rather than having to have Wi-Fi. You could just, if you had a phone line, you had access, and that opened the aperture tremendously. And it's something that I think made, we found a lot of people using the technology for advice on health and like reproductive health and all of these, we found really incredible use cases in the developing world that were made possible because, we figured out how to bring it to where people are.
That's so interesting. Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Hello, thank you for being here. My name is Victoria. I'm part of this year's Rising Leaders class. And my question is, how do you see this technology shaping younger generations, particularly Generation Alpha? They're not only going to be digital nomads, but AI nomads. Natives. We've seen critical thinking skills of children go down with the use of AI. We've seen those cases of a child attempting against his own life because of the conversations he's been having with a chatbot. What are some pros of having children grow up this way, and what are we doing from your side on the private sector to prepare and protect our children?
This goes way beyond my expertise, but I'll say I think it raises a broader point, which is what is the responsibility of companies operating at the frontier when we know our technology is going to have transformative impacts on jobs, on education, on healthcare, on national security. And so our view has been we need to put resources against bringing best-in-class expertise, say in the case of job impacts, economists, to the company to interface with our technologists so they can understand what will it mean in particular sectors, because the real answers to many of these questions is we don't know yet. And in many cases, people who study these areas don't know the technology well enough, and they wouldn't, it's not clear how they would. So that's something that we all, I think, have to do as frontier companies, and we need to bring all those discussions out into the open. I think sometimes there are closed-door discussions, in C-suites or conferences where people are talking about what the job impacts should or might be, but we don't talk about them openly. I think it needs to be much more transparent.
Yeah, and it is a question. Go ahead.
But there's also a role, there's a question about what is the responsibility of these companies, and I think that's one that we take pretty seriously, and I know other AI companies do as well. But there's also a bigger question, which is what is the role of the government and of society to think about this too? The best analogy that I have for what this moment is and what to compare it to is the advent of electricity. And, I think that the makers of, electricity had to contend with some of it, but they had government partnership to help them figure out how to safely, we don't even think about the fact that we're sitting a few feet away from an electrical outlet that could, in theory, kill us at any moment of the day, because we've figured out how to make it safe enough for people to use and to use in ways that are productive, and help us in society. We're gonna have to do the same thing with AI, the same technology that is going to enable all of the incredible things that we've talked about on the stage will undoubtedly enable some things that we don't want. And figuring out how to do that is kind of a whole of society responsibility.
And remember when Edison had the discoveries on electricity, many people at that time thought it was too dangerous of a technology for common people to use.
I'm not going to bring this back to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but there was a question when I was studying that was, who was the first president who lived in the White House with electricity but was too scared to actually flip the light switches himself? William Henry Harrison. It was $1 million question in case anyone's curious. Go ahead in the back. Yeah. All of you. Yeah, don't worry, we'll get to you. We have 6 minutes.
Thanks very much. Emma Belcher, President of Ploughshares Nuclear Weapons Threat Reduction Organisation. Katrina, I was thrilled to hear you say use caution when thinking about the battlefield. And I wanted to get your reaction to studies that we've seen recently that have shown that increasingly wargaming that relies on AI is resulting in escalation that leads to nuclear use disproportionately. This to me suggests that maybe there's some bias in the data and the algorithms, which potentially has pretty damaging implications. So I'm just wondering if you could comment on that case.
Well, I can tell you, we actually did a war game. We hosted a war game here at the Aspen Security Forum prior to the start of the regular program. It didn't lead to that outcome. So I'm not familiar with the studies that you're citing, but here's what I will tell you that I am excited about, and I think, knowing your background, that you will be interested in this as well. One of the partnerships, our first partnership with the federal government actually was with the U.S. National Labs, and we have decided to deploy our model weights. We have deployed them for the first time ever outside of our own infrastructure inside a U.S. government secure classified supercomputer. And what it is enabling us to do is to really help advance the frontier of science in a way that allows us to do increasingly complicated math and scientific discovery that are essential to underpinning our commitment to no nuclear testing. Because every year, the NNSA has to certify the viability of the nuclear stockpile, and every year doing that gets harder and harder and harder. And I am really excited about the possibility that we are actually going to facilitate maintaining U.S. policy on this for a longer time period than we ever would have without this technology. And I think that would be an amazing outcome of the use of this technology for national security.
Go ahead.
Thank you to the panel. Great discussion. I was hoping you could comment on access to talent, even in the context of national security. It occurs to me, and I think anybody observing, that so many of the top AI researchers are foreign-born, and we also see a number of changes to student visa programs, access to grants, funding, and such that might be making the United States less hospitable location for drawing in the world's talent.
Well, it's already happening. I've been talking to academic leaders who have been telling me that that some of their top talent is being courted heavily by Europe right now. And I think this country, and I think policymakers, if they're listening, that they need to continue to make major investments in basic research. We have to, because our competitors, especially the Chinese, are making those investments, as are our friends in Europe. They're doing the same thing. and we are really at risk of a brain drain. I mean, that's been our advantage. The talents always come here, and I think that's been a big part of our technological edge in so many areas, from medical research to quantum computing to you name it. We've been the leaders. But it's a real threat. It's a problem. And I think the Congress is going to have to step up and reassert itself on that very issue where it's been so strong for a very long time.
Yeah, look, the competition in AI boils down to chips, talent, and energy. And in all three, we ought to be maxing out everything we can do. That's how you get to AI dominance.
Well, and when you are in this book about the development of the nuclear weapon, I mean, you realize how many of these scientists were driven to the United States by the war in Europe. And just to think about that, if that had not happened and we had not had those brilliant minds working in the lab, is a fascinating part of this as well. I think we have time for maybe one more question.
Hi, my name is Shannon. I'm with the Rising Leaders, and I'm a public diplomacy practitioner in Denver. And so, Katrina, what you were saying about the values instilled in certain large language models, depending on where they're coming from, reminds me of some conversations that I've had with some of my international exchange participants about. So my broader question is, who decides what the values are that are instilled in the large language models that we're working with, especially coming from the private sector? I'm sure many of us have seen some of the challenges that Grok has had. And so who makes those decisions? Who's controlling those buttons?
So right now, it's the AI companies themselves, and there isn't any real regulation or oversight of how we do that. The way that we do it at OpenAI, we have a model policy team that develops something that we call the model spec. And if you guys are interested in this question, which I think is a super important question, you should pull out your phone and pull up the model spec, because what we did, and now other companies have done as well, is we published it. We actually wrote down what we taught the model and why, and how we taught it to, what values we instilled, and then we made that transparently available to everybody. Now, I don't think people we did that because we think that we should have a debate as a society about what values, we made certain decisions and trade-offs in doing that. You may not agree with all of them. We should have that discussion. We should have that debate as a society. The AI companies do it all a little bit differently, some of them a lot differently. And I think in the end, what is different between building on top of American AI versus building on top of Chinese AI is that we're being transparent about the values we're instilling in the model, and they are not.
Yeah, I think this is a really important question. You're probably going to hear much more about it in the next, few weeks or so in Washington. But I think the best you can do is be transparent, to Katrina's point, about what you were doing to train the model. And I think it's okay that there will be some models that are going to be trained a bit differently depending on a number of considerations. But so long as you know what you are getting, and then there are market dynamics, right, where enterprise is choosing to go, with certain kinds of models. You have consumers choosing to go with certain kinds of models as well. But I think the key things are we being as transparent as possible about how we're doing this.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say in conclusion is that one of our key policy objectives has to be making sure that development of AI aligns with our values and our interests. And that's why this diffusion of this technology, we want to make sure people are using American systems so we can control the systems and our values, as opposed to maybe the Chinese, and God knows what they'll do on surveillance and other things. So that's the issue. We have to make sure it aligns with our interests and our values.
And there's another panel tomorrow that will focus more exclusively on what that looks like with China, which I think will be a fascinating conversation. Thank you all. That was great. I really enjoyed that, and I hope you all did as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That snuck up on us. Just a little housekeeping. For those of you who would like to have lunch, there's going to be a fascinating continuing conversation in the basement on AI with Craig Mundy and Anya on his recent book, and also tent outside. See you at 1:30 back in here for Adam Bowler. Thank you.
two. Hey, hey. Check, check. Mic number 9. Mic number 9. Check, 1, 2. Just normal talking voice. Normal talk. Okay. Mic number 1. Mic number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin shortly. Please make your way to Door Hosier as the program will begin shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. The program will begin momentarily. Please find your seats. The program will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. The program is about to begin. Please find your seats. The program is about to begin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. I hope you all got to sit outside in the beautiful tent and have some lunch. We're so happy you're back here. I am terrible at social media, but I have been told to say that you all should follow us on @Aspen Security Forum on Instagram and X and repost and all those great things. We're happy that you're all engaging with us. And we are really happy to get the second half of the day started with someone who's really special. So Adam Bowler is with us. He is currently the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Response at the U.S. Department of State, but he has done so many more things. I'm going to invite you up here, and then I'm going to brag about you and Caitlin. But Adam was also instrumental in doing the Abraham Accords in the first Trump administration, and he was the first CEO of the kind of reformed U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. So he works on China Belt and Road, he works on the Middle East, and now he works on hostages. And I think he told me yesterday that this administration has already freed 61 American hostages since you took office, which is amazing. And I think the man doesn't sleep at all. And to have a really wonderful conversation with him is Caitlin Collins.
In case you guys aren't sick of me.
We are not sick of you. You were fantastic on AI, and now you are so broad and understand all these topics, so we're very happy that you're here to interview Adam. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, and we're excited. Glad to have you guys all back here after lunch. I think one of the things that people are most curious about with your job, which before I covered the White House, I didn't even know that that was really an entire role on its own or that one person was dedicated to that. And obviously we've seen with so many high-profile cases over not just the last, what has happened since Trump has returned to office, but over the last 8 years, all these high-profile cases of people who are hostages or wrongfully detained. Can you just walk us through what your day-to-day is like? What is your job like when you wake up in the morning and throughout the day?
It's an interesting question. I think in my job, you have to thrive on the unpredictable. And so for me, that could range from, we'll have kind of our planned day, but that will range from the current situation, like let's say today, right? You have some movement forward that I think the President and Steve, some movement forward on the Gaza side, right? So there's some back and forth there and discussion because, one, the President's made it clear that we want to get all, not only Americans, but all hostages home there. We still have 2 Americans left there. And so there'll be that variety. Then there'll be something that's happening with a Latin American country where we have some people that we want to think about it. Then we'll be planning, okay, how can we, the President has really asked us to think how you really redefine bringing Americans home and making it the default, not even something that so we're working on different solutions there. So I would say there's a variety of different interactions. I spoke with the president of a country this morning. So it's a variety back and forth. And then you have things like this, which is really important in terms of getting our message out on what the administration's doing and then how we get the rest of the hostages. So it's a variety.
Well, and with Gaza, I mean, we were going to get there, but we'll just continue there since you brought that up. I mean, you have spoken directly with Hamas at times and in this negotiation period as they've tried hard to get Americans home, Israelis who are being held, other citizens that are still being held in Gaza or have been killed and their bodies are still being held, which I've spoken to a lot of these families. They still want their loved ones to come home. That means just the same to them. What is that like? How do you does anything prepare you for speaking to members of Hamas? What is that like for you?
For me, I keep my thought on my job and what I'm supposed to do, which is, and really we think about it as bring people home and make sure they're never taken again. And so the way that I best do that is try to think through what do they want, what do we want, and where are there some commonalities where it ends up resulting in Americans, or in this case, Israelis coming home. Like in a job, I try to keep it unemotional from that perspective. Probably as a person, I deal with emotion at a different time.
Yeah.
But when I'm on the job, I'm focused on my objectives.
Yeah. But on that specifically, I mean, there have been so many moments where it seemed like Hamas and Israel were close to a ceasefire or close to an agreement, and you are speaking with these families, I presume, who are hoping their loved ones had come home. How do you balance, not giving them false hope, but also making them still have hope that they will get their loved ones? And we've seen these remarkable cases where people have come home.
So my predecessor, Roger, who's a friend, he's a great guy. My predecessor before, by the way, Robert O'Brien, who hired Roger, who was the National Security Advisor in Trump 1, I asked them advice before starting the role. Honestly, one of my points of advice is if you get very upset, how do you react in front of the families?
Yeah.
What do you tell families? And their best advice is just be authentic and be truthful. And so if at that moment you're feeling something, you can let that show. And I do my best from a family perspective to be extremely responsive. And so my view is, if someone says to me now, well, are my loved one's going to be released in the very near term? I'll tell you, I am more optimistic than I have been in a while about that. But I'm also going to be honest and authentic about what the barriers are. And so what I found is those families have been through way more than I've been through. I don't need to soft pedal to them. What I owe them is responsiveness and authenticity.
So you find that they prefer when you're just straightforward with them and not optimistic, I guess, at times, or how you view the situation?
Yeah, their children, family members have been taken away, have been killed. They don't need bullshit from me. They need somebody that's going to be honest with them, and they can certainly take that.
Where do things stand right now when it comes to Gaza, and how close do you think we are? I mean, obviously the Prime Minister of Israel was just in Washington last week. He was there for several days, meeting with the president, top officials, Secretary of State Marco Rubio as well. He was himself a little, I think, hesitant to say it's close, because there's been those moments where it's gotten closer. Where do you think that stands today?
I think there's two forces that come together, and I'll tell you why I think it's possible. One is you have political reality on the ground in Israel. And in that way, there's never been a better time. Because of Bibi's enormous success and our success in supporting him in Iran gives enormous strength to him domestically. And what I found, I find this certainly in Israel, some of their best leaders, but also in the United States, some of our best leaders, and I'm referring to the person I work for and the president, strength is the best time to do something. So from that side, it makes me optimistic. The other side, Hamas. You asked spending time with them, and there are bad guys that are, because I talk to bad guys, right? It's my job. They're all, you generally don't see me on a negotiation side if you're like a really good guy.
Someone nice isn't taking Americans hostage.
Yeah. So I deal with bad guys, right? So it's like, and so, so some bad guys, they negotiate and they act in different ways. Hamas in particular is very hard-headed, very hard-headed. And I think that's what's very frustrating for people negotiating with them is there are things based on what I know they want that they should lean forward and do. And I'll give you a specific example with the Don Alexander. Hamas had multiple times where they probably lost leverage over time, right? Look at the whole war. They continue to hold out. Israel continues to kick their ass. And yet, they still think they have leverage. And so they are very hard-headed. I do think Israel's leaning in a lot. Because I do think Bibi has the opportunity, I mean, I'd already call him a legend in terms of redrawing the map in the Middle East, sweeping, phenomenal. I think he has the opportunity to be that, squared. When they look at requirements and redrawing maps now, that's a big lean-in from Israel. And so what I will say is it's closer than it's been. And if it doesn't happen now, in my strong opinion, it would be continued hard-headedness from Hamas, in which case Israel will continue to take action as they should.
Is there a part where, as the time goes on and there is more time for more things to happen, following the strikes by Israel and Iran and then the United States, but then there's moments, right before we came out here, the Prime Minister's office was putting out a statement because they hit a holy site in Gaza, and how they're dealing with that and the public sentiment in places like Europe, where it is not the same as it is in terms of the longer the war goes on, the more that they do lose public sentiment in some places.
I think that if you follow public sentiment, if you're a country like Israel, and world sentiment, that's a very dangerous thing to do because they're fighting for their survival all the time. And to me, again, it's not a fight Palestinian-Israel, it's a fight between a terrorist group that's pushing. And so, in my opinion, they need to do what they need to do. And that's also been the American view, which is they need to do that. Now, that doesn't mean in the scope of war like that, especially when you have people like Hamas that are embedded in places that mistakes don't happen. And I will give Israel credit, which is when mistakes happen, they say them. I saw today, and I saw the statement. It didn't deny it. It said they're looking into, it's an issue. So I think Israel should count on itself to say, hey, this can happen. I'm sure it was not on purpose. I think usually and then we'll do an investigation and say this is a real issue.
So Hamas is hard-headed. You've also gone to Kabul and met with the Taliban. I mean, when you took this job, what were you expecting going into moments? There's no science. There's nothing to prepare you for something like that, really. Maybe you can talk to Roger Carstens or people who have held your job before. How do you prepare for a meeting like that?
So in that particular case, or sometimes before, I ran in the first administration. We have a $60 billion bank called DFC. It was called OPEC, so I was the first CEO of it. And I ran that bank. And the purpose of that bank is to drive development in countries, but it's also to advance our foreign policy. And so if you think about that bank's role, think of me of the positive side of incentives, with maybe the negative side if you're talking to bad guys being our military or other things. In that role, I was often with folks on our military or intelligence and talking to some of these people. So in the Taliban example, I was working with Ambassador Khalilzad at the time on a tri-party peace agreement and what that would look like. And so in that case, in me doing that, my portion of that was, hey, we have a $60 billion lithium mine we could build in Afghanistan, but we can't because of security issues, which, by the way, is you. And if you were to enter into something, that could be a potential in a tri-party agreement. So I say all this, which is those same Taliban, those are the same people. We just got older. So those are the same people. When we were working on the Abraham Accords, it was still Sheikh Mohammed. He was a little more junior, but he was still, what he was. It was still MBS. It was still, so in some ways what's interesting, and I feel like this is administration-wide in some ways, which is, it's obviously so unusual, or almost never, unless one considers FDR's term, to have an administration that learned, that was able to do foreign policy and make relationships, then have a gap, and then have those relationships, because they haven't changed much. Yeah. So it's kind of an interesting setup from that perspective. So one, I do listen and I talk to Roger, I do talk to Robert, et cetera, but a lot of the people that I work with now are the same people.
And what's fascinating about that, though, is on their side, it is total continuity. I mean, those people have been there nonstop. I wonder how you think that changes the approach of they're coming to the table with you knowing this is an administration that's here for this period, isn't going to go on any longer because of the term limits, and you're approaching with them, and they've been there since you were there 8 years ago.
Yeah, it's unusual. And look, this is the constant press I always think of the United States system, which are maybe some of our negative is usually the max of 8 years. In this case, it'll go on longer in a way, right? Because you'd have relationships that start out there and could end up even longitudinal. But we don't have the view that some would, like I'm thinking of our ex-ambassadors to Kuwait who had been there through like 4 administrations. And it's so interesting, by the way, to hear their view of how things change because they're consistent. Now, at the same time, in our system, we refresh and we don't, so it's the push and pull on some of those things. But it is interesting. I would say, I know from a foreign policy perspective, I find it very helpful because otherwise, I think about, let's say, Jared, as he was leaning on the Abraham Accords before. So much of Jared's success in Abraham Accords was because he put in years of relationship. And it wasn't clear it was going to pan out before the opportunity to strike the Abraham Accords happened. It wasn't clear always. And I think in countries in the Middle East, oftentimes we appear transactional. But they're relationship-driven countries. People raise capital here, if you know that. It's important that you build a relationship, and that can be hard. So I think that's what's particularly different about President Trump's term now, and I think it will make him ultimately very successful because of that and some of the people around it.
Do you think we'll see, just speaking of the Abraham Accords, we'll see that grow in the next 6 months or a year?
I do. I think the Saudis were clear at the end of our administration. I think the Saudis were clear in the Biden administration. I think
they were close.
Yeah. And so here's what I would say on all of these things. I think that the inherent reasons there was interest there haven't changed. And sometimes people say to me, oh, especially post-October 7th right away, they'd say, well, what about the Abraham Accords? Because you helped work on them, do you feel that they've degraded, or do you feel like it wasn't worth it or you lost things? I actually feel exactly the opposite. I think the accords that we drove in President Trump's administration the first time, they've held strong. And so people make comments publicly. But if you look at the support, it was a totally different Middle East than if we had been in a war years before. And so I feel optimistic. And I know, as I said, people like Steve Witkoff, Marco, and the president are very focused on that.
When it comes to, just to finish on negotiating with bad guys, or bad women, if you're doing this with Hamas, with the Taliban, some people may say, where do you draw the line in terms of the actual negotiations with them and what that looks like in terms of sitting at the table with them and giving them that credibility, and also not encouraging them to take more hostages and get that face-to-face interaction with someone from the White House?
So here, I'll use actually, again, my boss's example in President Trump, which is meeting with somebody doesn't mean giving anything, right? I think meeting with somebody is 2 things. One, it's at least some level of understanding of what they want, which can be very difficult to understand if there's no direct interaction. And by the way, what can happen is people can just rely on other people's views. Sometimes those views could be 20 years ago, and they just keep repeating the same. So I think having direct interaction is important. The second thing that I think is important is it can cut down on cycle time. Because otherwise, in indirect negotiations, this one says this one, and it is literally a game of telephone like when we were kids. So I think, one, that's what dialogue happens. I would say there's 2 important things, though. Meeting with people doesn't mean you agree to a deal with them. Quite frankly, I probably think means you can be harder at knowing what they want. And then the second thing that I think people fear, and one would always need to know, is you wouldn't meet with somebody and then think, oh, we met, therefore, human reaction, because people would think, oh, maybe they're not pushing this, or maybe they are. But the reality is, you're prepped before, I'm under no illusions ever. These are bad people. They're bad guys. And so they're bad guys. And so I'm not making a moral evaluation. I don't want to go get beers with the guys. What I want is Americans out now, and I want them never to take them again.
When you sit down with them face to face, how do you start that conversation? How's your week going? Where are you summering? Like, what do you say to them? What's your opening line?
Honestly, very quickly, I would want to know what they want. And I don't just mean like in the immediate, but one of the things would be, what are you aiming for? Like, where do you want to get to? Because if I know where they want to get to, then I can say, okay, that's what they want. What do I want? And then is there any commonality in terms of what we want or not, by the way? Because I'll tell you, I could sit down, I'll give an example. I'm not going to say who said this to me. This was in the
Come on.
in the first administration.
No one's recording this.
I met with a senator, and he said, Adam, he said, you can bribe the Taliban, but you've got to kill the ISIS.
Okay, whose accent is that? I'm like, is that like John Kennedy? I'm trying to think.
The great news is I'm really bad at accents, so it's impossible. I literally just like, it was probably, you cannot get it because I'm so bad at it.
Tuberville? I don't know. I'm trying to think. It sounded a little southern.
But the senator's point actually was a good one, which is, in some ways, why do you say it? Because fundamentally, at the end of the day, I'm not sure that the Taliban wants America destroyed. I actually don't care that much. They wanted Afghanistan. ISIS, there's probably no room. And there's just nothing you can do. Now, there are things you can do, and that's why he said, kill the ISIS. And sometimes, that's the answer. I mean, honestly, probably more than half the times that can be the answer in bad guys. But if it doesn't have to be that answer, you can try to learn and see if there's a route one way or the other.
When you went into this job, did you have any assumptions about what it would be like that have changed now that you've been in the role for a few months?
You never know how well you're going to do. And what I hoped was that a president that is focused on action would result in more Americans coming home. I hope this. And ultimately, if you think about what I do, I'm a bit of I'm like a sales guy. I have a product I sell. I have an outcome, and I sell a product. And what I'm happy about is the 61 number, right? And again, it's not because I'm so awesome. It's because I have a president and a team that backs it up. And so sometimes people will say, when I'm negotiating, there was one with some bad guys, and I sent a tweet to Secretary Rubio, and I sent it, and it was an aggressive tweet while I'm negotiating with them, and Marco's like, are you sure? Like, you're right there in that, but my view on that, no. That gives me, it's the opposite way, it gives me strength. When we decided to make a move, and the president decided to move on Iran, for me, getting Americans out, that's going to get Americans out. Because what do I need to say? You don't want to listen to the president. One of his core platforms is getting Americans out. Look what happens. He said something, when we said it on the Hamas side, everybody said, oh, when will it happen? Some people said, he said this. It does not. A week from now, I knew that we would enable Israel, that we would work together, and some of those things would happen. And so it's so important to have that credibility. And that kind of credibility doesn't bring Americans home. It makes people think twice before they take them.
How do you guys divide up the workload in terms of, you're a special envoy, technically. So is Rick Grinnell, and Steve Witkoff obviously is one of the president's top advisors. We've seen each of you have a role in bringing certain Americans home. How do you guys split that up? What does that look like?
Yeah, so the way to think about me versus, let's say Steve, for example. Steve has very vertical focus, right? And so if you think about Steve's focus in the Middle East or what he's been doing, Russia, Ukraine, think about vertical. I'm a horizontal. Think of me like a service provider, which is wherever there are Americans or hostages that the president deems for me to focus on, I am a service provider. My job is, if Steve is able, in this context, to bring people home himself, or somebody goes to Russia and brings someone home, my team, I have a team of 30 people at state. We'll staff it, we'll provide the plane, we'll expedite it, we'll bring a social worker on board to make sure people are okay. We'll bring them to our facility. We have a facility in Texas for folks. And so, but sometimes there isn't somebody doing it. Sometimes it has to be me that goes out. Sometimes it's members of my staff. I'll give you an example. We've gotten a number of Americans out of Belarus. Getting out of Belarus, that involves our ambassador in Lithuania, who's great, by the way. It involves my team members. They went out to meet her. They drove over and picked her up. Now, did I need to be the face of that? No. In fact, my job there is making sure it happens. And sometimes I go, sometimes I don't, but I'm very happy. The way I think of myself is I have a mission. We've got about 50, 60 more Americans. I will continue to do it until there are none. And maybe in theory that never happens because people keep taking it, but I'll keep repeating.
How many are you working on right now, would you say? What's your caseload?
Every American that's there, we think about. I mean, really, prioritization is much more around when there has to sometimes be right circumstance for right things, right? If that makes sense. And so let's use Russia as an example. One of the things that I think people did in engaging Russia, which brought Americans home, was to say, listen, this is a condition even for a discussion. You need to show, the President of the United States is a huge priority. How can you be holding Americans like this? How can you be holding a school teacher that's been there so long? Or how can you be holding a ballerina that's a dual citizen because you give $30 to Ukraine and hope to have any productive discussion? So I think those things are very important to set it. And those drive prioritization because that has to happen in its due time. I will say part of my job is to continually drive urgency on it. But so all Americans that are there that fit into this, we will know about, we will track, we will start pushing, and then when it hits, it hits.
What about deterrence? Because sometimes you see people who are in areas where it's a travel forward, do not travel from the State Department kind of warning, and they're biking or they're on a trip or they're just curious 22-year-olds. How do you work on that?
I mean, you may have seen Secretary Rubio put out, don't go to Iran last week, and you'd sort of think that's like, duh, you know, but you'd be surprised. And so there's a number of forms of deterrence. One, you can inform people. The reality is most people that go, if they're going to go anyway, there's a situation. The other way, again, that you can deter is what things happen because you're an American. If you're going to get $5 billion because you take some Americans, I guarantee you're going to take some Americans. It's very sensitive to do that. So I think you have to, as I said, when I said making sure Americans aren't taken again, I'm very, very sensitive to hostage diplomacy because it doesn't work. And so you will see we very rarely trade people. Very rarely. It'd have to be very unique. Money, forget about it. And I would much
Why do you think it doesn't work?
Because it will incent people to take going forward. So then the question is, so I would say sometimes, like my job, sometimes people, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Sometimes people think that my job is just only the positive side of things, or that, but again, I won't achieve my second goal. So sometimes they're negative incentives too. So sometimes, if you remember the famous moment when the president showed the Taliban their house in the first administration, that's real. And it's not all about, they're bad guys. It's not about feel-good things all the time.
And he showed them a picture of their house saying, basically, we know where you live.
Yeah.
It wasn't subtle.
Yeah, it wasn't subtle. But, you know, it's not, sometimes you have to show, that's what I mean when we moved in Iran. You can't just be nice. And again, I'm happy to carry that message, but I do well because of that too. So I think there's always room, and the president has always stated and oriented toward, I would like a diplomatic solution. He told Iran that. He told, and then Iran tested, and then they saw what they got. So those things are very important, and I think about the same thing from a hostage perspective.
Yeah, I know a lot of people in the audience are interested in this and have questions about your job. We just have a few moments left, but I'd love to hear from anyone. Go ahead. There's a mic right behind you.
So my name is Anniken. I'm Norway's ambassador, and thank you so much for doing the dirty job of talking to the bad guys, because not talking to those we disagree with never leads to anything. So I have two questions. The first one is, how strong support do you think Hamas now has among the Palestinians? And the second question is, what did you think when Taliban took power so quickly after we pulled out?
On the first, I sort of liken it a little bit to support of dictators, which is, or for example, the support of Kim Jong-un within, there's very little alternative one way or the other. It concerns me a lot, right? They're a terrorist group. And so it's a concerning issue. It's one you hope if there's ever going to be something lasting that has to go down. But I think they see very little else programming-wise. On the issue of Afghanistan, I thought that was a disaster. And I don't say it, I want everybody to know here too, for me, I don't say that from a political perspective, because I won't only give negatives, but in that particular case, the issue that you have is everybody agreed that what we were doing wasn't working, right? Massive, like that was totally bipartisan, actually. Deciding to leave by a particular end date instead of circumstances created what was an unmitigated disaster. And in that situation, actually I was just thinking about him because the Crown Prince of Bahrain met with the president last night. And I thought about something that he said to me at the time. This was in between administrations. He said, everybody's watching. And when you see that situation, which looks like Vietnam, people see and it emboldens. And so in my opinion, things like that beget what happens in Russia, Ukraine. People are watching, which begets and emboldens Hamas. In particular, really emboldens one individual. If you ever think one person can't change the world, think about Mohammed Sinwar. In so many ways. So.
John Hudson, I'll call you by name.
Thanks a lot, appreciate it. Adam, as you know, in May, the Trump administration successfully negotiated directly and unilaterally with Hamas for the release of U.S. citizen Eden Alexander. That ruffled some feathers in Netanyahu's office because it was done directly with Hamas with some limited Israeli involvement. Do you think the U.S. should have been striking unilateral deals like this with Hamas earlier on in the war, including during the Biden administration, when Netanyahu at times stood in the way of hostage deals and some Americans were killed in Hamas custody?
So just, I'm going to clarify one important thing and then I'm going to make one suggestion. What I'll clarify is that there was no unilateral deal ever possible. While that's an American citizen, we always were working with the Israeli side. Now, whether or not, I think the question is whether or not discussions on that side were, but there would be no deal that would be possible and that wasn't coordinated with the Israelis. So just a clarifying thing on that. The second thing is, I believe, based on what I see and from discussions, that the United States, when we had people there early on, could have made a difference if we had leaned in more at the beginning. I believe that is likely. Versus holding back. Now, I will say, very easy to judge, from the cheap seats. But I'm not making that judgment by myself. I'm making that judgment from discussion on the military side too. So I think, are there things we could have done better there that would have made a difference for American lives and for Israeli lives? Yeah, of course. No, in terms of being more aggressive in our support of Israel.
We're really out of time, so I'm going to do one more. This is what, normally during my show, the control room's like, wrap. I'm going to get fired.
What do you think, what do you think the hostage recovery process teaches us about the strengths or, negatives of the U.S. interagency process? And if you could change any one thing structurally, culturally, what would it be?
I think an administration, a choice to be slow and more process-oriented has its positives and negatives, but there's a reason why I work for the President of the United States and One reason is the action orientation, one way or the other. And so interagency processes, if done well, move relatively quickly. There's nothing wrong. You have a very talented group of folks where you can get feedback, but at the end of the day, it shouldn't allow people to not make decisions, hide behind not making decisions, and not serve the President of the United States. And I think a bad interagency process slows and does those things. A good one, especially for important decisions, prepares the President with information to make the right call quickly.
Adam Bowler, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Kate.
Thank you all for your great questions.
Susan. Okay, everybody, good afternoon. If I could just ask people to take their seats, and thank you very much. I think this next panel is on an issue that is maybe on a knife's edge, and the panel that requires thinking about the crisis this week and next week, not just next year. And this panel is in conjunction with, obviously, the Aspen Security Forum, but also the Joseph Corbell School of Government and Public Affairs at the University of Denver and of Aspen Kyiv. They are our co-sponsors. It's entitled Front Lines and Fault Lines, Russia, Ukraine, and Beyond. One thought about this panel. The Ukrainian people are fighting for their nation and their state. That's the knife's edge. For the Europeans in the room, it's an existential crisis about the future of Europe. For the Americans in the room, and I'll just say that Condi Rice and I had the huge honor to work for George H.W. Bush. And at the very end of the Cold War, he was able to say, Europe is whole, free, and at peace. And in my personal view, what Putin is threatening is that united Europe, that peaceful Europe, and that democratic Europe. We have an all-star cast, including Condoleezza Rice, former Secretary of State, now at Hoover, directing Hoover so successfully, and the co-chair of the Aspen Strategy Group and the Aspen Security Forum. Pasi Rajala, Political State Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland. Finland has been on the front line supporting Ukraine. We're very grateful of that. Heina Yanchenko, and had the great pleasure to have dinner the other night and hear from her, member of the Supreme Council of Ukraine, living in Kiev under in Kyiv under the bombs. And last but not least, Susan Glasser, who knows a lot about Russia, who reported from Moscow at the beginning of this whole affair of President Putin's leadership of Moscow. And our moderator is a great personal friend of many of us and a great friend of the Aspen Strategy Group, Andrea Mitchell, NBC News. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Nick Burns. It is my honor to be here, having covered Nick Burns at the NSC, at the State Department, NATO, and then in China, and of course, Secretary of State, former National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, and the honor of having covered President George Bush 41 and the transformational period at the end of the Cold War. And to be with our fellow panelists, I'm incredibly honored and pleased to be back here in Aspen, so thank all of you. And it is a pivotal moment. Just a note, a personal note. When I'm in Aspen and elsewhere now, I never come on a stage without my telephone. Some of you may remember that I was without my cell phone a number of years ago with the DNI when a lot of news happened involving Vladimir Putin and President Trump in the first term. And my producer had to crawl below the cameras and pass me a note. And the rest sort of made a little bit of history. So I always have my cell, in case anything were to happen. Secretary Rice, let me start with you. A lot has been happening in Russia this week. Last week has been escalating its attacks against Ukraine. All reports are that Moscow is not backing off, that Putin is not moved by President Trump's announcement about the 50-day ultimatum and the threat of secondary sanctions, and we can discuss that because they would be very hard to enforce. What could be done to get Vladimir Putin to agree to a ceasefire?
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be with you, Andrea. Andrea actually covered me at the State Department, and always, I will say, fairly, but with a certain edge. So we're not expecting any edge today, right, Andrea? Yes, right. So I just want to say first to the Ukrainian people that their bravery and their toughness and their perseverance and their determination to see a free Ukraine has inspired the world. And I hope you know that. Now, I've known Vladimir Putin for a long time, got to know him pretty well, and so I think the first thing to recognize is that his aspiration is one that is not going to be easily met. And that is an aspiration to reestablish the Russian Empire. And I say the Russian Empire, not the Soviet Union, the Russian Empire. He actually once told me, Condi, you know us, Russia's only been great when it's been ruled by great men, like Peter the Great and Alexander II. So that lets you know where he is.
He didn't mention Catherine the Great.
He didn't mention Catherine the Great. She was a woman. That didn't count. But he also didn't mention Stalin or Lenin. And so this is about the Russian Empire. And that cannot be a Russian Empire if there is an independent Ukraine. And we have to understand that that is a very difficult aspiration through which to break through. But I do think that we are going to see over the next several months exactly how much Vladimir Putin can continue to expend on this war. We're in the fighting season now. They are throwing millions of young men at the front. They have had 1 million casualties. The British estimate that they had 100,000 deaths this year. I just want you to understand, these are not the blonde boys from St. Petersburg and Moscow. These are poor kids from Dagestan and from Khabarovsk. And if you think he cares one iota about loss of life, when he talked to a mother in Dagestan and said, well, at least he didn't die of alcohol, and you're going to get an apartment, that tells you something about the callousness of Vladimir Putin. So it's not loss of life that will stop him. They are, at the same time that they're grinding on the front, and it's very slow because the Ukrainians are very tough, at the same time that they're grinding at the front in a kind of World War I style, they have adopted now terrorist attacks against the Ukrainian people. And that's all that you can call these drone attacks and these missile attacks against cities, against kindergartens, against hospitals. These are pure and simple terrorist attacks. Now, in the fighting season, which is only another 3 or 4 months, we will see how far they've advanced. But I think the best news that we could possibly give to the Ukrainian people is that the United States and Europe have finally aligned around the idea that Vladimir Putin will not be stopped with words. He will only be stopped if he believes that he can go no further, he can win no further. And then maybe he decides that he's done enough and he can claim victory. But without continually arming the Ukrainian people, without showing Vladimir Putin that you're not going to leave Ukraine exposed, I think he will keep going. So my answer to how do you stop him is that you show strength, you show resolve, and you back Ukraine. And I do believe that this last week was a turning point. It was a turning point because the president is angry with Putin because he has, in effect, made the president look bad. I think the Europeans have been quite brilliant, and please give my best to Alex Stroop, who helped me tremendously on Georgia.
I will, definitely.
And the Europeans have pulled this together in a way that America can accept it. And so I'm more optimistic now that we have at least alignment between the United States and Europe. We just have to keep pushing to keep that alignment over the next several months.
And given the president's past affinity for Putin, do you think this can last?
Well, I've never been so sure about the affinity for Putin. You know, I think there's a lot of complication there. It has to do with the Russia hoax part of it. It has to do with Ukraine and the phone call that was the impeachment charge. So I don't think there's, I'm not going to go to the Putin is my buddy side. But whatever that personal relationship was, it is no more. And I think we just have to keep, and I'm quite sure there are people around the president, very experienced people around the president, who are continually pointing out that Vladimir Putin doesn't react to words, he reacts to strength.
Helena, do you think this is real and that the President of the United States will keep his commitment to President Zelensky?
Well, this is what all Ukrainians hope for, because I should tell you this is not a lot of fun to live in war for 3.5 years. This is not fun to wake up at 2 a.m. at night, to go away from your bedroom to the corridor or bathroom, to send your children to sleep in the bathtub, literally, so they are protected with 2 walls if Shahed actually attacks the home they live. This is not fun. And that's why Ukrainians want to the end of this war as no one else in the world. I believe that President Trump gave have created so many opportunities for Vladimir Putin to stop this war over the past 6 months. He opened so many windows of opportunities, but Putin has simply jumped out of those windows like a reckless political suicide, because he does not really want to establish friendship or friendly relations with West. He feels himself much more comfortable in the companies of authoritarian regimes like North Korea or like Iran, because they simply speak the same language, a language of disrespect to human rights, a language of repressions to their own society. And actually, even more, over the past 3 years, they created a very solid coalition, a coalition of war. And now it's not only a problem for Ukraine, but actually a problem for the whole world, because we are talking about a growing threat to the whole security architecture. So yes, I really hope that what President Trump is saying now is for real, and it will sustain, because I'm also a huge fan of US. I believe that the only country which can actually end the war, the unprovoked Russian war in Ukraine, is the United States. United States has the greatest tool to stop this war, and the tool is US dollars. About 70% of all global trade and global wireless are being made with US dollars. So basically, when we are talking about secondary sanctions, if countries like around the globe will be given a choice whether they want to work with US dollar system and be a part of global trade and global economics, or they want to work with Russia, it will probably turn Russian economic into a fish food. And that will force Putin to stop the war. Putin does not understand the language of negotiations. He showed it so many times. He was breaking his words and showing disrespect not only to the President Trump, but also to the whole United States. So an only way to actually negotiate with him or get something from him is to apply force. And that's why I really keep my fingers crossed for what is going on, because over the past 6 years, Ukrainians went through the whole spectrum of emotions, from the times when all military assistance was suspended, and about 40% of military assistance of all weapons in Ukraine were from US, to this week when we hear the negotiations about Tomahawks and stuff like that. So yeah, let's hope for better, and let's trust in US.
Pasi, you share, Finland shares an 800-mile border, and you've joined NATO, which infuriated Vladimir Putin, and he threatened reprisals. What are your concerns about Russia expanding the war if it escalates, and expanding it to frontline states?
Well, first of all, I want to say that I share the slight optimism of Professor Rice. I mean, a couple of reasons. One is the incredible resilience and bravery of the Ukrainian people. They have indeed earned our support, full support. Number two, things are not going that great for Vladimir Putin at the moment. I mean, the situation in the front is dire, we know that. But Putin is not able to, he's barely able to replace the casualties he's taking on the front lines. So he's not in no position to build up a strategic reserve, military reserve, to shift the balance in the front lines. So all the gradual, incremental success comes at an extremely high price. And another cause for optimism is the weakness of the Russian economy. They're really suffering right now because everything evolves around the military complex, and the military complex is producing well. We have to give him that. But beyond that, the Russian economy is swarmed out of investment, components from overseas. Interest rates are high, inflation is 10%. And one key element, with one handicap both for the military and the economy, is lack of manpower. The demographics are awful. 500,000 Russians are still outside the country. And also globally, the news from Syria and Iran, they're not good news for Putin. And now the latest commitment by the United States and Europe to deliver more weapons to Ukrainians and to exert more economic pressure on Russia. So I'm slightly optimistic.
Helena referred to the halt, the suspension when Congress had not approved the supplemental. And then we had another brief suspension from the Pentagon just last week. Susan, from your deep experience in your reporting, was that just Colby and Secretary Hegseth? Was that the Pentagon without notifying the White House, the State Department, the National Security Advisor, which is one and the same?
Well, it's a great question, Andrea, especially because, either way, it raises a whole host of interesting questions for us. Either the President of the United States wasn't informed about such an important national security move, or, on the other hand, he wasn't changed his mind about it. Now, I know the vast majority of people in this room, they're cheering for that optimistic scenario. They're cheering for the idea that this is actually a turning point. I think something Secretary Rice said is very important. For Vladimir Putin, it's not so much about the words. He's seen 5 American presidents come and go at this point, and he is much more interested in actions. He's defined the invasion of Ukraine that he launched as essentially an existential conflict. He said that Ukraine does not have the right to exist as a country. And in many ways, it strikes me that what's happened over the first few months of this second Trump administration is to underscore almost the impossibility that words or offers of any kind are really going to dissuade Putin from continuing to wage this war. I think it's an extremely important point that Donald Trump has already tried showering Putin with concessions. And what happened? Putin did not accept those concessions. Remember, what we're talking about is what a lot of the smart foreign policy types thought would happen at the beginning of the Trump administration. They thought Trump might come back in and he might look to increase some weapons to Ukraine. He might join hands with the Europeans in order to gain leverage in negotiations. That's not what Trump did. In fact, he did the opposite, and he went over the top in praising Putin, in saying essentially, we will give you concessions that for Ukraine might have actually been devastating, might have been, including the United States pressuring Ukraine to make territorial concessions to Russia of territory that Putin hadn't even conquered militarily. And yet even that wasn't enough for Putin to accept the deal. So I find that we're at a moment here where a new realism has to kick in. And I think it's a great question. I don't know the answer to it. I don't think any of us know the answer to it. What is it that would cause Putin to stop the war? Because I think we can say pretty persuasively that it hasn't been even what we would consider to be significant concessions, number one. It hasn't been the United States and Europe linking arms or sending weapons capabilities, because in fact, that's actually what we had in the last few years in the Biden administration. Billions and billions of dollars of military assistance, an enormous consensus between the United States and our European partners. If it were a matter of sending Patriot missiles and ATACMS to Ukraine, that would be enough to cause Putin to end the war, then the war would have already ended, because the United States has already sent Patriot missiles and ATACMS to Ukraine. And unfortunately and tragically, it hasn't resulted in dissuading Putin at all.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah, if I may. No, Susan has a good point. I mean, and please take it from me, we Finns were not the ones for false optimism. Absolutely not. I mean,
yeah, let's get back to the Finnish brand here.
Exactly, yeah. But the point is, Ukraine is extremely important for Vladimir Putin for his whatever reasons, but the ultimate goal of Vladimir Putin is to save his regime. And if the economy behind it is going to crumble, he will have to redo his cost-benefit analysis. And maybe with our pressure, he can come to another conclusion.
I just want to say, I agree, Susan, we were aligned. I do think there was a kind of strategic decision early on. We kept giving Ukraine weapons in a rather incremental way. And, I think the Russians were really on their back foot early on. They thought this war was going to be 5 days. They were stuck in that convoy because they don't know how to move forward. And, I mean, literally, as a strategic
And the delivery
problem.
was slow.
And delivery was slow, but it was also, maybe we'll give them tanks. Well, we'll debate tanks. Now we'll give them tanks. Maybe we'll give them ATACMS. So now we'll debate ATACMS. If you've given them everything at the beginning of the war, the Russians were on their back foot. They could have won this war outright. So let's admit that, the early stages of this looked different. The second point I wanted to make is very much in line with what you were saying. I do think there's a chance. I wouldn't give it a big chance. But Vladimir Putin does want to save his regime. Vladimir Putin may at some point decide, all right, I will declare, he can make up things. I will declare myself victorious because I've taken this and I've taken that and I have Crimea and so forth and so on. And I want to add one point to the Russian economic woes. The oil and gas industry, which is the source of both Russia's power and Vladimir Putin's personal wealth, is in very bad shape. And it's in very bad shape because they are harvesting first of all, they're selling discounted oil, but they're harvesting the proceeds from oil and gas to run the war. They are not investing in the oil and gas infrastructure. They're having breakdowns. They're having trouble manufacturing. And they will never develop Sakhalin and those far-reaching islands because the only technology exists in the 4 super majors. Exxon, BP, Shell, and maybe Total. So if he looks out over that, and things are starting to happen. That transport minister apparently decided he'd had enough. He killed himself. People in his administration are falling out of windows. They must be clumsy people somehow. And we know that Gazprom leaked a memo that they will not be profitable again until 2035. There is a lot of churning inside of the oligarchy that I don't think will necessarily change Putin's mind, but might he finally decide that he's, quote, won enough? I think that's the thing that we have to hope for. And if he realizes that the Trump pause is not coming, that might contribute to his sense that maybe it's time to cut your losses here.
Well, let me ask you this, because secondary sanctions threatened after 50 days, they would be really hard to enforce, would they not? Just today, the U.S. briefed the UN for the first time on a multilateral report about North Korea's arming of Russia. There's no way to sanction North Korea more than it's sanctioned already and ignoring us on the nuclear front, which is another whole issue. So, but you would have to sanction China on oil purchases and India massively on oil purchases, and I guess ultimately go to the SWIFT regime on dollar transactions. I don't know how vulnerable they would be to that. But
yeah, you're right. It would be very hard to enforce. Look, we were stuck with oil for food in Iraq, and to call it leaky after 10 years was very clear. But look, I think the threat of secondary sanctions, and I do believe that one reason the administration has not fully backed the Graham bill is they would actually like some kind of waiver so that they can make decisions about what to do. If you just have blanket and they're forced to do things, it doesn't give the president much negotiating leverage. Now, if you're China, however, with an economy that's not in great stakes, or you are India, which really doesn't want to be on the wrong side of this, maybe you start thinking about whether that discounted Russian oil is really worth it under the threat of secondary sanctions. So perhaps you never even impose them. You just use the threat of them, and I think that may be a bit of what is emerging.
Helena, I want to ask you about the shakeup in the Ukrainian cabinet. The Financial Times reported that it was the result of pressure from President Trump in the phone call on July 4th, including the replacement of the U.S. ambassador, the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., whose term after 4 years arguably expired, but that she was a particular irritant, and the Speaker of the House had complained about her, among others, in that world. But what is the take inside Ukraine about the changes in the cabinet?
Well, these changes are still ongoing, so I guess we will still have some use. For me personally, as a person who is leading a task force on investment in defense industry in the parliament, the main basically sector is Ministry of Defense, and I feel kind of sorry that Ministry of Strategic Industries was basically now not a separate body, but under Ministry of Defense. Well, but we'll see. But the former Prime Minister is appointed for this position, so he's like really a great politician, experienced, he is very smart, so I'm optimistic about that. And I really hope that the Ukrainian defense industry will have a great partner in Ukrainian government, because actually we sustain and we are still resilient as a country because of the passion of our people, but also a passion of those who invested in defense industry. I'll give you some examples and you will be amazed, just as I am amazed every day when I'm meeting people from defense industry. Over the past 3 years, our defense industry have grown 35 times. So in 2021, we've been able to produce about weapon and dual-use products for about worth $1 billion a year. Now we can produce weapon and dual-use products worth $35 billion a year. The problem is that we don't have that much money in Ukraine to actually procure, and that's why we are very thankful to our European partners who jumped in with so-called Danish and Swedish model. But with more resources, and also with if the politics on export ban will be changed, which I really hope it will be changed, and I'm searching for allies here in US, so raise your hand if you want to be in. But with it, we can actually support our resilient even more. Now, 40% of all weapons that our defenders use on the front line are being produced in Ukraine. It's great. It's fantastic. Now, only one Ukrainian company produces more artillery systems than all European companies altogether on a monthly basis. This is amazing. And this is something that really helps us to sustain. So also, my job here in Ukraine, but also in the US, to make sure that defense cooperation is taking place. We are not here to appeal for aid. Aid is needed to weak ones. Ukrainians are not weak. I mean, otherwise we won't be able to, to fight back for 3.5 years. We are strong, and we are seeking for cooperation. We are seeking for assistance. We are seeking for more, actually, horizontal ties between defense industry, private defense industry in US and Ukraine. Now, about 80% of all Ukrainian defense industry are private companies. Fantastic one. One that actually provide and produce innovations. The innovation cycle in Ukraine is 3 to 6 months. I spent some time in Stanford 2 years ago, enjoying some, conversation with IT startups. Well, in Bay Area, IT startup will actually innovate within 3 years. And in Ukraine, defense innovators, it only takes three months. So this is something that can be interesting, and this is something that we should actually consider not only now during the war, but also after the end of the war. And my final thought, once again, to add to our discussion. You probably all want to know what are the chances to end the war. I believe there are all chances to end the war this year. Once again, if US takes decisions and implement it. Two components. First, secondary sanctions, as I mentioned. India or China, they will not think who to cooperate with if they are given this basically choice, either global trade or Russia. And secondary, keep supporting a Ukrainian defense industry and military assistance to Ukraine. This is a very simple recipe.
Secretary Rice.
I just want to, thank you. I just want to underscore the point about Ukraine's defense industry, because it's not just the defense industry, it is the extreme elegance of the way that the war is being fought. And I mean it in that way. I read Telegram and the kind of Russian kind of influencers quite a bit. And the attacks on Russian strategic bases were a shock to the Russians. They were a shock to me. I mean, a bridge under Crimea, yes, but Siberia? Really? How do you do that? And so a part of this is to give Ukraine time to, with help, but also with its own ingenuity, to be able to do what Finland was able to do for decades, which is to hold at risk enough of what Russia cares about so that you can, in effect, defend yourself as a part of a coalition. But Ukraine's ability to defend itself is growing. They need time, and that is the time that can be bought, I think, with the sorts of ideas that you...
Well, and to the point of time, I think that's why we're, sort of, maybe there's optimism, but it's inconclusive, and the answer is because what really happened this week was a 50-day clock, and that happens to coincide with Russia's summer offensive. We have to see, and we don't know the outcome of it. You're talking about something like 160,000 Russian troops right now reportedly being massed on the borders. More importantly, and interestingly, you've seen a shift in rhetoric, which I'm sure there's probably not a person in this room who is unhappy about the president's shift in rhetoric. That's a better place to be in than where we were just a couple weeks ago. But actions haven't yet been taken, and I think that's what's interesting to me. First of all, the final package of U.S. security assistance to Ukraine, the last tranche of which was $1.25 billion approved in the final days of Biden's presidency, that runs out this summer. And the politics in the US, and in particular the politics in the Republican Party, are such that no one is even discussing the possibility of a new package of US security assistance. Europeans have agreed to step in, however, and this is a big however, because neither Ukraine's defense industry as it exists right now, nor Europe's defense industry is capable of supplying the capacities that the United States has supplied over the last several years to Ukraine, and without which it would not have been able to maintain the fight against Russia. And that's just a sort of a political reality that I think a lot of our conversations right now kind of dance around. We've been in a world in which there have been an enormous shift, but in a short amount of time. There's no one who says that the U.S. Congress is positioned now or 3 months from now under Republican control to pass any more assistance to Ukraine after having been at times the largest supplier of it. And I think that's the question mark I have, is what happens at the end of this 50-day clock? Because we've heard a 24-hour clock, we've heard a 100-day clock, we've heard a 2-week clock. And, I go back to this great question at the beginning of this discussion, which is those don't seem to be the kind of incentives that are actually changing the calculus for Russia.
And Secretary Rice, the president did mention on a call with Zelensky this week going deep into Russia with long-range weapons. Now, he says he was just raising it theoretically, hypothetically. They can reach Moscow with drones, 300 miles, St. Petersburg, 530 miles, but they need missiles. The drones can be shot down, and we are the only ones who can provide those long-range missiles, and we are not.
Well, we'll see what happens with long-range attack. I think probably the rhetoric isn't. And I think this is probably what was recognized. Let me just say, I think it's probably not that wise for the President of the United States to consider or to say, how about attacking Moscow? And I think they probably figured that out, and he decided to back off, and I think he was absolutely right to do so. Well, no. I don't think the President of the United States wants to say, you can attack Moscow. That's my point. Not whether the weapons are there or not. I just think there's a certain rhetoric that you don't want to hear. Now, whether or not long-range ATACMS are a part of the package, we will see what happens with long-range ATACMS. But the main thing right now is to deal with the terrorist attacks that are bedeviling Kyiv, and that's where Patriot matters. And so if you take this, let's take this one step at a time. Let's get the Patriots there as fast as we can. Let's give the Ukrainian people some protection. The Russian front, yes, they're mobilizing 160,000 people. They haven't been so great on the offensive because, I used to study the Soviet military and the Russian military. This is not a military that moves well on the offense. They're actually very good at digging in, mining things, and sitting static. Russia on the offense, it will be interesting. And let's remember, too, as you would know in Finland, they've got 2.5 months at most in the fighting season. So, but that's how I read the change in rhetoric about Moscow.
Let me just ask you also, you were National Security Advisor for President George W. Bush before you were Secretary of State. And you also worked on the NSC staff previously under Bush 41, so you know the systems. I know that Henry Kissinger did both roles in a previous era, but how realistic is it to now, in this era, have a national security advisor also be the Secretary of State?
You know what, I don't mind it for this point in time for this administration. I think there is some value. The president's his own action officer, right? Well, so he does without, they don't have the same kind of bottom-up process that perhaps we're most accustomed to. And so to have Marco Rubio, who I have a lot of confidence in the White House, next to the Oval Office, which is where the National Security Advisor is, as opposed to down in Foggy Bottom, where the Secretary of State is, I don't think is a bad thing right now.
Well, more to the point, I guess, the lack of a deputies process.
He has let me be very clear, he has 2 very good deputies at the National Security Council.
I mean the lack of a more vigorous NSC process? Now, I know that it was bloated, but it's
the
now about 50
NSC process
people.
has to work for the president. I don't think you can stand outside and prescribe an NSC process. It depends a lot on the president. The one for George H.W. Bush was a lot different than the one for George W. Bush, because they were very different. The challenges were very different. George W. Bush was at war. George H.W. Bush was ending the Cold War. Those processes were very different. So I'm not going to stand and try to prescribe a process for them. But I do have some comfort that Marco Rubio is down the hall from the Oval Office. I like that.
Pasi, I wanted to ask you about the long-range weapons, which would infuriate Vladimir Putin, clearly. Do you think that that would endanger Finland and other neighboring states if NATO, for instance, would the pass-through from the United States if the attack-ins were provided?
Well, first of all, I want to go back to the, Susan is right about the urgency of things. We need to act fast, but this 50-day wait period does not apply to the weapons deliveries. We're working on the weapons deliveries as we speak. I'm focusing on the Patriots, as Secretary Rice said. So this work is ongoing. What comes to Finland, we have been free democracy for 100 years, living next to Russia, uninterruptedly free, and we plan to be free for the next 100 years, no doubt about that, unless AI comes and takes over and nation states lose their significance, with all due respect to the tech companies here. So we're not concerned about Finland, but we are concerned about Ukraine in the first instance, and talking about the fault lines. The fault lines go beyond Ukraine. There are other parts of Europe, Moldova. The Russians tried to interfere with elections in Romania. They're meddling in Africa, and they're also trying to hurt the United States. So this is a global competition, because they not only want to take over Ukraine, they want to change the world order, no less.
Yeah. I just want to add, but the addition of Finland and Sweden to NATO is something that is an extraordinary step forward. And I want to note that the Arctic is now a place of competition between China, Russia, and the United States. The Chinese are all over it. The United States, our icebreakers are in dry dock. And so the addition of Finland and Sweden, along with the Baltic states, gives us purchase on this very important part of the world, which I will fully admit as Secretary of State, I did not pay enough attention to what was happening in the Arctic. And I think it's at our peril that we don't pay that attention. So I'm very glad to have a northern flank that I think gives us some purchase there too. So that's one of the outcomes of Vladimir Putin's policies, is that he actually strengthened NATO on the northern flank.
Yeah, I think this geopolitical theme is one that doesn't get enough attention right now. Obviously, Putin has rewritten kind of the conversation and the debate around European security, but he's also reoriented geopolitical alliances in a positive sense for NATO. There's the joining of Finland and Sweden, but there's also, I think, the fusion and the acceleration of the actual connections between China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia in a way that, had we said even 5 or 10 years ago that these ties would be what they are right now. For example, North Korea has sent not just a handful, but I believe it's over 30,000 troops to fight against Russia. And as was previously noted, it's not entirely clear what levers we have at all to influence that. On China, there is a persistent hope, aspiration, goal, I understand it, that somehow Putin can be pried apart from Xi Jinping. And, I go back to the beginning of this conflict when, right before Putin launched the invasion, he and Xi signed a quote-unquote no-limits partnership between the two countries. And I think that, as you think not just about the end of the war, but what comes after the end of the war, Russia is very unlikely, if it, however it emerges, for its economy to be anything other than highly dependent on China's. There's some Russians who are not fans of Putin with whom I've spoken in recent years, who their great fear for their country is not a conflict with NATO, but it's becoming a vassal state, in effect, to China. And, I just think we're in early days of reckoning with that piece of this as well.
I just want to add, I think my view has been, instead of trying to separate the four, slam them together. They actually have very little in common, and they've got a lot of problems between them. You mentioned the vassal state. There was a report that the Russian security services are worried about Chinese penetration of Russia.
The one that the New York Times got. Yeah.
Right, and remember, Central Asia is becoming China's sphere of influence. It was part of the Soviet Union, and nobody could feel very good in their alliance right now about the Iranian situation. I noticed that when the Iranian foreign minister went to Moscow the day after the attack, Putin said, oh no, he didn't ask for any military assistance. Well, if you believe that. So I've thought this alliance is somewhat weaker than we sometimes give it credit for, and I'd slam them together and make them deal with their own internal contradictions.
I thought it was fascinating that Russia did not come to the defense of Iran.
Oh, not even close, and the Chinese are trying to keep their heads down.
I don't want to let you go without asking you about one of the great legacies of your administration, which was PEPFAR. We went to Darfur together.
Yes,
you came to my defense in a memorable way. But
yes,
what you saw there with those women...
I just have to say that the security forces of Bashir decided to take on Andrea Mitchell, which was a mistake in there that they will probably never now forget.
But they had not counted on the Secretary of State, who defended the press corps. And what you saw in Darfur, and that was a genocide in 2005, and there is a similar catastrophe now, different combatants, but I was at the border 2 years ago with the UN ambassador, and as the refugees were crossing through the desert, and these women on foot with their children and goat carts. All their men had been killed, the villages burned. And PEPFAR is now, the Senate Republicans may rescue it in the rescission package.
Actually. Yeah.
It's on the cusp. But so much at foreign aid, and whatever the waste is could be remediated. But just writ large, what do Americans need to know about the value of soft power and in the words of Joe Nye.
Yeah, our beloved Joe Nye. I told Joe once, though, I don't even think of it as soft power. I think of it as power.
It's power.
It's power. I always said I like to walk into a room with the American military on one shoulder, the American economy on the other, and a hand of American compassion in front of me. And that made the complete package for the United States. I'm actually grateful. I do think PEPFAR is going to not only survive, I think it's going to be just fine. I think their malaria initiative, there will be some scaling back, and it's probably worth it to take a look at focusing on what we really need to focus on. We'd become pretty dispersed and diffuse in the kinds of programs that we were running. And again, give the State Department some time. Marco Rubio is somebody who has throughout his career championed an America that had a compassionate side. We also have been a place that provided humanitarian assistance in the most difficult of circumstances, the tsunami or whatever. Some reorganization of the State Department is probably long overdue. I might have done it myself if I hadn't been fighting 2 wars. So let's give it a little bit of time, but I do hope that when this all is said and done, that we will remember that what makes America different as a great power is that we have not led just with power, but we've also led with principle.
We got a late start, but I want to at least have some questions. So we have microphones that'll be passed. We can take a couple of questions. Yes, sir, right there on the aisle. Thank you.
Hi. Quick question to the lady from Ukraine. Can you briefly speak to the manpower situation? Because weapons is one thing, but you also still need bodies to fight and defend.
Yeah. I think it was one of the first panel discussions at Aspen Security Forum when our European colleagues were thankful to Ukraine that Ukraine bought some time to Europe. But I should tell you this time is not endless. And Ukrainians are not endless. So we need to end this war as soon as possible. Putin continues investing in war machine. He keeps on boosting basically military industry of Russia. So we need to end this war, and we need to stop this war, and we need to stop Putin before this plague spreads further. Does Putin want to invade in NATO countries? Yes. They are talking about it quite freely. Will this invasion happen next year? Maybe not. But in 5 years, if Putin is not stopped now, pretty much possible.
Okay, thank you. Ambassador Stu Bernstein.
Fantastic. So good to see Connie again. You were optimistic that something could be done by the end of the year. If there was a negotiation, do you believe Ukraine is going to have to give up some of the territory that Russia has already occupied? And where did the 50 days come from?
I can't speak to the 50 days. Maybe Susan can. It was an odd number from my point of view. Let me just say, I actually don't know that there will be a negotiated settlement. I think it's more likely it's just kind of a ceasefire. People stop fighting. And if you do some of the things that you were talking about, maybe you get Putin to that place. I'm not saying that optimism before the end of the year, but we will know more in several months because the fighting season will be over, and I think we will know where everybody stands. But I do think it's likely to just stop. Let's remember, sometimes in international politics, things do that, and you get these frozen conflicts. But the one thing I would say, if Russia continues after the ceasefire to occupy parts of Ukrainian territory, which is likely, unfortunately, we should never recognize Russian sovereignty over those territories. When I was the young Soviet specialist at the White House for George H.W. Bush, every time I wrote the words Latvia, Lithuania, or Estonia, I had to stamp it. The United States does not recognize the forceful incorporation of the Baltic states into the Soviet Union. We did that for 45 years. And when it was finally true that the Baltic states were no longer incorporated into the Soviet Union, the Baltic people never forgot. And so I would just say, whatever happens, don't recognize Russian sovereignty over what is conquered territory.
And, you know, I'm so glad Secretary Rice mentioned that, because actually it's very interesting, but in Trump's first term, he actually issued what they called the Pompeo Declaration, which said that the United States would never recognize Russia's illegal annexation of the Crimean Peninsula. And that was the policy of the Trump first-term administration. And I think that's why so many people were left, you know, really in a sort of head-spinning sense, because it seemed at the beginning that Trump's second administration wasn't even aware of the policies of its first-term administration. And it's already offered these territorial concessions that that Putin has not accepted. I would just go back to the beginning of Putin's time in office more than a quarter century ago. He came to power in the midst of a war. He's waged subsequent wars in Georgia, in Ukraine, in Crimea before this conflict, and he's never sat down at a peace table and had a signing. This kind of a peace, by the way, would not be signable by Vladimir Zelensky or any elected leader of Ukraine. And so, given all that, the best case scenario is the one that Secretary Rice is suggesting.
One more question up front here. Thank you.
Thank you. Talia Gifford, Rising Leaders Program. The U.S. and its allies and partners failed to deter Russia from invading Ukraine. And in addition, U.S. intelligence and Russian intelligence falsely believed that the Russian military would vastly overwhelm the Ukrainian military if they did invade. I'm curious how and why U.S. intelligence and strategy got so much wrong pre-invasion, and what lessons we can learn from that.
Well, first of all, it's hard, right? When you're dealing with an opaque society, it's just really hard to know precisely what's going on. And so so intelligence agencies have to depend on kind of metrics to make an assessment like that. And if you looked at the size of the Russian military, if you looked at the sophistication of the Russian military, if you looked at the fact that the Ukrainians they were sort of fighting an insurgency war in the east, but they really weren't making much progress, that might have led you to the conclusion that the Ukrainians would be overrun in 5 days. So I don't blame them for that. It's the nature of the beast that's the kind of analysis that you would do. What they didn't probably count on is two things. First of all, overestimating the Russians on the offense. And I would have said to them, but the Russians aren't very good on the offense. What you think about that? The other is that the Ukrainians came together in nationhood more quickly than most would have imagined. When Putin said, Ukraine's a made-up country, what he meant was Ukraine hasn't been independent very much in its history. And so why would you think that they would fight for this thing named Ukraine? So I would just say it's hard for intelligence agencies because they have to deal with certain kinds of metrics. And if you'd read those metrics, you probably would have come to the same conclusion.
And in fairness, Bill Burns did predict it and warned Zelensky
about the
who
invasion.
At first did not believe it. So there was some preparation, but nobody, when I was in Munich, days before the war, a lot of the Europeans were not believing that it was going to happen. I just want to say this is also, as Nick Burns mentioned, co-sponsored by the Corbell School, and that is bringing to mind a great leader, Madeleine Corbell Albright, and also I think the beginnings of, you can see Condoleezza Rice's extraordinary knowledge about Vladimir Putin and the former Soviet Union and the contemporary Russia. And that's where it began.
All started in a class with Joseph Corbell, who rescued a failed music major who had made her decision to leave music because she was a student at the Aspen Music Festival School and met 12-year-olds who could play from sight what it had taken her all year to learn, and decided she needed a plan B. And Dr. Corbell gave me a plan B. Thanks, Fritz, for being here.
And can I just say, I was a failed violin student at the Aspen Music Festival School, and that's what
Gave you another career
brought me to
too, right?
journalism.
Yes,
So
right.
there we go. I can't thank this extraordinary panel enough. Alina, you and the courage of Ukraine, and Pasi, the extraordinary leadership of Finland and NATO. Susan, the depth of your knowledge, and the incomparable Condoleezza Rice. Thank you all so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll start our next panel, our very important panel, which follows on a lot of what our Ukrainian guest was talking about. Please come on up to the stage. Thank you. Next, we'll be talking about building the arsenal of innovation. And for this panel, we have Igor Japlovich, who is the chairman and founder of Prion and a second-time guest to the Aspen Security Forum stage. Thanks for joining us. And John Serafini, who is the CEO of Hawkeye 360. Today's session will be moderated by Shashank Joshi of The Economist. So if everybody could please take their seats and join us, that would be great. Thank you very much. Over to you, Shashank.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Could you please take your seats so we can continue? Thank you so much. Okay. We're very lucky to have two people here who are building things that are being used in today's defense and intelligence agencies right now. So we'd like to get their insights straight up on what's going well, what's going less well, what needs to change. And before we dive into that conversation, could I just please invite each of them in turn, starting with you perhaps, John, just to give us 90 seconds on what your companies do. They do very different things. They both do very interesting things. Give us a quick 90-second summary of what you do, and that'll help us put this all in context.
Okay, I'd be delighted to. My name is John Serafini. I'm the CEO of Hawkeye 360. I'm also a venture capitalist with Shield Capital, where I focus on national security space investments. So if I can offer any value to this collective, which is debatable, it's in the national security space ecosystem and how to build commercial companies to provide value to American national security and our allies. We founded a company named Hawkeye 360 about a decade ago. And what Hawkeye does is we operate a constellation of 40 satellites that fly in low Earth orbit. They're equipped with software-defined radios and antenna configurations, which allow us to geolocate, process, and analyze radio frequency spectrums, otherwise referred to as signals intelligence, which is done with our own proprietary constellation. We take that data, we analyze it, we process it, we geolocate it, and we convert it into actionable tactical intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance capabilities for our customers. Our customers are predominantly defense intelligence and to some degree humanitarian organizations that want to better understand the signals environment that they're operating in, whether that's in the maritime domain, the border domain, or even in space. So as you would imagine, defense, intelligence, security, both US government as a principal buyer and our allies. And along the way, I've had the opportunity to invest in a number of really thoughtful space-based companies that are doing some amazing things. Principally Albedo, which is operating a constellation of satellites in very low Earth orbit, think 200 kilometers. Apex, which builds satellite buses. Starfish, which actually projects out into GEO to do on-orbit servicing of other people's satellites, a variety of different capabilities. So I'm pleased to be here with you today, and I look forward to discussing these matters with you.
Thank you very much, John. Igor.
Yeah, so I used to lead an early AI team at IBM, and when they were not being as aggressive as I wanted them to be, probably a quarter century ago, I departed and stood up our last company. Within a year of standing it up, I prototyped the first version of Siri before the iPhone existed with the Apple folks. And then 5 years later, we became Amazon's first AI-related acquisition that birthed what many of you know as Alexa. So Alexa is my older sister's name, and the code name for that was Prion. Now, 8 years ago, we stood up this company because we knew that this style of technology would come to more serious places. So we were done haunting all of you in your kitchens and bedrooms and thought to move it towards more serious pursuits. And about a year into it, I get this call out of the blue. And the fellow says, hey, I'm excited about what you're working on. I'm going to become your largest investor and help you run the company and join your board. And let's go. And I'm like, who the heck are you? So I did a Google search, and the only thing that came up was this weirdly sounding book. And I'm like, how do you know anything about this AI topic? He's like, well, I work together with Peter Thiel, and I'm familiar with Palantir. I'm like, all right. And that was J.D. Vance. And off we went. So we're a dual-use entity. So think about these GPTs before ChatGPT existed, but more focused on critical infrastructure, critical workflows, and the like as well. Every single one of your organizations requires something new called a knowledge cloud. It essentially becomes your own personal Library of Congress, your own system of record of everything that you need to do in order to make the best possible decisions from structured, semi-structured, unstructured knowledge, and that's where we come in.
Thank you very much for the incredibly concise summaries. Just a quick word before we sort of get into the substance. It strikes me that in both your cases, where you're situated in relation to defence. John, in your case, the sorts of things your satellites do, these existed for a long time. But if we were having this conversation 20 years ago, they would have been incredibly classified. They wouldn't have existed in the commercial private world. They would have been known to a small group of people in the intelligence community. And so the difference in your case is you're doing these things outside in a commercial sense, not just quarantined away in a tiny bit of the classified world. And Igor, in your case, some of the AI work that you're doing perhaps has existed in government, but presumably the stuff you're able to do is more advanced than a lot of what can take place inside the US government, given the nature of your firm. Is that a fair summary?
Yes and no. We need to get to building Area 51 style technology. We need essentially a Manhattan Project of these style of things. That's what AI used to be in the past as well. There's too much euphoria around AI where people are publishing papers and filing patents, and it's attracting a lot of capital. And we've given up our strategic advantage in the early lead that we had. You're right. A lot of this stuff was actually anchored in the intel community. I mean, the IC had speech recognition in the 70s and things of that sort. And so we kind of need to go back to that in terms of, creating an indelible platform that doesn't have the influences that you see typical in the B2C world as well. So no, I think we need to find that advantage again.
I can continue, which is that we're a natural extension of a commercialization trend that's been going on for ultimately decades. It started in the communications realm in space, companies like Iridium and Intelsat, which privatized what was previously a government function for communication in space. And then you saw the company, now Maxar, then Digital Globe at the time, build commercial electro-optical imagery collection capability, followed quickly by Skybox, then became part of Google, Planet, Black Sky, et cetera. And of course, you've seen the commercialization and privatization of the launch function with SpaceX and Firefly and Rocket Lab and others that have democratized access to space. Without each of those three distinct commercialization trends happening, there is no LEO commercialization, period. Like, those three things had to happen. So we're a natural extension. If you can take a picture commercially and sell that commercially, then why can't you analyze spectrum and sell a commercial signals intelligence product? So that was the general thesis around which we started the company about a decade ago.
So you've both sold and dealt with the Department of Defense and other parts of the US government a great deal. Reflect on that for a minute and tell me what's improved and is going better than when you started, and what continues to frustrate you and get in your way. Perhaps, John, I could start with you.
Institutionally, the foundation for better integration of commercial capabilities is there. And we owe that to previous administrations, Trump 1, Biden, et cetera. The mantra of let's buy what we can and build only what we must. That philosophy has existed for a long period of time. I do believe in the past 6 months or so of the Trump administration, some really good things have occurred. Notably, there's been 4 meaningful executive orders and a number of different directives out of Secretary Hegseth's office that have been very helpful with developing regulatory approaches and reducing regulatory guardrails that are unnecessary, as well as putting more emphasis into commercially oriented contract vehicles that can increase the scale and the speed at which commercial capabilities can be utilized. What I envisioned or experienced earlier in my career when we started the company was an interesting commercial, but it was really, commercial was about research, development, testing, and evaluation. And they effectively got a whole generation of startup companies drunk on RDT&E dollars. And you just moved from an SBIR phase 2 to an Incutel work program to some other small contract to prove something to TRL 5, and then it would die because the government institutionally didn't, quote unquote, want to pick its winners and move to meaningful O&M programs of record.
John, you used a lot of acronyms there, so just to pin you down quickly, what you're saying is that a lot of money on experimental research, early phase pilots and projects without ever scaling up to large-scale procurement. Is that a fair or
a
somewhat
lot
simplification?
Of research and testing for the purposes of research and testing, almost commercialization, pantomime, or theater. And what we've seen increasingly so in the back half of the Biden administration, and certainly in this current Trump administration, is a willingness to say that works. That supports the warfighter. Let's put some gasoline behind that and really scale it. Let's get a program of record going and deliver that to the troops. And what, of course, for many of the defense tech brethren, what drove that was the proving grounds of Ukraine. If your capabilities were being used in operational theater, in delivering value to the warfighter in no BS type of environments where the margin of error was negligible, then that technology could be deployed elsewhere and holistically and universally throughout the DoD.
Igor, do you recognize that picture? Do you share some of those frustrations or see different ones?
I have ice water inside of me. I don't know. I'm never frustrated by anything. You don't expect Captain Sully to panic. Look, you have a new class of leaders coming in. What would be an example? Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, right? That come from the entrepreneurial world as well, so we can speak shorthand about a lot of these things as well. And remember, entrepreneurs by their very nature, we're naive, right? There's lots of people that tell us that our light bulbs won't work, right? For years upon years upon years, we hear our light bulbs don't work, and then all of a sudden the light bulb works. And if you look about what's been happening with acquisitions, Fortune has turned away from what? The big tech, big primes, big consultancies, big law firms, and things of that sort. Now, what do they represent? Supermarkets. Any one of those can actually solve the majority of the problems that you have, right? That's what a supermarket can do. It can solve the majority of the things that you need to acquire. So what do we represent as smaller, nimbler organizations that are thinly funded by comparison? Well, we're your Jewish delis. We're your Italian bakeries. We're your French pastry shops. If you need a little pop and flourish, you need extra advantage on accuracy, scale, security, and speed, that's why you seek us out, for that thing that fills in the blanks or gives you an advantage that most people won't be able to get from that place where you're sourcing most of these things. As a nation state, we need to have essentially that genetic diversity of places. And look, the other thing that you should have is a typical aircraft has what? Backup of backup of backup of backup of subsystems. So every one of those ecosystems, I'm not competing with big tech. I'm not competing with the big primes or anything of that sort. Buy from them, buy from them, buy from us, have layer after layer after layer, because I promise you, when things turn hot, guess what? In all domains, every single one of those things are going to get popped. But if we have enough of those layers, we're going to be able to defend ourselves.
I want to just reflect on the AI conversation we had earlier on this stage with many, including OpenAI, Anthropic, and the point that I took away was this idea of governments don't often know exactly what to do with the new tools available for them in the private sector. In the case of Frontier AI Labs, it's a particularly extreme example because these are such sort of wide-ranging tools that can do so many different things that we don't fully understand. But in your experience, in thinking about how the government absorbs the technologies that you two both build and offer, are you finding that they are using them in interesting and sensible and perhaps transformative ways, rather than just to do more of what they already did? John, starting with you.
It's difficult for me to discuss specific engagements of our technology given the nature of our work. But I have been ultimately very impressed with the signals intelligence capabilities of the vast majority of our international customers. The US government is a bit different because the level of sophistication for engaging with and utilizing signals is very, very high. Our customers in our nation as a whole have had access to capabilities in the classified domain for decades that have enabled them to produce very exquisite capabilities. I don't need to replicate that in my delivery. But for other countries, particularly those who have never had access to organic signals intelligence collection before, there is a scaling up period of time which requires on-site support and engagement to best exploit the value of the data.
Igor?
All this stuff came from them. What are we making it sound like government doesn't understand AI? They birthed it all in the first place. Just because you don't know where it was birthed doesn't mean it wasn't birthed there, right? So, in some ways, I don't take an antagonistic view of it as well. They shaped this stuff. Just the problem is it got away from us in some ways. I think one of the things that they mentioned in the last panel is, well, in the second and third world, they trust AI more, and in the first world, we don't trust it as much as well. So I'm also on the board of With Honor, which is seeking to take bipartisan vets and move them into public office. And the place where there was convergence between Republican and Democratic viewpoints is a fear of AI. Now, why is everybody afraid of AI in the first world versus the second and third world? Well, second and third world, it's being operated by authoritarian regimes. Here, you have the most antisocial people on planet Earth that are ones developing these platforms, the same folks that operate our social media platforms, where we're worried about our elections. We're worried about, child welfare, about these platforms being used to attack senior citizens and things of that sort. That's why everybody's biting their fingernails. That's where it's coming from. But don't worry. They're claiming that they're going to solve AGI. These big bad labs are going to build a lot of AI data centers, and they're going to get to AGI before anybody else and derive some sort of economic advantage from it. That's not where AGI is going to come from. I'll clue you in. Guess what? You understood everything I just said, but you know what you used to be? A single-cell organism. It's going to come out of somebody's basement. It's going to come out of a garage. You'll never see it coming. Don't think it's coming from there.
It's a reassuring thought, Igor. Thank you. I want to just, I'll open up to the floor for some questions in just a minute. But before I do that, you pointed out some clusters of people like Dan Driscoll, the Army Secretary, where there's innovation taking place. And you've also, I think, reminded us the government aren't idiots when it comes to absorbing and using this technology as well, which is helpful. Let's say you've got Secretary Hegseth or Deputy Secretary Feinberg in front of you, and very simply, you can offer them some advice on structural, regulatory, procedural policy changes, very simply, that would significantly scale up their ability to use commercial innovation. Very simply, just each of you briefly, John, starting with you, what would you say?
Well, it's not necessarily with Secretary Hegseth, but it's his ability to influence Congress, which is important. First of all, we crossed the Rubicon with the full-year CR, and that was a horrible outcome for the defense industry. It was a horrible outcome for the Department of Defense. We have to pass a budget on time. The CR mentality needs to go away, and that's on Congress. That's thing one. Thing two is the foreign military sales and the foreign military funding, which is an exceptional avenue for American taxpayer and American ingenuity to be deployed to the betterment of our allies. That system needs to be fixed, it needs to be streamlined, and it's on people's radar. But that needs to occur. The third is, while the macro tailwind behind the defense tech industry right now are strong, access to capital is a fleeting thing. And being able to increase the universe of investors in our great American startup companies is a long-term endeavor and an imperative. So FIRMA, which established the terms around CFIUS, really needs to be re-looked to move away from all parties need to be exempted or need to be approved. For example, the Brits, for a British entity to invest in my company or another defense tech company, in certain cases requires a CFIUS review. Well, that's ridiculous. It should be more of a whitelist and a blacklist. If it's a Libya sovereign wealth fund, obviously that's not in the best interest of the Americans. That would be excluded. If it's a Israeli investor and we provide billions of dollars of aid to Israel, why wouldn't we want Israelis investing in our startup companies to the extent that we're still able to control the right governance of our entities? Then we should be able to do so. So those are my three concrete.
Okay, if anyone here is from the Libyan Sovereign Wealth Fund, please be aware. Not for now, please. Igor?
Okay. The first thing that I'll say is I'm not a tech company. I'm not a tech company. My job is the same as yours, mission alignment, and that's the preservation of life in all of its forms, animal, human, and plant life. That's the first go-around. The second question then I'll pose is the following. What's today's special soup in the mess hall? And they're like, what are you talking about? You're here to pitch us Skynet. I'm like, no. What's today's special soup in the cafeteria? I don't know the answer to that. I'm like, great, let's start there. Otherwise, if you go to Skynet, it's going to take 5 years to draw the requirements, and you're going to have one Ivy Leaguer who was captain of the debate team or mock trial team that won nationals, writing a position paper, debating with another one, who's also an ace of aces, taking a counterpoint, and it's going to take forever, and by the time we deliver it, it's already going to be obsolete. Instead, we will create the AI to answer the question, what's today's special soup in the cafeteria? Why am I doing that? For the same reason I help make a lot of the things that sits on your iPhones and sits inside of your kitchens. I'm going to start collecting data, from that. And inevitably, you're going to have a young leader, a senior enlisted, an intern that breathes something into it that's going to change the course of history. This is like Karate Kid, wax on, wax off. I'm, by the way, working in that unclassified thing. I'm going to be more likely to be able to stay ahead of the curve in terms of defining the state of the art. And then eventually, when you're comfortable and you trust it, guess what you're going to do? Move me up, move me aisle 2, aisle 4, 5, 6, and then above that as well.
Okay, we look forward to SoupBot. I think I can squeeze in a couple of quick questions if we're very brief. Would anyone like to ask anything? Oh, yep, at the back over there, please.
On that issue of AGI, you said it's going to be someone in his garage, right? But we all hear that it costs billions and billions. So why? How am I going to do that out of my garage without those billions?
And before you answer, anyone else would like to group one more together? If not, oh, yep, just over there at the front, please. And you can answer these together. Just on the way. Just over there.
So for Hawkeye 360, so you guys do a lot of radio frequency emissions tracking. How are you thinking about in terms of, for military escalation risks, in terms of what happens when commercial sensing starts interfering with, say, military deception operations or denial campaigns?
Okay. Igor, why don't you start?
Yeah, very quickly. The answer to that question is you're presuming the only place you can grow an animal is a rainforest where there's plenty of food and water. And yet somehow evolution has also created animal and plant life in a desert where there's not a lot of water, not a lot of compute, not a lot of money, not a lot of people, and yet things are still born there and adapt to those environments. Counterintuitively, those style of systems feature and get to greater scale, because they're more compute efficient as well. Look, it's on the West Coast, it's in their favor to tell you that you need a lot of money and a lot of personnel and things of that sort, because that plays, to their rainforest. But I'm telling you, a lot of animals still grow in other place.
Thank you for your question. I guess the answer is that our customers have a wide range of capabilities, and so we deliver a range of functionality to them. For those who are very sophisticated and they want to do their own processing, we'll deliver them the raw data itself and allow them to do so. For those who are more dependent upon our own processing capabilities and artificial intelligence analysis, then we can do that for them and deliver it as a service. So in the case of your question, for example, GPS interference is a really big problem. GPS, GNSS, L1, L2, and L5 interference is a problem throughout the Middle East, and in particular in Eastern Europe, as you would imagine. We can deliver raw IQ that shows, hey, here it all is to you, customer, you deal with it, you process it, you analyze it, or I can map it myself and try to show, in the example of civil aircraft, where the corridors around which you can operate, where your instrumentation is not going to be interfered with. So hopefully that gives you a sense of how we deal with some of that answer.
Since we have just 2 minutes left, I just want to continue your thought, Igor, that you left off on, things can grow in the desert. It's not just a question of vast capital expenditure. If you were advising smaller sort of entrepreneurs thinking about building things for DoD, for national security missions, with those limited resources outside the big labs, what advice would you give them?
Well, you better care about what you're doing, because you're going to hear a lot of no's, and it's going to take you forever. No, it has to be something that's inside out, and it's accidental. Look, You know, when I gave you my origin story, nobody really knew, you know, JD was a curveball, you know, out of nowhere as well. DeepSeek, that wasn't born in Huawei or Baidu, right? Any of the places that we expected it, right? Did Google create ChatGPT? No, these things are going to come out of curveballs as well. And so that's the thing that I kind of reinforced to a lot of these, you know, entrepreneurs. Just do your thing, and if you last long enough, you'll be relevant.
John, it's a bit different. Is it a bit different for you in that you have to build quite expensive satellites, and it is harder for you to sell to the commercial world? You're a bit more dependent on that military sort of sponsorship. So is that a bit trickier for the similar firms?
I'll just share with you the recipe that I've given my company, and perhaps it's helpful to other defense technologies that are emerging. Thing one is be trusted. Do what you say that you are going to do. There's no fake it till you make it mentality that's very Silicon Valley oriented in the defense industry, given the stakes associated with delivering that kind of functionality. Thing one. Thing two is be humble. Recognize that the sun does not revolve around your company. The sun revolves around the warfighter and the intelligence analyst and the decision maker. And it's your responsibility to make sure that your capabilities are interoperable with the plethora of other and the complexity of other systems that are going to be integrated with it. And then thing three is you have to be sustainable. To me, that means you have to operate as a profitable entity. And you can't be a ward of the state. You can't exist solely to sell to the Department of Defense and still expect to provide a venture return to your investors. So you need to have the ability to access commercial markets and also to sell internationally.
Okay. I want to say something real quick. We're not coin operated. Don't think entrepreneurs are coin operated. You know what drives us every day? Our job is to do what? Solve the triangle of sadness. Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan are the front lines of democracy. We're just the ones creating the tools for the folks that eventually solve that, so everything just stabilizes.
Thank you both for your thoughts. Please thank our panelists.
Okay, good afternoon. We're going to continue. Thank you very much for taking your seats. We appreciate all of you for staying with us. I said a couple of days ago when we opened this conference that Iran has been a major strategic problem for the Middle East, and also for the United States since the Iranian Revolution of 1978-79. And now, all these decades later, Iran's at its weakest point strategically in well over 45 years. Israel's at its strongest point in well over 45 years, and both of those facts are good for American strategic interests. And so the purpose of this panel is to assess what's next for the government in Iran and the people of Iran, and how are they going to react to this major defeat that they have suffered over the last several months. And we have extraordinary cast to tell us that story and to assess it. Steve Hadley founding principal of Rice, Hadley, Gates, and Manuel, former U.S. National Security Advisor. Steve's dealt with this problem during that entire length of time. Rachel Bronson, senior advisor at the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, hardly anybody better to assess the nuclear weapons dimension of this problem. Vali Nasser, professor at the Johns Hopkins School of International Studies, historian, political scientist, Iran expert, someone who knows deeply the culture and social aspects as well as political aspects of this issue. And finally, last but not least, David Sanger. And let me just say, I think of all the journalists covering this story over many decades, David's written books about it and has done expert reporting for the New York Times. And our moderator is Daphne Linzer, and I got to know Daphne in part when we were working in the George W. Bush administration on Iran sanctions. And she is also an expert on this issue. So we're really looking forward to a good conversation. Thanks to all of you for being here. Daphne, take it away.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, great panelists, for being here. This panel is a reminder that at Aspen this year, it's about testing assumptions, and that is exactly what is happening right now in Iran, so buckle up. Brett McGurk yesterday described the joint US-Israel attack on Iran as a turning point for the Middle East. David, there's so much happening. There's a new intelligence estimate out today. Can you just set the stage for us a little bit? What do we know coming out of the strike right now? What has been damaged? What has been destroyed? What remains?
Well, thanks, Daphne, and it's great to be here and great to be on the panel with all these. How many hours did I sit in your office, Steve, or yours, Nick, when you were there, as we were like trying to think through earlier days in the Iran nuclear program? So to think that we're at the point where Fordo and Natanz are out of business, I would not say obliterated, but out of business for probably a couple of years, is quite remarkable. So what do we know? The bulk of the American attack was focused on Fordo. That's the deepest underground site. It's been known about since really, I guess, the end of the Bush administration, the beginning of the Obama administration. I mean, I know we were tracking, parts of the construction on satellite photographs and the like that turned out to be critical, because if you looked at those satellite photographs in 2009 as they were building it, you saw these big ventilator shafts that were being built to bring air down to the centrifuge halls in the control room. And the other day, that was exactly where Central Command dropped those weapons, through those ventilator shafts, in order to get into the mountain. Plan that had been around for many, many years. It looks like that facility is pretty much completely out of it, from what the latest intelligence assessment indicates, which is that even if the bombs didn't get into the hall itself, the pressure wave, the explosions of those 12 were so great that the centrifuges are destroyed. And my guess is, if the Iranians decide to rebuild, they will do it in one of the new facilities that they have been digging, not in that. Natanz, the centrifuges were also destroyed, but it was only hit by 2 of the bunker busters, and the Israelis had struck it. My guess is they can put that back together. The most interesting of the strikes were really Isfahan, which is also had the laboratories where you actually convert the enriched uranium to a form and metallize it that can actually be used in a warhead. Those were up above ground and pretty well wiped out, but I think they could be rebuilt fairly quickly. It was interesting that when the Israelis were in town seeing President Trump last week, they assessed, as we wrote, that almost none of the fuel was destroyed itself, which means that deep down, if they can dig that deep in Isfahan, in casks that are about the size that you could fit into the trunk of a car, is the 60% enriched uranium. Now, I don't think they can actually turn that into a bomb anytime soon, but that's why I don't think anybody can say whether or not this is really gone for good. My guess is you're going to need a political agreement with them that gets the inspectors back in to make sure that it stays out of circulation, because otherwise the history of these is the program comes back.
Right, and for those of you who were in the Israel panel yesterday, General Amos Yadlin actually talked about that and said that, you know, that the uranium itself was not the goal here. And the goal here is about intent, it sounds like. And Valley, that is sort of the big question now. And the Israelis said this yesterday also. The ball is, for the moment, in Tehran's court when it comes to intention. Do they go with what President Trump claimed, that they no longer have a nuclear ambition? Do they decide they're going to go for a different kind of economic relationship with the West and the United States? Do they go underground? I think we're all waiting and trying to understand. Help us.
Well, thank you very much to you and also to the Aspen Institute for having us here. It's great to be on this panel with this group. You know, in a way, we're too close to the war to have a clear sense of decision-making in Tehran. And generally, their decision-making is meandering and is prolonged before they arrive at a point going forward. But at least looking back at the record, if they listen to David and accepted what he said, is their experience is that whenever the United States thinks Iran doesn't have a nuclear program or its nuclear program is small, it doesn't want to negotiate with them. And the only times it wants to negotiate with them is when it's actually afraid of the size of their nuclear program. So one conclusion might be that if Washington actually believes in this intelligence result, the US is not the one who wants to come back to the table, irrespective of where Iran is. And so for Iranians, it makes sense to maintain what you would call nuclear ambiguity. In other words, you can assess what you want, but you don't know for 100%. And unless you get the IAEA back on the ground, you won't know. And to get IAEA back on the ground, you need to actually negotiate seriously, right? So that would be the short-run thing. But I think largely, the larger conversations in Iran are not about the nuclear issue. This is something that US and maybe Israel, Europeans are very focused on as the cause for war and going forward. But for the Iranians, the way they look at it is that this is a long war. It started before the 12-day war, and it's going to go on. Israel's objectives have not been fully realized. The US's objectives have not been fully realized. This was a loss. This was clearly a loss, but the war was not decisive enough to finish this. And so for them, they lost the battle, but the war is ongoing. And if you listen to comments by the Supreme Leader 2 days ago, that Iran's top priority is to rebuild its deterrence and defense. So the larger conversation is not what do we do at the nuclear table. The larger conversation is what do we do vis-a-vis the upper hand that Israel has got on deterrence issue and on defense. And if they come back to the nuclear table or nuclear conversation, for them, it's not the end goal, it's subservient to this goal. So it has to fit into this. But as I said, the key question is actually, does the United States want to go back to the table, given what it has found?
Steve, nuclear ambiguity, not a stranger, I think, for us, for you. Can you walk us through a little bit? You know, Valley was good on sort of where the Iranians are sort of positioning themselves with obvious Israeli air power, clear American will to get involved. What are the post-conflict scenarios if they can get there at this moment, do you think? If you're back in the White House or imagining sort of from a US perspective, what do we want next?
Well, I think first it's great to be here at the Security Forum, great to be with this panel. I was trying to think the other night, I think there's sort of three options going forward. The first one is probably Bibi Netanyahu's favorite. And this is the one where the Israelis would try to maintain their air superiority over Iran. They would try and keep their Israeli intelligence penetration of the Iranians so they can detect if the Iranians actually try to start a covert program for getting a nuclear weapon, and then they can strike that program.
What some refer to as mow the lawn.
This is Bibi Netanyahu's mow the lawn. This is not a negotiation. The Iranian response, as Valley would say, will be to try to rebuild their air defenses so they can protect against an Israeli airstrike and find a way to threaten Israel in some way with ballistic missiles or otherwise to reestablish deterrence. So that's sort of option one. That's probably Bibi Netanyahu's favorite. I think the Trump administration does want to get into a negotiation with Iran. It will be tricky. They will want an agreement with the Iranians that is more ambitious than the 2015 agreement that the Obama administration did. This would be no sunset provisions, more provisions about weaponization. They want no enrichment in Iran. They're going to want to have a discussion about ballistic missile program and about Iranian support for proxies. Difficult negotiation. I think one of the questions is the current impasse seems to be the Americans want no enrichment in Iran. The Iranians want some enrichment in Iran, even if they get a lot of enrichment material from an off-site, offshore facility maybe maintained by the United States and regional partners. I would think that the objective really of a negotiated agreement for the United States is the kind of intrusive inspections that would make it risky for the Iranians to have a covert weapons program and make it easier for us to detect it, so working with the Israelis we can eliminate it. And I think that, and then if you get that kind of agreement, then you have a third option, and Valley may probably take this option off the table, but there is a question whether the Iranians will decide that the cost of pursuing a nuclear program was just too high. It was billions of dollars. It alienated their regional, hopefully, friends and allies. It was supposed to safeguard them from getting attacked by the Israelis in the United States, and it resulted in them getting attacked. And whether actually having nuclear weapons deters attack, it's an interesting proposition, since the Iranians have attacked Israel that does have nuclear weapons, and the Ukrainians are attacking targets in Russians, and Russia has nuclear weapons. So there's a question whether the Iranians would actually decide, is this nuclear program worth it? Or should they look at what the UAE and the Saudis are doing in terms of revising their economies, embracing the technologies of the 21st century, encouraging regional cooperation, and say, maybe that's a better road for us to go. That's a long way down the road. It's probably a low likelihood probability, but it would certainly remake the Middle East.
Rachel, can you talk a little bit about that? Because, you know, when President Trump addressed the country right after the strike and let everyone know from inside the White House what had happened, he didn't say we're at war with Iran, did he? It was a very limited, targeted, specific. He made it sound like we were at war with a nuclear program. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because Steve makes a really important point about the price. The idea that a nuclear program is going to protect you might not be the case anymore.
That's a big question, Daphne, obviously. You know, I do hear a lot of kind of chatter out there about the lesson that the Iranians are going to learn is that they need to have a nuclear weapon because nobody's attacking North Korea's program the way they attacked Iran's. And that begs the question whether the Iranians want to live like North Koreans and want to live in a sanctioned regime and in such isolation, which the Iranians have demonstrated that they don't want to live that way, don't expect to, as a civilization that spans back, you know, thousands of years, that as a people, they belong in the region, not isolated from it. And I think we have to kind of remember that when we just take up so easily that that's the lesson to be learned. In fact, that comes from the negotiations around the JCPOA. when I was talking to some of the negotiators of the JCPOA, I did have some questions about why the Iranians were giving up some pretty specific things that were pretty important to them. And the answer was because they viewed themselves as a regional player, and at least those negotiating at the time believed that they could secure their interests in the regions to a greater extent than without that nuclear program, to put it off to another day. And it's that collapse of the JCPOA, I believe, that leads us straight to a military response to today. That once the United States pulled out of that agreement, which we all would say was flawed in parts, but for those who kind of knew arms control agreements, that was a very sophisticated agreement. In pulling out from it, there was almost no other choice if the Iranians wanted to continue to pursue their program, which they demonstrated that they wanted to do. So, you know, in terms of what we learned from this is it's very expensive to pursue a nuclear program, a covert one, and the response from the Israelis and then the Americans who joined in was so considerable. You know, David laid it out, and you know, we get a lot of our information from David, so he's the right person to speak on it. But the fact of the matter is that the Israelis were able to get rid of their air cover, to target where they were, their refineries, the centrifuges, where they were able to then begin to study how to get, you know, how to actually weaponize it, took out their delivery systems, the silos where these delivery systems were going to emerge from, and the scientists involved in it. And we keep hearing about the 12 to 15 scientists, but everyone who was then promoted militarily, they were told they were going to be eliminated, and they were. And the last piece of that is, and how penetrated their systems were. I think that's where the Iranians, of all, back on their heels significantly, it's that penetration that they don't even know what they don't know.
Vali, the Iranians have to contend with this, the fact that it is public, obvious, the way the Israelis were able to penetrate, the way the United States was able to go into Fordo, collapse whole tunnels. I mean, they, as you know, as Nick very wisely said at the open, they went from a sign of immense strength 600 days ago to the absolute opposite. Very proud nation. How are they managing that?
I mean, that's a very important point. And actually, what I said, restoring deterrence and defense has this intelligent component. In other words, when they say we need to have air defenses, we need to have intelligence defense, it's recognizing exactly the reasons why they are where they are. But I would say, you know, there's no doubt that Iran is at a very weak point. But there's also sort of asking to give up the nuclear program very openly, and doing so on Truth Social and Twitter in a very public language. It's more of a political problem inside Iran, because you basically are asking for surrender. This is not a compromise anymore. Especially if you looked at these 5 rounds of negotiations, it was not real negotiations. The US was not ready to negotiate the first 2 rounds, and then they never actually sat down and went through the paces of negotiations, and the president publicly put out that this is the end result that I want, which in some ways, interpreted over there, I'm looking, for instance, the views from Tehran, was that you basically were asking for surrender. So then the question becomes, what is the acceptable cost for surrender? Would the Supreme Leader think that Iran is back to the wall sufficiently for him to be like, to go and sign a surrender treaty? I could envision that it could be given up, but there are asks that probably will be on the table. If Iran's biggest problem now is that it's exposed to Israel in the way it is, its first demand would be that if there is a deal, there will be no mowing the lawn. There would be no attack from Iran. There's no more humiliation, that the idea that Iran's skies are open, etc., would be off the table. That, I think, would be a very first thing that they would ask as part of, okay, if we give this up, then we don't want to be Damascus 2 days ago, or we don't want the rules of South Beirut to apply to Iran. The second, I think, would be that we need to make sure that a deal actually stays. You don't leave again. Once bitten, twice shy, in other words. And that actually was the reason why I think the Vienna talks with the Biden administration didn't, in the end, result, because the Biden administration would not give that third guarantee. And the third is actually that if we gave up billions of dollars of investment, there is actually dividend on the other end. Again, there is enough been written inside Iran since JCPOA that their view is that even when the deal was in effect, they didn't get anything out of it. And so the ask is very clear of them right now. I mean, if we're having this conversation, this is what they need to do. But it's not very clear about what is it that they're going to get at the table, even within the weakened position that they're in. What is it that the United States is actually offering? And that will decide whether or not they would seriously consider this issue of going to zero enrichment.
So David, take us back 8 weeks ago. Steve just talked about, no enrichment. The Israelis made that clear yesterday as well, no enrichment. Secretary Rubio, I read it. He gave an interview 8 weeks ago. Enrichment was on the table, limited enrichment. I think Steve Witkoff discussed this as well. Can you talk about sort of where we were 8 weeks ago and how we got here?
So 8 weeks ago, I don't think the administration had really thought through, or maybe at least 12 weeks ago, what their negotiating position was going to be. And there was a lot of loose talk out there, and I was struck as well by the limited enrichment description. In fact, at one point, Steve Witkoff came out and said, you might be able to enrich to 3.67%, which sounded wonky to almost everybody except the people in this room who knew that that was exactly what was in the Obama era thing. And we wrote a bunch of stories, others did as well, saying the administration is considering an accord that looks a lot like the old Obama-era JCPOA. That didn't go over well with the president. As it turns out, he doesn't want to be compared to Obama-era agreements. Who knew? And almost within a week, Witkoff was made to, maybe even days, to come out and eat those words, put out a Twitter announcement that no, it's no enrichment. And so they kind of locked themselves into that position, at which point Foreign Minister Arachi, who we knew well from the JCPOA days, he had been the #2 negotiator in 2015. He was the one who briefed all of us most frequently. He was in a stuck position because he couldn't give that up. And I think when we look back at the history of that moment, while Rachel's exactly right that the 2018 decision sort of made this inevitable at some point, at the moment that the White House said it's got to be no enrichment and the Iranians dug in their heels, we were headed this way. What strikes me as amazing out of this is the Iranians sort of missed the turn. They didn't recognize now that without Hezbollah, without Assad, without Hamas, the Israelis felt as if they could do this attack with no consequences. And so that first night, the IRGC commanders were asleep in their beds at home when the missiles came into their bedroom walls. That night, the 12, took a few days to get them, the 12 nuclear scientists who really were at the leading edge, if you followed the names of these, of the weaponization program, were killed off one by one. It was very much the approach that Netanyahu had taken to wiping out Hezbollah. It was just the same play all over again. And the Iranians, I don't think, saw that coming. And the result is, I think it's going to be a long time before they get themselves to a position where they can go negotiate. I do worry about the fact that we don't have inspectors there now, because I think if we get into another confrontation with them, they will leave the NPT. And if that happens, I think we could see a second cycle of this.
Steve.
Let me just sort of think outside the box a little bit.
I don't need a question, I'm just like Steve.
Pardon me?
No question, just Steve.
Let me try to think outside the box a little bit. On Valley's point, certainly probably Iran will want assurances they won't be struck. The question for the Israelis is, could they give an assurance that says, we won't strike you if you don't try to reconstitute your nuclear program and don't have a covert enrichment program, covert nuclear weapons program. If you don't do those things, if you comply with an agreement, there will be no need to strike. I don't know. It's something for the Israelis to think about. For the Iranians, on the enrichment point, there's a question of whether diplomatically you could finesse it by saying, you of course have the sovereign right to enrich, but you also, in the exercise of that sovereignty, can elect to give it up for other purposes. And thirdly, another issue for the Israelis to think about is if they are accorded limited enrichment capability within the country to 3.67%, and it is under IAEA inspections, that's probably not how Iran mounts a covert nuclear program. They mount a covert nuclear program by digging up that highly enriched uranium, taking those remaining Iranian nuclear scientists and the centrifuges that we know they still have and park them in a number of locations and pursue a covert program. So, you know, there's a lot of questions. If we get into a negotiation, I think there's some creative thinking that needs to be done, because it may be that if you had a kind of anytime, anywhere, anytime inspection regime to help deter and detect a covert program, you could actually accept a limited enrichment within Iran.
Rachel, technically, should any deal be written with the idea that there's a covert program no matter what?
I think just picking up on Steve's point, that the challenge of digging in to find those canisters is that everyone's intelligence is all over that spot. I mean, the Europeans are saying zero enrichment right now. They're watching that very closely. Putin just said zero enrichment. He's on as saying that after, you know, Arachi has just come back from Moscow. So at the moment, I don't see why the Americans would be kind of leading with that, where you have, now, the Russians have their own interests, they have their own way of moving back and forth, enrich uranium for like nuclear power plants and everything like that, but they're not proliferators, and they're worried about proliferation. So at this moment, I mean, maybe, and this is why good thing we have Steve who can like look so far ahead. I don't think that's on the table right now. I mean, I think the Iranians are trying to, you know, figure out who they can trust and, you know, who's alive to do anything and what their options are. And I think for the Europeans, the Russians, and the Trump administration now, you know, there's no interest in that. And I do think one of the things that we saw, one of the things that we saw in that, and I think for many Americans watching, is a reminder that the United States can go in with very precise plans and strikes and get out, which we have not seen the United States do in quite a long time, and then pull the Israelis back as well. Because from my understanding, the Israelis were experiencing a bit of mission creep among some quarters, that now that they had full control of the skies, they might start looking for a decapitation strategy, which happens in wartime, and planners who are doing well. And the Americans helped pull them back to stay on mission, and the US was able to stay up for now, to step back a bit. So the covert is always out there, but that's a long way to go for them to get back in that game.
Is this a new Trump doctrine, this kind of action? As Secretary Rice reminded us, the Chinese, the Russians have been silent. There's been almost no opposition, even politically at home, maybe a little bit to sort of the process or war powers, but to the strike itself, and to Rachel's good point of kind of in and out with our allies?
Certainly, I think for President Trump, he would like that to be, you know, a big part of the Trump doctrine. And I'm sort of surprised they haven't been out crowing about that more, even here on, you know, this stage, because it would be their moment to say everybody's been trying to deal with this problem for 20 years and said that if we did this, it would start a regional war, and instead we did it, and there's no regional war, and we did get in and out. The main restraint on President Trump was his own base, which you can remember just a few weeks ago was saying, oh no, they're getting us into another war in the Mideast and so forth. And that's why he did not choose the more prolonged options that he was given by General Kurilla and others, which would have taken out other facilities and aimed at these yet unfinished facilities and so forth, because President Trump was determined to do this sort of in one night and show that it could be a one and done. Now, I think what we've heard from all of us here is if they don't have the diplomacy right to this, it won't be one and done, right? That this will be back in some form. I don't think this White House has sort of thought this one out that far. I think they were really focused on doing the strike. They did it with great precision. I think they feel that parts of it could be done again, especially what they did at Isfahan, where they struck from offshore from a submarine. And I think their message to the Iranians is, we can come back and help mow the lawn as well if you can't negotiate something. I am a little surprised that we have not heard the White House or Secretary Rubio come out and make a sort of public proposal to the Iranians that might create a little bit of pressure on them at home to strike a deal.
Daphne, can I just pick up on something, because Secretary Rice made a point on the previous panel, which I think is so important, which is, as someone who's looked at the Middle East for a really long time, it is shocking to see how weak Russia is in the Middle East right now. That is a changed reality and expectation. That they weren't able to come to Assad's rescue, that they weren't able to come to do anything when Arachi goes up. They say, like, thanks for coming. They are really not present in this because they're tied in Ukraine. Because they're tied in Ukraine. That is the cost of the Ukraine war for Russia that I think should be on the table. It's their absence. They're around, and they're in a meeting just this past week with the Iranians, but they are really on their back foot in the region in a way we have not seen since the Cold War.
Valley, that's isolationism for Iran. There was a lot of talk yesterday about sort of is Israel sort of being isolated in the community, but the fact is Iran is being isolated. How are they dealing with that? How do they see that? And where do they imagine they will get support now?
Well, it's part of the whole debate and goes to the points that was raised, is that how do they assess this moment and going forward? I would say, the disappointment in Russia actually with Iran goes a little further back, when Russia refused to give them S-400 missile defense system, didn't deliver on jet fighters that it had promised. And in the middle of the war, the Russians couldn't give them anything that would actually be viable, given America and Israel were attacking Iran. And also the Iranians know, and this is again publicly debated in Iran, that Russia is always willing to bargain with the West over Iran. And it has bargaining to do in the coming weeks over Ukraine, etc. So it might hold to that shit. And China's support for Iran has always been economic. It has not been involved in Iran militarily at all. Now, whether it will become in the future is open to question. But none of these options for Iran are actually short run. So we're in a sort of a period where there's going to be intense debate in Iran about which way do they go. And I think one way for Washington to think about it is not just about the nuclear issue, but is there a way to actually influence that debate in a way that they would calculate differently? I agree with David that all the signals are that Iran doesn't see much point in coming back to the table. But there is also a very powerful voice that says that at this moment in time, some kind of a ceasefire, de-escalation with the United States is absolutely necessary just to catch our breath. So there is that element there that they might be interested to come. Now, whether they use a nuclear deal, nuclear negotiations to keep building weapons, whether they want weapons, it also greatly depends on what the deal the United States makes. What is in it for Iran? And And what is the give and take? What is the barter? Does it create ongoing interest that they would do exactly what Steve said, not to violate the deal, not to have covert sites, etc. If the policy for Iran is to turn it into Iraq 1991, then that's a very different calculation than if the deal is a way of trying to think about not just isolate Iran, but try to push it in another direction, and let's see whether that actually has traction. I think it's a bit bigger, both for Israel and the United States, to think that whether mowing the lawn is really a long-term strategy. I would not say that if this war resumes, it's not a given that it would play out the same way for the U.S. So that's also a risk the Trump administration takes by not doing this. And I would finally say that it is extremely counterproductive to do diplomacy on Truth Social and via the media, because you keep constraining the political space of the other side to make compromise. I mean, if you keep, tweeting that to the Supreme Leader, old man, you should be wiser to accept that you were absolutely defeated, you're almost saying that I'm going to close the door for you to come to the table, instead of giving political space to see whether he takes the bite and actually comes. And so, I do think there's problems on this side. I don't want to say that the Trump administration on the diplomatic side from the get-go has actually showed competence or has shown appreciation, or is actually right now is even following this in a way that would get them to anything other than the resumption of the war.
Steve, can you just jump in here a little bit, because two things Valley raises. One, the fear of regime change is real, and it is a question, it sounds like, for the leadership, that is the number one thing they're thinking about, especially sort of in light of tweets like that. The other thing to address too is sort of, where are the other regional players here? The Middle East is changing dramatically. Possibly Israel and Saudi were on the verge of a deal when we got to October 7th, related, of course. Where are they now, and what will happen with Iran?
Well, I think as much as the regional states felt obliged to condemn the Israeli strikes, in their heart of hearts, they're cheering. None of them wanted a nuclear Iran. I think, secondly, if we were to get to that optimistic third option we talked about, to answer Valley's point, to put something really attractive to the Iranians on the table, they would have an important role to play, because they would have to basically offer to Iran the possibility of participating in that regional economic integration that could lead to a different Iran that is not backward, but is actually part of moving into the 21st century. So I think they have an important role to play. And on the regime change issue, it's not that, I think there was a comment earlier in one of the panels that said the Iranian people have not rallied around the regime. They have felt that their country was under attack, and they've rallied around their country. And that's probably right. That will fade over time as time passes and if there are not further strikes. Whether there would be a regime change, I think you wrote, and I'm quoting my friend Condi Rice on this, it's not that millions of people are going to turn out in the streets and that's going to change the regime. The question is what is happening and the dynamics within the regime, and Valley could talk about this. Are there folks within the IRGC that think it's time that the mullahs take more of a back seat, that Iran policy be dictated more by their national interests than some kind of revolutionary fervor? And if folks come out in the streets, it may be because one of those factions has called them to the streets to give them an excuse for making some kind of change in the regime. But that's going to take a long, I think, considerable time to play out. But Valley's the expert on this.
And I'm going to ask David to weigh in too, because when we first started writing about Iran's nuclear program and intelligence estimates, one of the big issues was you would sit down with briefers in Washington, and they would do this. One was, what was going to happen first? Would Iran have a nuclear weapon, or would the regime fall? And where was that sort of moment of decision?
So that, what strikes me about that, I think Steve had this exactly right, is if you think about the 2015 deal, the larger bet that President Obama was taking at that time was that the deal would buy them 10, 15 years. That's when the clock started running off. And in that time, the Supreme Leader would die, or there would be some other event, and they would have a chance to go build up, and they would have resumed lifted a good deal of the sanctions and shown the Iranians a way to join the world economy and so forth. And it seemed like a pretty good bet. I remember writing that on the day of the deal in 2015 from Vienna. And the fact of the matter is, the bet failed. Now, you can argue that it failed because President Trump pulled out of the deal in 2018. You could argue it was never going to work. I don't think they expected the Supreme Leader to still be running the country in 2025, but here he is. So, betting on regime change is a risky business. It's pretty clear from talking to the Israelis who were in Washington last week, that is their bet now. They are just pushing for time, and they think a regime change will happen. But I'm not sure where they get that confidence.
So, regime change is one possibility. Regime collapse is another, which is that actually worries the region, I think, significantly, because maybe for Israel, Iran is too far away, it doesn't matter. But for Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia, sitting across from a huge chaos is a different proposition. I agree. I think the momentous impact of this war on Iran is something big. The loss of Hezbollah proxies has weakened a very powerful segment of Iran's establishment. It's basically taken away their tools, and it has weakened them. Even in a discussion of who defends Iran, how do you defend Iran, they don't have actually anything to offer right now compared to the civilians. I think so long as Ayatollah Khamenei is alive, you're not going to see radical shift, just like so long as Mao was alive or Brezhnev was alive, you're not likely to see it. But he's 86 years old. Maybe he lives 10 more years. Maybe he dies in 5 months or a year. I think within the regime, if there is serious discussion, even within the IRGC, they're not going to react to a blank slate or to a theoretical assumption. It depends on what's on the table. In other words, if there is an attractive enough a deal on the table or path on the table, then you will see potentially the opening of fissures in Iran. And that's what I'm saying, that the bigger thing for the United States is not just to think of the nuclear deal as just sort of doing the check marks on enrichment, enriched uranium, etc. But if he truly thinks that this is a historical opening, it has to think a lot bigger. It has to think the way Secretary Rice was thinking at the end of the Soviet period about how do you force this shift in Iran? How do you cause a debate at the top that people seriously consider that this is a dead end and there's some other path on the table? I seriously don't think, and it's important, Iranian leaders, hardline moderates, cannot react to what is theoretically possible, but is not actually solidly in front of them as an option.
I must let all of you ask questions because I'm sure there are going to be great ones. I will just wrap up just with I think one quick one. Who can we go to?
Hi, I'd like to pick up on something that Rachel said about the depth of Israeli intelligence penetration in Iran. And this would be for you, Vali. Is there any way to assess the abilities of Iranian counterintelligence? In other words, their ability to root out these spies and put an end to that penetration?
Well, if I were the Supreme Leader, I would ask the head of Iran's counterintelligence, what the hell were you doing the past 3-4 years? It's clear that the depth in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iran is extremely grave. And essentially more than bombs or rockets or F-35s, this was an intelligence victory by Israel, starting in Lebanon and then in Iran. whatever theories they may have about plugging the holes is not a short-run solution. I mean, between when, for instance, Israel assassinated Iran's top nuclear scientist, I think maybe it was 2 years ago, they weren't able to plug these holes until now. And so counterintelligence is not a short-term fix for them. It's a must, but it's not going to address short-term.
Thank you. Please help me thank the panel.
Okay, please take your seats, if you would. We would appreciate it very much. We're just about to start the next panel. Thank you very much, everyone. Our final panel today is going to address the issue of trade and international economics. It's at the center of global politics this year. It's the focal point of President Trump's first 6 months in office. I can tell you, just having come back from China, it's always at the center of China's global strategy. And we have a really good panel to discuss this. Jonathan Black, Deputy National Security Advisor at the Cabinet Office, working for the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Penny Pritzker, Chairman of PSB Partners. Of course, Penny was our Secretary of Commerce under President Obama. She is the Senior Fellow of the Harvard Corporation, and she's a member of the Aspen Strategy Group. Bob Zellick, Chairman of the Temasek Americas Advisory Panel. Bob has a long history on these issues. President of the World Bank, United States Trade Representative, Deputy Secretary of State, and Counselor of the Department of State, also a member of the Aspen Strategy Group. And our moderator is Ed Luce, who's written about these issues for decades, Chief Correspondent in the U.S. of the Financial Times, and author of a really good book, Spig, The Life of Zbigniew Brzezinski. Ed, take it away.
Thank you very much, Nick. It's a delight to be here to talk about this really important issue and sets of questions with such a distinguished panel. To say that some of you might know that the legendary most boring headline ever written in the history of the New York Times was Worthwhile Canadian Trade Initiative. And it struck me the other day that actually it's a really interesting headline nowadays. It's, you know, soft lumberwood, that's kind of sexy. It's geopolitics. Trade is geopolitics, and geopolitics is trade because Trump sees it that way. I have a colleague who says, in terms of how Trump negotiates and what Trump's next move is going to be, who has a motto, nobody knows anything. And I think there's, you know, it's been a pretty useful rule of thumb in trying to cover this. But before we get into these 90 deals in 90 days and then the extension of those, let me turn first to Bob to just zoom out a little bit. This isn't just about Trump, right? I mean, we have had a turn away in United States politics by both parties in very different ways, to one degree or another, from the pro-globalization, free trade stance that had characterized America since the Second World War. Is it fair, therefore, to say that, you know, Trump is a lot of detail, a lot of very sort of capricious and unpredictable detail, but actually the broader trend here is much deeper than Trump?
So, Ed, I've had a lot of introductions over the years. Nobody knows anything is a first, but
no.
I'll try to aspire.
That wasn't me talking about the panel.
I'll try to aspire to that level.
I mean, it could have been.
So
we'll find out.
As you suggest, some people know here, but it's more of a nerdish area. Trade policy has a deep history in the United States. Jonathan may remember this thing we did with the tea in Boston Harbor. Under the Constitution, the Congress has responsibility for trade. This is not accidental. And for the first 140 years of American history, the trade legislations were major items, along with postal revenues, actually, because in trade, obviously, the closer you are to the constituency, members of House, Senate, you're probably more focused on the protection of those. And so you had bills that had various sort of log-rolling aspects for tariffs. But in 1934, there is a different type of regime change. So after the Smoot-Hawley 1930 tariffs that boosted tariffs up to an average of 59.1%, FDR manages, with the help of Cordell Hull as Secretary of State, who at that time did trade negotiations, to get authority shifted from the Congress to the executive branch. And while I'll leave out the refinements, there are different ways in which these were negotiated. But over the next 80 years, the idea was the president will have the national interest, not just the local parochial interest. And while there's always trade politics has always been difficult, there's kind of a momentum to try to liberalize, make the rules of the system, recognizing it's also in the U.S. self-interest. The U.S. is a cutting-edge economy. It's best to develop the rules for the cutting edge. Now, as you suggest, it's a big deal that you've now had two presidents of two different parties take a protectionist line. So that is a very big switch in the nature of trade politics. And while Congress will have to face the question of the usurpation of its authority, and some people are arguing about some of the legal authorities that Trump has used on this, it's hard to believe that that alone is going to be a source that reverses it. So let me take you to a slightly related point. Because trade politics is so much related to sort of local concerns more than the Iran nuclear issue, a lot of this depends on the narrative. And I think one of the differences is, for many generations, the narrative of the 1930 Smoot-Hawley protectionism linked to the Great Depression, which was not seen as a good thing by most people, kind of affected the politics of this. I think you're now in a series of policy generations that have thought about the Rust Belt. From the left, it was the anti-globalization movement. You've got the big debate about sort of China shock and so on and so forth. If you want to be an optimist, and I like to be an optimist, I would end with the idea that, however, Trump may realize my dreams, because this is so dramatic, and I believe that the effects are going to be not so good, that it could create the possibility for people to think anew on the politics. Costs will go up, inflation, it will affect inflation. You've got high degrees of uncertainty in terms of the investment market. You've got retaliation. Your strategic relationship with your allies is thrown into turmoil. Your North American relationship is now a reversal of 40 years, going back to sort of Ronald Reagan. These are big changes. So we'll see.
Penny, yeah, carry on. I mean, do you want me to repose the question, or looks like?
Can I just jump in and
do.
react a little bit? Which is, I just think it's helpful. Let me just try to scope this a little bit. For me, that's how I started. And what I always love about being on a panel with Bob is he really gives you a great sort of playing field with which to understand the historical context. But like right this minute, the average tariff rate has gone from 2.5% to 16.6% since Donald Trump came to office. That's the highest since 1910, putting it into your historical context. The uncertainty that that's created, because we don't actually know this week, next week, what the policy is going to be. So if you're sitting in a business, it's chaotic. I know that from my own personal experience in my day job, which is you're trying to figure out how to price things, you're trying to figure out your supply chain, et cetera, and it is very unnerving at best and potentially devastating at worst. Then you've got the US economy that has shown pretty decent resilience so far, but we did have just an inflation print of 2.7%. So stay tuned, it's unclear. And we have basically estimates that this will affect households somewhere between $2,400 a month, a year, and $4,900 a year. And the other thing to keep in mind is the rest of the world is not sitting still. They are around making deals around us, not the least of which is China.
But let me just quick follow up. I mean, either you or Bob can answer it, and Jonathan, I'm going to get in a moment into the US-UK situation. But we're assuming Trump can continue imposing these tariffs and linking them to really untrade-related stuff like Bolsonaro's trial. But maybe the courts are going to overturn it. Maybe the assumptions that we're taking for a conversation like this are going to prove to be wrong. If the Supreme Court did surprise us and uphold what the CIT court has ruled, what would Trump do? I mean, how different would this conversation be? Either. Either both.
So what you're referring to is President Trump used IEPA, the Emergency International Economic Powers Act. The best logic is that that was an overreach, okay? And that's what the lower level court found. I suspect that's what higher level courts will find. The problem is, going under this history that I gave you, when Congress delegated the authority to negotiate to Congress, they also said, we want the Congress to be very well armed. So they created a whole set of other statutory authorities that a president can use. Now, they're not as broad-based as this. There's supposed to be some sort of logic of unfair trade practices or safeguards or all the aspects that get used in the international trading system. But to answer your question, he won't stop. He'll keep using it. And by the way, you know, have you seen him feel that when a court rules against him that necessarily that he needs to pull back? He'll just keep trying. He'll push the edge of the envelope.
Okay. So Jonathan, these 90 deals in 90 days will deal the first deal, and the only one that's actually really been published is the UK-US trade deal. So really two questions to you. Talk us through what that experience was like, because I know you negotiated it, and you dealt with Jameson Greer and Howard Lutnick, et cetera. And second, what other things are you doing as a result of this new, very different trade climate?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to be here and be on, as you say, such a distinguished panel. I would like to come back in the conversation, if we can, to the first question you asked, Bob, about the broader context and the historical context, because I do actually think it matters, and I'll answer this question you've asked now. But you know, clearly, this administration has come in with a very distinct and new set of policies. But I think the trend, both here but also around the world, is very relevant in terms of how we as the UK are approaching this, and also I think in terms of how we think where things go. So I think it's with us coming back to that. On what we've done, as you say, we at the beginning of May agreed this economic prosperity deal between the US and the UK, which is a product of many weeks of hard work with the administration led by our business and trade secretary. I mean, I could sort of say a lot about it. We decided early on in the year that we wanted to look to make an agreement and a deal with the administration. I mean, I think there were probably two reasons for that. One is I think we felt there was advantage in having a sort of something to work from, a base to go with, and secondly that it would create a dynamic that we could continue to do things with. And you would expect me to say this, wouldn't you, as a representative of the British government? But I think that has played out. You know, if you were going to buy a Jaguar Land Rover today, that's not subject to a tariff, which it otherwise would have been. And that sort of matters if you're if you're an important and significant manufacturer, but not one with a sort of huge, enormous global footprint that, for example, some of the other sort of Japanese companies did. So it was a conscious decision that we went into, and as you say, it's a conversation we've been having with both the Commerce Department and the U.S. Treasury, and the agreement that gives the framework for it. There's a written text that provides the base for that, and we're now going through and implementing the bits, including the various bits of legislation, some of which have already gone through.
And just very quickly, the other part of the question, other stuff you've done. I mean, you did a deal with India in this window, which is something, usually doing a trade deal with India is like waiting for Godot, but there seems to have been real alacrity. So on both sides, you've got a deal done.
And I think that partly goes to what I was saying about the bigger context. I think it's sort of mattered in terms of what it's created the backdrop for. I mean, Penny sort of talked about that others are doing pretty active things around on trade policy as well. For us, I think, have made a conscious decision. You know, we're a significant economy outside one of the major blocks, so we have some economic heft, but also some agility, and we've tried to use that both in the bilateral deals that we've done. So we've done this with the US, we've just done a new framework with the EU, we're doing this one with the Indians bilaterally, we've got the Gulf one, but we're also trying to do bits in the multilateral and plurilateral space as well. We've joined this work on the sort of the temporary arrangements or the extra arrangements on dispute within the WTO, for example. So we're trying to do this on a number of fronts, and I actually think you're seeing quite a lot of countries do that, actually.
So Penny, I mean, I think it's fair to say that as Commerce Secretary in the Obama administration, which negotiated TPP, I mean, we know what happened since, but that you're a member of the last sort of, broadly speaking, pro-free trade administration America's had. And you did negotiate, you and Mike Froman, who I think is here, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Well, now we see Europe negotiating a strategic dialogue with this Pacific grouping. Britain's actually joined that grouping. But whilst everybody's doing these deals with the United States, I think it's fair to say a lot of them, because of Trump's approach to negotiating and impatience and unpredictability, are not trusting that the deals they ink are going to necessarily last very long. So there's action going on elsewhere. Is the rest of the world picking up the slack? Or are we in a net global protectionist era? Or is it a lot more complicated than that?
I think there's a lot going on. There's absolute trade diversion and trade realignment going on. And it's not just the UK, even though Jonathan is a terrific negotiator and able to move quickly. But you see India taking advantage of this situation. Basically, they've got a low tariff with the Asia Pacific, and they're also now in trade talks, I believe, with you as well as the EU. And I think there's a sense of urgency given what's going on with the US. You've got Mexico, which is also, you know, there's a lot of opportunity. Mexico, Vietnam, Thailand, I think are going to be big beneficiaries of the situation with the United States. And then I think the EU is also, you know, obviously we don't know where that's going to land, but if they can wrangle the 27 countries together, that would be a very important deal to be made. I think the word is out. Go make regional deals also. And so you see whether it's Mercosur or other regional, you see China really trying to beef up RCEP. And it's natural. That's a logical response to what's going on. And so you see these regional trade alliances happening. And then you see American companies looking around the world, studying how can I maximize my supply chain to my benefit. Now, nobody wants to be doing that, but they have no choice. And I think it's particularly noteworthy that Canada, for the first time, exported gas to Asia. I think 99.9% of Canada's gas came to the United States, and I think sometime in the last several weeks, first time they've done that. That's a big statement of realignment.
Canada is interesting. I'm just going to keep
Can I
coming
follow
back
up
to
on
that.
Ed on part of this? Is it okay? So we keep using the word deal, okay? And we have to be a little careful for a general audience here. Trade agreements used to generally follow certain patterns for removing tariffs, sort of the overall range of arrangements. Here's one way to follow up on your thought. The USMCA, the Mexico-Canada renegotiation, was done in the first Trump administration. What paper is that worth? So number one, there's a sense that Trump just basically decides what he wants to do regardless of the deal, even his own deals. Second, the idea that you're going to negotiate a large number of these deals in a short period of time is poppycock. It's just not going to happen. And if you talk to Jameson Greer, he basically has like a 5-part framework that he sends to different countries, and it's kind of like, send us your letter of intent on where you can make a difference on these things. And then you start to ask the larger question, well, what's the purpose? Is it to raise tariffs to gain added revenue? Is it to open other markets? Is it to close our market? And one very important part of this, you'll notice that Trump's focus has always been on the goods deficit. Okay? He doesn't talk about the services, which happens to be where the United States is in surplus, where most of our industry is on the cutting edge, and where, whether it's digital accords or others, frankly, the future of trade negotiations will be. And we're not in the game. And we used to actually push those issues because that was to the advantage of our companies, but it was sort of advantage the international system. So what you're going to see is a mishmash. Okay? You're going to see an odd combination of all sorts of things thrown together. And the part of the problem of that is you'll get trade diversion, but people won't be able to rely on things that'll lower the overall productivity in the system. On the one hand, trade is like water. Okay, you put barriers, it'll find a way around. So the trade system will continue, but it'll continue in a less effective form, and we won't really be shaping the rules.
But without rules. I mean, somebody characterized it, America is belligerent, China is mercantilist, it's not going to cease to be mercantilist, and the WTO is just not functioning. And I mean, Jonathan, you should answer this. I mean, UK is kind of a model free trading nation. It's a really eccentric thing to be nowadays. Who's going to uphold the rules? Will there be rules?
Well, I think this goes to what we were talking about at the beginning, that obviously lots happening this year, but a lot of this goes back further. I mean, I've sat around the G20 table for quite a long time. Previous American administrations have had a lot to say about the WTO and the arrangements for that over that period of time, and Penny obviously would be able to talk better about the Obama one than I can, but it's not, you don't sit there and hear every other country say we're completely happy with all of these rules. That's just not what you hear. So I think I think in 5 years, whatever time, things are going to look very different. There is an interesting question about what that looks like, and there's also an interesting question about how we go from here to there, and how you work on it in between. I think the other thing, though, that I would say, we're talking here about trade in quite a sort of narrow-ish way, particularly around tariffs. I mean, the other thing that is relevant to this is because we live in a much more globally integrated economy. It's actually not just traditional trade levers like tariffs or what have you that are relevant to this debate. Actually, if you look at a lot of what the last American administration were doing, they were sort of pursuing a lot of their things through industrial policy. So the levers and the different types of policy that I think are relevant to what the future of the global trading system looks like go much broader than just around what you would see in a traditional trade deal. Now that means those things will evolve. I think what you've just said about the mishmash, personally, I think that is right. You will see this sort of mixed economy. We actually have put some digital things into what we've done with this administration, but others will do their own thing. So I think it's going to be quite complex, is what I'm...
No, that's a fair point. But I mean, so industrial policy is back in fashion, and it's not just Biden in very different ways. It's also Trump. And I mean, just today, Trump Commerce Department imposes a 93.5, weirdly specific, 93.5% tariff on Chinese graphite imports, which are absolutely critical, not just to Tesla, but to all American autos for the batteries in EVs. So, I mean, is that an industrial policy? I mean, how do we make sense of what's going on, Penny?
Well, it's hard to add it all up and say, oh, that's good for American industry, right? I mean, I can't explain it. I mean, I'm back at the beginning. I don't have the answer to What is the logic behind that? It doesn't make sense to me. What are we trying to prevent? Do we have a surplus of graphite here in this country? I don't think so. And so it doesn't make sense to me. And the problem, if you're trying, you know, you're a person or you're a company trying to do business, either domestically or if you're a domestic manufacturer, I mean, 10% of our economy is manufacturing, but only half of that is free from dependency on components that come in from somewhere else in the world. So if that's a big important part of our economy that our president keeps saying he wants to grow, but we're dependent to actually grow that part of the economy. And then to Bob's point, our digital and technology flows are absolutely critical. They're essential for the economic vitality of our country, and we're not spending enough time on that. So my challenge with the whole topic is I can't figure out the logic and how it's going to work. And then to all of a sudden say, well, and then we're going to use, you know, tariffs for maybe non-trade purposes also, which is also very complex, to use your word.
So, Bob, in the principle that everybody on this panel knows lots of things, I would like you to pick up on that.
Well, as an expert interpreter of President Trump, I think you're trying to intellectualize this too much from an FT point of view. So let's bring it down to basics. President Trump recognizes the United States is a very powerful country economically. He doesn't care about the rules. He wants to use that power, punish Bolsonaro, someday maybe do a deal with the Chinese, attack the Chinese, smack the Europeans, maybe do a partial deal with Britain because we kind of like Britain. But it's all reversible in the world of transactions. Okay? He knows the United States is a very powerful country militarily. He doesn't want to get in wars. Wars are very unpopular. But now and then, he'll also throw that weight into the balance. And third, he has, in my view, a somewhat sort of traditional view of how he would describe as American patriotism, which is often wrapped around him, but it's also connected to issues of security of the border and the woke agenda. And so that's what you got. And you got it day by day with intervening events. So to try to come up with a schema, I honestly think is...
No, I'm asking about the rest of the world. I mean, to the rest of the world...
But I'll come to that, in the spirit of the FT. As Jonathan said, you can't disconnect trade from all the other stuff, including value of the dollar, currency flows, investment, and so on and so forth. And one of the ironies about kind of where this is going is at a true strategic level, when, I don't know if you guys discussed this in the China panel, China does have imbalances in terms of consumption and savings and investment. We have imbalances in terms of spending and savings and investment that are kind of the mirror, okay? So if one really wanted to get at some of the trade current account deficit issues, that is one of the president's objectives, there is some basis there. This is where, I don't think this is going to happen, but when people hear Treasury Secretary Besant talk about Mar-a-Lago Accord and so on and so forth, underneath it, given his experience with hedge funds, he sees the imbalances in the marketplace. So the larger story here, beyond the trade fight and what happens with investment and capital flows, is where does this lead the insecurity in the international system and financial markets, particularly when a crisis occurs at some point, which it will.
Okay, I mean, the equity markets keep going up. I mean, so are we overstating just how big a problem this is to growth? I mean, do the equity markets know something we don't? Or are they going to have a Willy Coyote moment and they're going to look down and suddenly realize there's no ground beneath their feet? Penny.
Well, in the U.S., let me focus on the U.S. I mean, look, we've had very strong corporate earnings, right? And second is our indices are dominated by asset-light, high-tech companies that are driving those indices. We also, there's an anticipation, I believe, in the markets that rates are going to come down. And so I think that, I mean, hence the conversations that went on the last 48 hours about whether Jerome Powell still has a job or not. And, you know, and the other thing is, building upon what Bob said, you know, companies are agile. They're figuring this out. They're using, you know, tools, and now we have very powerful AI tools that can help you manage your supply chain. So far, so good. But you also saw on Liberation Day a reaction in the marketplace that was pretty terrifying. Not so much the stock market. It was much more the bond market that was more terrifying. And to me, I think it remains to be seen how stable things are.
So I want to add on this because, look, Penny lives in the worlds of markets. Sometimes I do as well. Markets often move with momentum. And look at what happened this year. Early in January, the sky's the limit. Everything's going to be great. Liberation Day, oh my God, things are falling. We've now sort of seen a climb back in sort of equity markets for now. But remember, it follows momentum. As she mentions, bond markets are telling a different story. Dollars sort of telling a different story. So one of the things to watch will be if you start to get a slowdown, if you start to get deeper uncertainties in the system, the types of costs that we talked about, how will that affect corporate earnings behavior, overall set of risks? My own view is you're likely to have a slowdown. It doesn't necessarily mean a recession, but it depends partly on how the rest of the world reacts to the overall system. And then I want to take this to a macro point. The other big thing that's happening here is that the U.S., since the 70s and the end of the fixed rate exchange rate system, so it plays a stabilizing role in the international economy. People might not like always how we did it. They may sort of think we partly caused the mistakes. But you saw this in the mid-'80s with Baker's G7 coordination when the dollar got high and protectionism. You saw it in the 90s in the Clinton administration with Rubin and Summers and Greenspan, the Committee to Save the World. In 2001, President Bush, to his credit, after the attack on World Trade Center, by the way, sort of tries to keep markets open. 2007, 2008, even though the U.S. is the original source of the crisis, the dollar gets stronger because we're still the safe asset. And by the way, we have a monetary and fiscal program along with China that helps bring the system back. Same in the pandemic. Issues like role of the Federal Reserve swaps, which are little known, and the Fed likes it that way, but are critical when people want to go to the dollar. The question that I pose to people is, the next time there's such a crisis, will the U.S. play such a stabilizing role? And Jonathan has already, but courteously in the British fashion, sort of suggested that people aren't expecting the U.S. to play the role. That's a very different world than we've had.
So if that's correct, Jonathan, and America can no longer be relied on as a lender of the last resort, as the bailer-outer, what should people like you and all other economies in the world do? I mean, how do you protect yourself?
Well, I'm not sure I do, except that premise, if I'm totally honest. But I welcome views and see what others have to say as we go along. You what? Sorry.
It's okay. No.
Yeah. So, but I mean, just ignore it. So I'll continue. Well, I sort of probably do need to listen to some what he says since he's hosting it. But no, I think so. I genuinely don't think I do completely accept the premise of that. If I'm completely honest, and I think that's still seen in how we work today, including in the sort of coordination formats that we've got. But you just talk back to the pandemic that was under. Which was what 4 or 5 years ago now. You had the same with Ukraine. So I think I sort of still think you do see that sort of cooperation and coordination. We obviously haven't had it tested in the sense that we haven't had a financial crisis of the kind that we talked about in 2007-8 or what have you.
Penny, there is this phrase, also coined by a colleague of mine: Trump always chickens out. Taco, and we've seen that with the bond markets for sure. I think Bob was referring when he mentioned the Plaza Accords that Baker did in the 80s. There's been talk of a Mar-a-Lago Accord amongst some of Trump's economic advisors to drive the dollar down. Well, this week the dollar, I think early in the week, went down 10% on a trade-weighted basis because Trump every day talks about wanting to fire Jay Powell. I mean, Is this more fragile than we think it is?
I don't know how fragile it is. I think it's uncertain is the word I would use, which is you can't predict. I just find I have no idea how to predict. And that is, I think, challenging for our allies. I think it's challenging for our businesses. I think it's challenging for our rivals. And maybe that's good. It's more challenging for our rivals, but it feels like we're treating everybody the same. You can't predict. The uncertainty is so high. And so how to manage is really complicated. And trying to figure out what are the through lines that you can look at over a 5-year period and say, you know what, regardless of this volatility, it's going to all be okay. And, you know, I sit on the board of a large technology company, and, you know, fundamentally one through line is consumption of compute is growing, and it's not abating, and it feels like people are continuing to invest in that. Not just the hyperscalers, but the enterprises around the world, the countries are, but the rules are changing about that because countries are saying, okay, who's going to host my national security enterprise, and who do I trust? And for sure, one of the challenges that you're seeing is that trust in American provided critical infrastructure, whether it's digital or not, has gone down.
I mean, it seems to, if you take a continent like Africa, how are they viewing all of this? We seem to have had a role reversal between the US and China. We saw China as simply exploiting, which it has, I mean, extracting minerals, critical minerals and other commodities from Africa. And the United States, not particularly engaged, but sort of playing by normal rules. In the last 6 months, that seems to have swapped. I'm using Africa as a big example, but it's not the only one. China the other day announced 0 tariffs on all African exports, not just commodities, but manufactured goods. Now, there might not be too many African manufactured goods, but it's a very good PR move by China, whereas the United States is now moving in on African critical minerals, right? It feels like there is no sort of upholder of any rules, that this is turning into the law of the jungle.
But I also think the point that you're making is China's not sitting still while all this is going on. They're being actually quite active. Their efforts not only to engage with other countries, they're not just engaging with the country, they have desks in their government to deal at the subnational level. We obliterated all that in our State Department reorg that's going on. We've obviously destroyed USAID, so we're not on the ground in the way that we have been. Whereas China has one belt and one road, and they're doubling down on that. They're also at the same time promoting the yuan, and they're promoting regional trade through RCEP. I mean, we have to realize it's not just like, that's the part of this situation that I think we have to, and that's always been true. We do something, you know, other countries respond, other countries do something, we respond. But they're not sitting still waiting to see how this works out for the United States. They see opportunity, they're taking advantage of it.
Just one other vantage point to add on the Africa context. The working age population in sub-Saharan Africa in 2026-27 will be greater than the working age population in all developed countries. And in a couple years after that, it'll be greater than the working age population in China. We also have issues in developed countries and in China about demographics and actually labor forces shrinking. So I think the big, and sub-Saharan Africa is a big place. You got different countries with very different strategies. I think the bigger issue here that relates to this is not just the US-China competition and we're going to get these minerals or other minerals. It's almost as kind of a 19th century view of sub-Saharan Africa. But, you know, what can one do with governance, economics, other opportunities in some of these countries that creates some opportunity for future and hope and make them also sort of future poles of growth? In that sense, and it's a point that Penny made, Condi would be well aware of, one of President Bush 43's great accomplishments was this HIV/AIDS program and malaria, okay? And in many African countries, that's how they primarily still know the United States. It makes a huge difference in lives. So why would we, try to throw this out the window? And with the efforts, I'm sure, some people in this room, some of the Republicans in Congress have kept some of this going forward. But so I think what I'm urging is, as you think about trade or finance or other issues, is that we need to go a little bit beyond, like, gee, well, will we be influential or will China be influential? And kind of figure out how to make this work from a stage of overall development for sub-Saharan Africa. And frankly, if the Chinese can help do that effectively, I'm okay. All right? Now, we've seen there are problems with Chinese debt, but frankly, the real problem with Chinese debt in sub-Saharan Africa was that it stopped. The lending stopped after 2019. So the issue today is how you restructure it. So I just want to broaden the concept here a bit.
And just to, if I can, just to add to the point that you were just making about lots of actors. If you go to a capital city in bits of Africa, and your point is that it looks very different depending where you go. You will see Emirati investment, Turkish investment. I mean, there's such a wide range of Indian as well, and still European as well. But it really is those Gulf countries and the others that we're talking about. So it's and all of that's been happening anyway. I'm sure it's intensifying, but it has been happening anyway.
So what you're describing is the economic version of a multipolar world, and the upside to that, a lot of action. But I can't help thinking that the point you made quite forcefully, Bob, which is that there might not be a lender of the last resort next time, is bigger than all of this put together. If nobody's coming to the rescue when there's when there will be another global financial crisis, probably, a crypto-related one or something that we're not used to, or another pandemic, then what does that mean? I mean, it's bigger than everything we're talking about if nobody's going to bail us out.
Yeah, I don't like the lender of last resort because, I'm sorry?
No, both of you, well, all of you, but let's start with you, Bob.
The lender of last resort suggests that the United States there is, sort of Uncle Sam Moneybags all the time. I'm talking about a broader stabilization. And when you have these crises, it requires cooperation among different parties, okay? So the real question is, will the U.S. see a systemic interest, and will the U.S. play a catalytical role, and will we have the institutional capacity? Our debt as a percentage of GDP is now closing in on the post-World War II high, peacetime high of 106%. We're about 99%. Each of these crises, we sort of push those up. Will you have the relationship with the other major powers, including China? The cooperation with China in the global financial crisis was actually quite important. Will the central banks, which you sort of know well, will they, in a sense, have experimented with QE too much, and kind of what will be the lessons about sort of that process? Those are all unanswerable. It doesn't surprise me. In any solving of problems for one generation, you get the others. But the systemic point is that the U.S. also, when we think of the Africa case, the U.S. has tended in economics to see this as a win-win venture as opposed to a zero-sum contest. The heart of the Trump trade policy, and frankly the Biden policy, was there's a certain pie, we want to divide it up and we want more of this and the other guy gets less. That's a very different perspective than guided the U.S. successful strategy. And since we haven't invoked China on this, I'll put in my advertisement. The people who want to follow China's strategy, I think, are just totally missing the boat. China's got its own problems, but our strength has been our openness to ideas, to goods, to capital, to people, willingness to sort of change and adjust. Why would we try to have a state-centered authoritarian economy that doesn't work?
Patty.
I think there's one part of this that we haven't talked about yet, which is the political side of this. And I don't mean, both Democrats and Republicans are embracing protectionism, embracing a different modus operandi. It's not that this is one party over the other. I mean, you didn't see Biden roll back the tariffs that President Trump put in place. And so, I mean, whether tariffs are now being used as tools, maybe more aggressively, but the point is that Republicans make a national security argument, Democrats make a labor argument, or a climate argument, or a human rights argument, et cetera. And so I think that we're on a longer trajectory of a changed position. And the question is, will our political leaders have the permission to step into a crisis of global proportion? Will they be able to convince? It's hard for a president to do that all alone. You do need Congress to help you. And right now you've got Congress, basically D's and R's. There aren't a lot of free traders in Congress anymore, in case you haven't noticed that. And so I think that the real question is, let's step back and ask ourselves economically, what are they hearing locally from those communities that says this is the policy I ought to pursue? And that's really creating, President Trump is an aggressive person with a very clear perspective of what he wants to accomplish. But there's also a political backdrop here that I think bears some analysis, and I'm not sure I've got it figured out. But one thing I will just say is that when I think about TPP, we were not able to convince the average American that was in their best interest. True. And whatever PR campaign or effort we made, it was insufficient such that you never got there. You had both presidential candidates, in essence, walk away from it. And now you have massive WTO skepticism, et cetera. And so I think we have to step back and realize this is bigger than just one president and one effort. This has been going on, as Bob has given us great historical context, but this has been going on for quite a while.
And just to add to that, every country has their version of the politics, and your point about the sort of multipolarism and the integration of the economy sort of matters from that perspective, because the politics of everywhere in one sense does as well. And the point we were talking about, so many other levers, industrial policy as well, being relevant, is that these things are also bread and butter of core domestic policy and core political domestic policy in every country. So you've got all of those things. The other thing that actually we haven't talked about, and I can see on the timer here today, but you did actually mention it, is that in this trade space, we're also seeing these traditionally economic levers being used for broader national security purposes as well. And the integration of the global economy sort of enables that to happen. But what it sort of means is that you do have the sort of complexity point, I think, really matters in terms of the politics as well.
So as Jonathan mentioned, we've only got 2 or 3 minutes left. Questions, please, and front row here, and then you there. But make it a shortish question, please, or short.
Thank you so much. I'll keep it quick. Krishna Gal with the Rising Leaders. My question is about central bank digital currencies. So China's spent 10 years building out digital yuan. Is that the future infrastructure of international trade? And what can the U.S. do to preserve its current position? Thank you.
You have to disaggregate this issue, as you probably know. So one aspect is blockchain. Blockchain's a reality. There's lots of efficiencies and benefits for blockchain. Blockchain will go forward. Digital currencies, as have been discussed in the Chinese case, run into a problem, which is that if I can put my savings into the Federal Reserve, why will I put it in my local bank? And then what it means is that the Federal Reserve becomes responsible for national lending, okay? And so that's one reason why the Federal Reserve has been cautious about a digital currency. It doesn't want to take over the whole financial system. There are separate issues, of course, about then, of course, the Chinese system knows all your credit, knows all your money, and so there's some privacy issues. But I'll distinguish that from another development, which will go forward, and that is a lot of the discussion about crypto and tokenization and stablecoin are parts of a model of financial innovation. And this will go on right now because this Genius Act passed the Senate, it'll go through the House in some form. This will create stablecoin. Now, by the way, for the dollar, notice these successful stablecoins have been based on the dollar, so it's not exactly rejecting the dollar. But what is it doing? It's trying to come up through tokenization with more efficient abilities to trade and exchange 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in smaller sums. The dollar is already very liquid, but it's still $10,000 here, so on and so forth. What will be interesting to watch is that, and you've seen some people warn about this, they revive, in the spirit of history, they revived wildcat banking in the 80s and 1830s and 40s. What they're worried about is a bank has to hold a certain amount of capital for leverage for its lending, 10%, 20%, okay. The stablecoin logic is you have to have it backed 100%. Well, first off, Will it really work? Look what happened with money market funds, okay? But secondly, I expect what will happen will be some of the guys who do this will say, hey, we want to lend. Why do I need 100% banking where Bank of America only needs 10 or 20, okay? And then you're off to the races. And so that's where financial innovation and its relationship with financial supervision are always in tension in the system, which goes back to my suggestion. There will be another crisis, I mean, the nature of this. And then when it comes, well, fortunately, I'm a pensioner, so.
I did call on one. There was one other questioner I'd said, but make it a very quick question and an even shorter answer than Bob just gave.
David Gura from Bloomberg News, and I'm going back to thinking of this UK-US deal as templatic. It was announced, and members of the president's team said, look at this as an example of what other countries could do. We haven't seen the kind of White House Oval Office tableau that we saw with the UK. We saw Vietnam notified by post on social media, same thing with Indonesia. Playing out that template, we don't have steel figured out yet with the UK, and I wonder if, Jonathan, you could make a bit of news here and just give us an update on where that stands. And to pick up on what Bob was saying just a moment ago, a deal is a nuanced term in this situation, and that is still holding it up, something that's missing from that deal. What should other countries take away from that? Sort of how much confidence you have in that getting figured out here in short order?
Yeah, I mean, confidence, and we're working through the implementation of the deal with the administration, and I think, as you mentioned, there is on the day of the meeting in the Oval Office, we published the text of that, and what we've gone on to do is the various bits of the legislation that we need to do. But then there are other areas. You talked about digital trade, for example, all of which are sort of in there as a sort of roadmap of things that we're sort of getting on with them now.
Okay, on that note, thank you please join me in thanking a wonderful panel for a great discussion.
Thank you very much. Just a few notes, please. For all the rising leaders, your cocktails downstairs, right in this room. We have a terrific movie tonight on critical minerals, actually, a topic which has come up in several of our panels. It'll start at 6 p.m. in Pepke Auditorium, and there'll be a short Q&A afterwards. Otherwise, good evening. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And please check the agenda. It's always live on the website in case there are any changes. All right, thanks, and thanks again to our panel.